Good evening and welcome back. The hour has grown still and the room around you has begun the slow practice of letting go of the day. The lamps are low, the corners have softened. Whatever the morning brought, whatever the afternoon asked, whatever the evening still holds in its small busy hands, you may begin now, little by little, to set it down. There is no urgency here. The story we are about to enter is older than urgency. It has waited a long time already. It will wait, patient, as a lion's skin folded by a quiet fire, for as much of your attention as you can give before sleep takes you. Let your shoulders settle. Let your jaw rest. Let your hands lie wherever they have come to rest, open or folded, whichever feels more natural to the body that has carried you this far. There is no pose to maintain tonight. There is no question to answer before the morning. The day, with all its rough edges, may now begin its slow folding away into memory, and the night, kind and old, may begin to gather you up. Tonight, we enter the story of Heracles, the greatest of the Greek heroes, the son of Zeus and the mortal woman Alcmene, the man who performed the 12 labours, who fought lions and serpents and giants, who travelled to the ends of the earth and even down into the underworld, who suffered terrible griefs and committed terrible acts, who endured a long life of strenuous deeds, and who at the end was raised to Olympus to become a god among the gods. His story is one of the longest in all Greek mythology. It has more episodes, more turns, more adventures, more sorrows, and more triumphs than perhaps any other heroic tale. We will not try to tell every part. We will tell the shape, the major moments, the famous deeds, and the slow, long meaning that the Greeks drew from his life. We will move through these images slowly. We will not press them. We will let them rise and fade like figures painted faintly on the wall of an old temple, and the listener may drift into sleep at any point along the way without missing what matters. Get cozy, settle in, and let us begin. You may close your eyes if your eyes wish to close. The story will keep its shape without you watching it. The Greeks who first told the Heracles tales would have understood. He was the hero of their countryside, the hero of their fireside stories, the hero whose name was on the lips of farmers and shepherds and soldiers and small children for many centuries. His stories were told to put children to sleep as often as they were told to entertain warriors before battle. The teller continued, the listener slept or did not, and the story carried on without needing anyone in particular to remain awake. In the beginning of this telling, we must step back to the time when Zeus, the king of the gods, had set his eyes on a mortal woman in the kingdom of Thebes. The woman was Alcmene, the wife of a Theban general named Amphitryon. She was, by all the old accounts, a woman of unusual grace and steady character. Amphitryon was away from home, fighting in a distant war for his city. Alcmene, alone in her house, was managing the household and waiting for her husband's return. Zeus saw her from Olympus. He desired her, but he knew that Alcmene was faithful to her husband and would not receive any other man into her bed. So Zeus, with his usual cunning, took the form of Amphitryon himself. He appeared at her door in the evening, looking exactly like her husband returning from war. He told her stories of the campaign that exactly matched what Amphitryon had actually been doing. He carried her into the marriage bed. That night, Zeus also stretched the night itself to triple its usual length. The sun did not rise. The hours passed slowly. Alcmene, believing she was with her husband, gave herself to the long night, and Zeus, the father of gods, made the most of the extended hours he had arranged for himself. The darkness outside her window was a darkness he had chosen and prolonged, a darkness full of intention and of the quiet workings of divine will. Alcmen heard the same breathing she had always known beside her, felt the same warmth she had always trusted, and did not question a thing. She had no reason to question it. The deception was perfect. The next day, the real Amphitryon returned from the war. He came home expecting a tender reunion. He was confused to find that his wife greeted him without the urgent affection of someone who had been waiting many months. She told him she was glad he was back, but that it had only been a few hours since they had been together. Amphitryon, slowly piecing together what must have happened, consulted the seer Tiresias. Tiresias, who knew most divine secrets, told him the truth. Zeus had come in his form. Alcmene was now pregnant by two fathers in a single night, one mortal and one divine. Amphitryon, in some traditions, was a kindly man. He did not blame Alcmene for what had happened. She had been deceived, not unfaithful. He stayed with her. He raised the children that were born from that long night as his own. From the union with Zeus came Heracles, who would become the greatest of the heroes. From the union with Amphitryon came Iphicles, who was a perfectly capable but unremarkable man. The kind of man who lived in the shadow of a famous brother without resentment. Iphicles grew up knowing that his brother was different, and he grew up making a kind of peace with that knowledge. There is something to admire in such a man. He was not jealous in any bitter or destructive way. He was simply himself, the mortal brother of an immortal hero. And he found his own way in the world, serving where he could, living his own life alongside the vast and turbulent life of his brother. The Greeks honored men like Iphicles too, though they did not always say so loudly. The ordinary person who keeps faith alongside the extraordinary one, who does the quieter work without demanding equal attention, who does not crumble when overshadowed. That person carries a kind of dignity that the mythology sometimes forgets to mention. But Hera, when she learned of Zeus's deception, was furious, as she always was when Zeus took another woman. She set herself against the unborn Heracles even before his birth. When the time came for Alcmene's labor, Hera arranged for Eileithyia, the goddess of childbirth, to be detained, just as she had done for Leto so many years earlier. She also arranged for another woman in the household to give birth first to a son who, by an old oath of Zeus, was supposed to be the ruler of the local people. By making sure this other child was born first, Hera ensured that the kingship, which would have been Heracles's by right, was instead given to a lesser cousin named Eurystheus. From that moment, Heracles was destined to serve Eurystheus, the man who had stolen his birthright through Hera's manipulation. Heracles was finally born. He was a large, strong infant with bright eyes and a vigorous cry. His mother named him Alcides at first, after her own father. He would become known as Heracles, meaning the glory of Hera, only later, after he had begun his labors, perhaps as a kind of ironic name, acknowledging that all his great deeds had been driven by Hera's hatred. The name has stuck. The Romans called him Hercules. The man is known to history by the Greek form, and we will use it tonight. Hera was not finished with him. Even as the infant lay in his crib, she sent 2 serpents into the nursery to kill him. The serpents were large and venomous. They glided across the floor toward the cradle in the middle of the night. But Heracles, even as an infant, was already showing his divine strength. He woke. He saw the serpents. He reached out his small hands. He grasped one serpent in each hand and strangled them both. When his nurse came in the morning to check on the children, she found Iphicles crying in terror in his own cradle and the infant Heracles laughing with 2 dead serpents in his hands. This was the first of his many deeds. He had not yet been weaned. He had already killed 2 serpents sent by the Queen of the Gods. The pattern of his life was set. He would be a man who faced impossible threats and overcame them through sheer strength and stubborn endurance. The threats would keep coming. The endurance would have to keep coming with them. In the city of Thebes, word of what had happened spread quickly. Amphitryon summoned the great seer Tiresias again. Tiresias told him what the infant had just demonstrated with the 2 dead serpents would one day be demonstrated against creatures 1,000 times more dangerous. He told Amphitryon that the child would not be an easy child to raise, that his education would need to be careful and his teachers patient, that the strength which had just killed the serpents would need to be directed, not suppressed, because it could not be suppressed, only aimed. Amphitryon listened. He believed the seer. He made plans for the kind of education that might give the extraordinary strength some shape and some purpose. The serpents in the cradle were the beginning of a conversation that would last throughout Heracles' childhood. A conversation between what the boy could do and what the world needed done with it. Alcmene, for her part, looked at her infant son in the morning light. She had not been awake when the serpents came. She had been asleep in the next room. Her first knowledge of what had happened was the sound of her nurse's voice calling to her from the nursery. She came in and saw the dead serpents, and saw Iphicles still trembling in his cradle, and saw Heracles reaching toward her with his arms out, wanting to be held, his small face perfectly calm, the 2 serpents curled in the bedding beside him as if they had been placed there as toys. She held him. She did not yet fully understand what he was. She understood it slowly, over many years, as the understanding came to her in pieces, each piece a little larger than the last. Heracles grew. He was tutored by some of the best teachers of the heroic age. The wise centaur Chiron taught him medicine and music and philosophy up in the high meadows of Pelion, where the mountain air was clean and the stars were close, and the centaur's long patient instruction unfolded over many seasons. Chiron was a teacher unlike most. He did not teach by commanding or by shaming his students. He taught by example, by patient demonstration, by the quiet authority of someone who had lived a very long time and had learned to hold knowledge without grasping at it. The young Heracles, still growing into his enormous strength, sat at the feet of the old centaur and learned what it meant to think before acting, to understand the properties of herbs and roots and the behavior of animals and the slow movements of the stars. Whether those lessons ever fully took hold in the moments of passion and rage that would follow is another question. But they were given, and they were received, and they made a difference. The skilled archer Eurytus taught him the bow. The chariot master Castor taught him driving and horsemanship. The brothers Autolycus and Linus taught him wrestling and the lyre. He learned everything the heroic education could offer. He was, by his late adolescence, one of the most accomplished young men in Greece. He could shoot an arrow through a distant target while the chariot was still moving. He could wrestle opponents twice his size to the ground. He could play the lyre with hands that seemed too large for it, and yet drew from it sounds that made people stand quietly in doorways and listen without knowing they had stopped walking. But his strength was already greater than ordinary control could manage. There is a sad early story about his music teacher Linus. Linus, frustrated with the young Heracles for some small fault during a lyre lesson, struck the boy with a wooden plectrum. Heracles, in a flash of anger, struck Linus back with the lyre itself. The blow was too hard. Linus died. Heracles, when he understood what he had done, was inconsolable. He was tried for the killing, but acquitted, on the grounds that he had been struck first and had not meant to use lethal force. But the death of his teacher marked him. He withdrew from the city for a time. He went to live in the mountains, tending cattle, away from human company, until he had grown more accustomed to his own strength. This pattern would recur throughout his life. Heracles was a man whose strength was both his gift and his curse. He could overcome enormous monsters with his bare hands. He could also, in moments of anger or madness, kill those he loved without meaning to. The Greeks were honest about this. They did not pretend that strength alone was virtue. They understood that strength carried its own dangers. Heracles, the strongest of mortal men, was also the one who had most often caused harm without intending it. He returned to Thebes as a young man. He won a series of contests. He helped Thebes in a war against a neighboring city, the minions of Orchomenos, who had been demanding a humiliating tribute from Thebes for many years, a tribute of cattle and silver paid as an acknowledgement of Theban submission. Heracles rallied the Theban men, armed them with weapons taken from the temple walls where they had hung as dedications to the gods, and led them to a decisive victory. The minions were defeated. The tribute ended. The men of Thebes returned to their city with something they had not felt in a generation, the sense of not being diminished. The king of Thebes, grateful beyond measure, gave him his daughter Megara in marriage. Heracles loved her. They had several children together. He settled for a time into the life of a contented young husband and father in his home city. He was not, in these years, the famous laborer of legend. He was a man with a house and a hearth and children who ran to him when he came home. He was a man who sat beside his wife in the evening and felt the particular peace of someone who has, for a while, found the right place. In the mornings he would walk in the hills above Thebes and look out over the plain below the city and feel the particular satisfaction of a man who has done something that needed to be done and who has been given a quiet life in return for it. He was not searching for the next task. He was not restless in these years. He was simply present. in the way that the very strong can sometimes be present when the world has, for the moment, stopped demanding anything from them. These were years the mythology tends to pass over quickly because they were quiet years, and quiet years do not make famous stories. But they were real years. They happened. The children were real children, with their own small lives and their own small certainties. Megara was a real woman, with her own patience and her own love and her own particular way of managing a household that contained a man who could bend iron bars with his bare hands. The ordinary life of a hero is almost invisible in the mythology because it requires no recording. It simply lived itself day after day in the way that most good things live, without announcement, and their ending makes what came next so much harder to bear. This is where the great tragedy of his middle life began. Hera, who had never stopped hating him, sent a fit of madness upon him. The madness was sudden and overwhelming. Heracles did not know what he was doing. In the grip of the madness, he killed his own children. Some traditions say he killed Megara as well. When the madness lifted and he saw what he had done, his grief was beyond anything he had ever felt. He wanted to die. He wandered out into the wilderness, intending to take his own life. We will pass this moment gently. The sleep story does not press the sharpest sorrows. We will only mark that Heracles, in his middle life, suffered the deepest possible grief through no fault of his own conscious will. He had been the instrument of his own family's destruction. The strength that had made him a hero had also, in the hour of madness, made him a destroyer. The Greeks honored the complexity of this. They did not let their hero off the moral hook, but they also did not condemn him, because he had not been himself when the killings happened. There is, in the Greek understanding of madness sent by the gods, a particular kind of sorrow that does not resolve cleanly into either guilt or innocence. The person who acts in divine madness is and is not responsible. They are themselves and not themselves simultaneously. The act was done with their hands and through their body, but the intention was not theirs. It was borrowed or imposed by a force beyond their will. This does not excuse what happened. Nothing excuses what happened. But it places it in a different category from deliberate murder. And the Greeks, who were deeply interested in the distinctions between categories of guilt, insisted on maintaining the difference. Heracles had not murdered his children. He had been made into a weapon by the hatred of a goddess, and the children had been the victims of that weapon. The distinction mattered enormously to the Greeks. It did not make the grief less. It made the grief different. Heracles eventually accepted that he could not undo what he had done. He could only try to do something with the rest of his life. He went to the oracle at Delphi to ask what he should do. The oracle told him to go to his cousin Eurystheus, the cousin who had stolen his birthright, and to serve him for 12 years. Eurystheus would set him a series of tasks. The completion of these tasks would purify him of his crime. This is how the 12 labors began. Heracles, who could have refused, accepted the oracle's verdict. He went to Eurystheus and offered his service. Eurystheus, who feared his cousin's strength, conceived a series of tasks that he hoped would result in Heracles' death. The tasks were the hardest the king could imagine. Each was a different kind of impossible. The first labor was the killing of the Nemean lion. The lion lived in the hills near the town of Nemea in the northeastern Peloponnese. Its skin was impervious to weapons. No spear could pierce it. No arrow could find a vital spot. The lion was killing the local shepherds and their flocks, descending from the hills at night and taking whatever it wished, and the people of Nemea had no means of stopping it. They had tried. The lion wore their attempts without noticing them. Heracles tracked it to its cave. He shot arrows at it. The arrows bounced off. He tried his sword. It broke against the lion's hide. Finally, in close combat, he wrestled the lion to the ground and strangled it with his bare hands. He then took the lion's skin, using one of its own claws to cut it, since no other tool could penetrate what the hide was made of. The lion's skin became his cloak. He wore it for the rest of his heroic life. It was both his armor and his trophy, the visible reminder of the first impossible task he had completed, and in later centuries it became the sign by which everyone recognized him at once. The great man in the lion's skin, the hero who had begun his impossible work. The second labor was the killing of the Lernaean Hydra. The Hydra was a many-headed serpent that lived in the marshes near the spring of Lerna, a place of perpetual damp and thick reed beds, and the particular smell of stagnant water in summer heat. When one of its heads was cut off, 2 new heads grew back in its place. The poison of its blood was lethal, and the mere breath of the creature was dangerous to anyone who stood too close. Heracles approached the marsh with his nephew Iolaus, the son of his brother Iphicles, who had agreed to assist him. Heracles cut off the heads one by one. Iolaus, following behind with a burning torch, cauterized the necks before new heads could grow. After many heads, the last head, which was said to be immortal, was buried under a great stone where it could not regenerate. Heracles then dipped his arrows in the Hydra's poisonous blood. From that day on, his arrows carried a deadly venom that no mortal could survive. The third labor was the capture of the Cyrenian hind, a sacred deer of Artemis with golden antlers and bronze hooves. The deer was sacred and could not be killed. Heracles had to take it alive. He chased the deer for a full year across mountains and rivers, through forests and over open plains, never quite catching it, always a few paces behind, the deer's golden antlers catching the light ahead of him as it ran. At last, by the river Ladon, he wounded it with a careful arrow that pinned its leg without killing it. He then carried the deer back to Eurystheus on his shoulders. On the way, Artemis met him. She was furious that he had wounded her sacred animal. Heracles explained the situation, apologized, and promised to return the deer to her after showing it to Eurystheus. Artemis, who could see the truth of his situation, accepted his explanation. He showed the deer to Eurystheus, then released it. The deer ran back into the forest. Artemis was satisfied. The labor had required patience more than strength, a year of patient following, a year of endurance, a year of not quitting when the deer was always just ahead and the seasons turned from summer to winter to spring again. The fourth labor was the capture of the Erymanthian boar, a great wild boar that lived on Mount Erymanthus. Heracles tracked it through deep snow on the upper slopes, driving it through the drifts until it was exhausted and trapped in a snowdrift where it could not move. He bound it. He carried it back to Eurystheus alive. Eurystheus, when he saw the great snorting bound boar being carried into his courtyard on Heracles' shoulders, was so frightened that he hid in a large bronze jar. From that day, the old tradition says, Eurystheus often hid in the jar when Heracles returned from his labors. The image is darkly comic. The cousin who had stolen the kingship, the king who set the impossible tasks, was, in his own way, a coward who hid from his successful servant. He had set the labors hoping they would kill Heracles, and each time Heracles returned alive, the king found that he had produced only another victory for the man he feared. The jar was perhaps the most honest thing about Eurystheus. The fifth labor was the cleaning of the Augean stables in a single day. King Augeas of Elis had immense herds of cattle, thousands of head, and the stables in which they were kept had not been cleaned for many years, perhaps decades, perhaps longer. The accumulation of manure was enormous, a task that no ordinary labor force could have completed in a generation, let alone a day. Heracles, instead of cleaning by hand, diverted two rivers, the Alpheos and the Peneos, through the stables. The rushing water washed away the manure in a single day. The stables were clean. The labor was completed by intelligence rather than by strength alone. The Greeks loved this story. It showed that Heracles, though famous for his strength, was also capable of cleverness when cleverness was the appropriate solution. The man who wrestled lions could also redirect rivers. The same mind that planned a wrestling hold could plan a hydraulic project. Strength and wit were not opposites in his character. They were the same quality working in different directions. The sixth labor was the driving away of the Stymphalian birds, a flock of bronze-beaked birds that nested in the marshes near Lake Stymphalia and that were devouring the crops and livestock of the local people. The birds had beaks and feathers of metal that they could shed like arrows, and they could not be reached on foot because of the marshy ground that surrounded their nesting place. Athena gave Heracles a bronze rattle made by Hephaestus. He climbed to a high vantage point above the marsh and shook the rattle. The sound was unlike anything the birds had heard before, a great bronze clanging that cut through the marsh air and startled the entire flock into the sky at once. As they rose in a dark cloud above the water, Heracles shot them down one by one with his poisoned arrows. The marsh was cleared. The labor was completed with the help of his divine patroness, who had watched over him since his earliest years, and who continued to offer what help she could within the rules that governed the labors. The seventh labor was the capture of the Cretan bull. The bull had been a gift to King Minos of Crete from Poseidon, but Minos had failed to sacrifice it properly, choosing instead to keep it for himself and offer a lesser animal to the god. Poseidon, insulted, had driven the bull to madness. The bull had gone wild, ravaging the fields of Crete and spreading terror through the island's countryside. Heracles travelled to the island. He found the bull in the open land beyond the city. He wrestled it to the ground through sheer sustained force, holding the enormous animal against the earth until its strength was spent. He bound it. He carried it back to mainland Greece on a ship, the great bull standing in the hold, still muscular but no longer wild. The bull was eventually released and later captured by Theseus near Marathon, where it would feature in another hero's story entirely, connecting the labours of Heracles to the adventures of the man who would be Athens' own great hero. The eighth labour was the capture of the mares of Diomedes, a king of Thrace who fed his horses on human flesh. The horses, made wild and violent by their unnatural diet, could not be approached by ordinary means. Their stalls smelled of iron, and their eyes were not the eyes of horses. Heracles met Diomedes in combat, and the king fell. The old poets told the rest in different ways, and none of the ways were gentle, so we will pass over that part quickly, with the distance that old stories allow. What matters for the night is this. With their master gone, the mares grew quiet at last, as if the wildness had belonged to him and not to them. They allowed themselves to be bridled and led. Heracles brought them back to Eurystheus, and the eighth labour was done. The ninth labour was the obtaining of the girdle of Hippolyta, the queen of the Amazons. The girdle was a gift from Ares, the god of war, marking Hippolyta's authority and her particular excellence among her people. Eurystheus' daughter wanted the girdle as a gift. Heracles travelled to the land of the Amazons with a company of men. He met with Hippolyta on the shore. The queen, impressed by his fame and his honest request, agreed to give him the girdle freely. This was unexpected. The negotiations had gone well. The labour seemed close to completion without violence. But Hera, always working against him, disguised herself as an Amazon and spread a rumour through the camp that Heracles intended to abduct their queen. The Amazons attacked. A battle followed in the confusion of alarm and misunderstanding. Hippolyta, in the chaos, was killed. Heracles took the girdle and sailed home with grief he had not expected to feel. The labour was completed, but at the cost of a queen who had meant to be a friend. The Greeks understood that even successful labours could have terrible byproducts, that the world did not always arrange itself so that doing the right thing left no damage behind. The 10th labour was the cattle of Geryon, a three-bodied giant who lived on the island of Erythea in the far west, at the edge of the known world where the sun dipped into the ocean each evening. Heracles travelled to the edge of the known world. He killed the giant Geryon and his two-headed guard dog Orthrus. He drove the cattle back across the entire breadth of the Mediterranean, fighting various adventures along the way, in Libya and in Italy, and in the lands that would one day be known as Spain. The journey westward, in the old tradition, took him through regions that had not yet been named, through landscapes that no Greek had mapped. He set up 2 pillars at the Strait of Gibraltar, which became known as the Pillars of Hercules. The pillars marked the edge of the known world. Beyond them lay the unknown ocean. The Greeks of later centuries imagined Heracles as the hero who had reached the furthest western edge of the world that mortals could safely visit, who had planted a monument at the end of what was mappable, who had gone as far as the world allowed and come back. The 11th labor was the obtaining of the golden apples of the Hesperides. The Hesperides were the daughters of Atlas, nymphs of the evening, who tended a garden of golden apples at the far edge of the world where the sky met the sea. The garden was guarded by a dragon named Ladon, who coiled without sleeping around the tree at its center. Heracles travelled to the garden after a long journey that took him through many lands and required him to solve many smaller problems along the way. He met Atlas, who was holding up the sky on his shoulders at the edge of the world, the sky pressing down on him like a permanent and immovable burden. Heracles offered to hold up the sky temporarily if Atlas would go and fetch the apples. Atlas agreed, glad to be relieved of his burden for even a short time. He fetched the apples easily, since the dragon would not harm him. But when he returned, he tried to trick Heracles into continuing to hold the sky permanently, saying he would take the apples to Eurystheus himself. Heracles, equally clever, asked Atlas to take the sky back for just a moment so he could adjust his cloak for comfort. Atlas, fooled by the reasonableness of this request, took back the sky. Heracles picked up the apples and walked away. The labor had required cleverness as much as strength, and the cleverness had won it. The 12th labor, the last and the hardest, was the capture of Cerberus, the 3-headed dog who guarded the entrance to the underworld. Heracles descended into the underworld through a cave that led down and down into the earth, following the road that the dead followed and that the living were not supposed to walk. He met the shades of those who had died. He met Hades, the king of the dead, seated on his throne of black stone in the hall of judgment. Hades agreed that Heracles could take Cerberus to the upper world, but only if he subdued the dog without weapons. Heracles put aside his bow and his arrows and his club. He wrestled Cerberus into submission with his bare hands alone, holding the 3 heads still while the great body struggled and the triple mouth snapped at the air. He brought the great hound up into the daylight. Eurystheus, when he saw Cerberus, was again terrified. He hid in his jar. Heracles returned Cerberus to the underworld unharmed, as he had promised. The 12 labors were complete. The penance was done. Good evening and welcome back. If your mind has wandered through the long list of labors, the figures have multiplied. The lion of Nemea, the hydra of Lerna, the hind of Serenea, the boar of Erymanthus, the stables of Augeas, the birds of Stymphalia, the bull of Crete, the mares of Diomedes, the girdle of Hippolyta, the cattle of Geryon, the apples of the Hesperides, the hound of Hades. 12 impossible tasks completed one by one across 12 years of patient effort. The greatest hero of the Greek world had earned his purification. Let those images settle, like stones settling to the bed of a clear river, finding their places one by one in the long record of his deeds. Each labor had taken something from him and given something back. The lion had given him his armor, the hydra his weapons, the hind his patience, the boar his cunning. The middle labors had taught him to use his mind before his strength and to accept help with gratitude when it was offered. The later ones had carried him to foreign shores and to the western edge of the world, had given him griefs he had not expected, and had asked him, at the last, to face death itself and walk out again alive. 12 years of work, and each year had left its mark on him and its lesson in him. But the labours were not the end of Heracles' story. After the 12 years of service to Eurystheus were complete, he was a free man again. But he was also a man without a home. Thebes was no longer his city in the way it had been. Megara and the children were dead. He had nowhere to settle. So he wandered. He took up other adventures. He helped various heroes in their quests. He joined the Argonauts on their voyage for the Golden Fleece for a time. Though he did not complete the entire journey, having been left behind in Mysia when his young companion Hylas was abducted by water nymphs, and Heracles refused to leave until he found him. The ship sailed on without him. He was not on the ship when the Golden Fleece was taken. He was in Mysia, alone, searching the shores of a lake for a boy who had gone into the water and not come out. This is the kind of man Heracles was. He could not leave. He fought the giant Antaeus in Libya, a son of Poseidon and Gaia who drew strength from his contact with the earth. Every time Heracles threw him to the ground, Antaeus rose stronger than before. The first few times he threw the giant down, Heracles simply watched in puzzlement as Antaeus stood again, renewed, more powerful than before, as though the ground itself was feeding him through the soles of his feet. Heracles had to stop and think. He had to look at what was happening rather than simply doing more of what was not working. When he understood the mechanism, he lifted the giant into the air and held him there, off the earth, suspended above his source of strength, and crushed him while he had no ground to renew himself from. The trick required intelligence as well as strength. The mere force of Heracles was not enough. He had to understand what he was dealing with before he could overcome it. In Libya, he also met Busiris, a king of Egypt who sacrificed every stranger who entered his kingdom to Zeus, following the advice of a seer who had told him that human sacrifice would end a long drought. Heracles allowed himself to be bound and led to the altar. At the moment of the sacrifice, he broke his bonds and killed Busiris and his sons and his priests and put an end to the practice. The story has a particular quality that the Greeks admired: the capacity to allow a thing to develop further than most people would tolerate, trusting that the moment to act would arrive, and acting at exactly that moment with decisive force. It was a quality Heracles showed again and again, the ability to endure indignity or discomfort long enough to arrive at the right moment rather than acting prematurely. He fought the river god Achilles, who could change his shape by breaking off one of his horns when the river was in bull form. The horn became the cornucopia, the horn of plenty. that would appear in many later mythological scenes. He freed Prometheus from his rock in the Caucasus, shooting the eagle that came each day to tear at the Titan's liver. Prometheus had been bound there for ages, the eagle returning each morning to renew a torment that could not end by any ordinary means. The liver grew back each night. The eagle descended each dawn. The cycle had been running since before the heroic age, since before Heracles was born, since before his father Zeus had fathered any mortal children at all. Heracles ended it. He stood at the base of the Caucasus peak, in the cold wind that blew from the east, and he looked up at the great bird descending in its slow arcs toward the rock, and he drew his bow and shot, and the eagle fell, and the chain broke, and Prometheus, who had given fire to humanity, was free. It was perhaps the most generous thing Heracles ever did, a deed that cost him nothing he could not afford and gave back to the world a figure whose absence had left something unfinished for a very long time. There is another story of his generosity, gentler than most, and it is worth a quiet moment here. In his wanderings he came once as a guest to the house of a king named Admetus, and was received with warm hospitality and feasted and given a place to rest. But Heracles did not know, for his host hid it from him out of courtesy, that the house was in deep mourning, for it had been fated that Admetus must die unless someone could be found to die in his place. And no one would, not his aged father, not his mother, none of his friends or servants, until at last his own wife, the gentle Queen Alcestis, had freely offered her life for his, and had died that very day so that her husband might live. Admetus, grieving but unwilling to turn a guest from his door, said nothing of it, and let Heracles feast in a far room. But Heracles soon learned the truth from a servant, and was ashamed to have been merry in a house of such sorrow, and resolved to set it right in the only way he knew. He went out to the tomb where Alcestis had been laid, and there he waited in the dark for Death himself to come and claim her, and when Death came, Heracles seized him and wrestled him, the strongest of mortals grappling with the power that takes all mortals, holding on through the cold struggle until Death yielded and gave up his prize. Then Heracles led Alcestis, alive again, back to the house of her husband, veiled, and gave her into the hands of the grieving Admetus, and lifted the veil, and restored the wife to the husband and the queen to the house. It is one of the few stories in all his mythology where his great strength is turned not against a monster but against death itself, on behalf of love, and where the gift he gives is simply a life given back to the one who had lost it. He took Hesione, daughter of King Laomedon of Troy, from a sea monster sent by Poseidon, rescuing her from the rock to which she had been chained as a sacrifice. Laomedon had promised him a fine reward of divine horses. When the rescue was done, Laomedon refused to pay. Heracles returned with ships and soldiers and sacked the city, installing a friendlier king on Troy's throne. The first sack of Troy was Heracles' work, in the generation before Achilles and Agamemnon brought their armies. The city was taken once and rebuilt, and it would be taken again. He fell in love several times. He had children with women in many cities, and the mythology records some of them and omits most of them, the way the sea keeps some of what it takes and returns the rest without explanation. He married a second time, to Deianira, Princess of Caledon, a woman of strong will and deep feeling, who understood from the beginning that the man she had married was not a man who could be kept in one place. She had not been deceived about this. She had known when she agreed to marry him that she was agreeing to a particular kind of life. She made what peace she could with his wandering. She stayed in their home when he was away and managed the household and raised their children and waited. He came back. He always came back. She loved him and was afraid of losing him, and those two feelings, love and fear, would in the end bring everything down. There is a version of their courtship that deserves a moment of description. When Heracles sought Deianira's hand, he had a rival, the river god Achilles, who had also come to ask for her. Her father, Oeneus, king of Caledon, told both suitors that the one who won a contest between them would have her hand. The contest was a wrestling match. Achilles was a god of ancient power. He could change his shape. First he appeared as a man, then as a serpent, then as a great bull. Each form was formidable. Each time he changed his shape, Heracles adapted to it. When Achilles became the bull, Heracles grabbed one of the horns and wrestled him to the ground and broke the horn off. The river god, defeated and humiliated, yielded. The horn became the cornucopia. Deianira had watched the match from a distance. She had seen this extraordinary man fight a river god and win. She had seen him change tactics each time the opponent changed form. She had seen him smile when the horn came free. Not the smile of a cruel man, but the smile of a man who had solved a problem he was interested in. She agreed to the marriage with something that was not entirely reluctant. The death of Heracles came through a misunderstanding between Deianira and a centaur named Nessus. The centaur had been hired to ferry travelers across a river. He agreed to carry Deianira across the water while Heracles swam or waded beside them. But in the middle of the river, Nessus tried to abduct Deianira, pulling her away from the shore while she cried out for Heracles. Heracles, on the far bank, heard her. He shot Nessus with one of his poisoned arrows. The arrow struck true. As Nessus lay dying at the water's edge, his wound burning with the hydra's venom, he gave Deianira a terrible gift. He told her that his blood, collected before it dried, would serve as a love charm. If she ever feared that Heracles was drifting from her, she should anoint a garment with the centaur's blood and give it to him to wear. The love would return and hold. Deianira, shaken by what had just happened, unsure whether to believe the dying creature's words, collected the blood. She kept it. She hoped she would never need it. Many years later, when Heracles was away on a campaign and Deianira heard that he had taken a young captive princess named Iole as his concubine, she remembered the vial. She was not a cruel woman. She was a frightened one. She did not want to destroy him. She wanted to keep him. She sent him a robe soaked in Nessus's blood, hoping the love potion would do what the centaur had promised. The blood was of course poisoned by the Hydra's venom that had been on the arrow that killed Nessus. Nessus had taken his revenge from his deathbed with a patience that only the dying possess. He had known that the blood was poison. He had known that the venom of the Hydra, once on an arrow and once in a wound, could not be washed out of what it touched. He had known that Deianira's love and fear would do the rest of the work for him. Eventually, in some future moment, he would not live to see. Heracles put the robe on. The Hydra's venom began to burn his skin. It could not be removed. The robe clung to him and burned deeper the more he tried to pull it free. The pain was immense, unlike anything he had endured in all his years of impossible labor. The Lion of Nemea had not done this. The wrestling of the three-headed dog had not done this. This was a burning that went inward, that did not stop, that grew worse with every attempt to resist it. Heracles, unable to live with the burning robe, ordered his son Hyllus to build him a great pyre on Mount Oeta. Hyllus did so with grief he could not speak. Heracles climbed onto the pyre. He asked his companion Philoctetes to light it. Philoctetes did so in exchange for Heracles' bow and his poisoned arrows, the weapons that had made so many of the labors possible, and that now, in the hands of a new owner, would go on to their own future in the war at Troy. The pyre burned. Heracles' mortal body was consumed. But the immortal part of him, the part that came from Zeus, was lifted up by the gods into Olympus. He became, after his death, an immortal god. He was reconciled to Hera at last, in some traditions, as though the hatred that had driven his entire life finally exhausted itself in the fire on the mountain and left nothing behind but the possibility of peace. He married Hebe, the goddess of youth, the daughter of Zeus and Hera. He took his place among the gods. The man who had spent his entire mortal life in struggle was finally given the rest he had never had as a living man. Deianira, when she understood what she had done, did not survive the knowledge. She had killed the husband she loved. It had not been her intention. The intention had been love and fear and the desperate hope of a woman who could see her marriage slipping away. The intention had been the centaur's lie and her trust in it. The intention had been everything except what happened. The Greeks understood this too. The mythology of Heracles at nearly every turn is a story of terrible consequences arising from actions whose intentions were not terrible. The madness that killed his children, the poison that killed him, the lie that set the whole mechanism in motion. None of these things began with a desire to destroy. They began with love, with hatred, with fear, with the ordinary and extraordinary feelings that move through mortal lives and sometimes, in the presence of the god's interest, take on catastrophic scale. For now, remember this. Heracles, more than any other Greek hero, lived a life of unrelenting effort. He killed monsters. He traveled to the ends of the earth. He visited the underworld and returned from it twice, once to complete his labor and once to rescue a friend. He freed Prometheus from an eternal torment. He helped to found cities. He cleared the world of dangers that had plagued it since before the heroic age. He also, in his moments of madness or misunderstanding, harmed those he loved. He was not a simple hero. He was, in the full Greek view, a complicated figure whose strength was both his gift and his curse. The gift and the curse were inseparable. You could not have one without the other. The strength that strangled serpents in the cradle was the same strength that, in the hour of divine madness, destroyed everything he had made. The Greeks loved him with a particular fondness. He was not the philosophical hero of Athens. He was not the clever hero of Ithaca. He was the strong, patient hero of the Greek countryside, the man who showed up when monsters had to be killed, who endured what he had to endure, who carried impossible burdens because no one else could carry them. The farmers and shepherds of the Peloponnese honored him at small altars in their fields. The travelers carried small images of him for protection on long roads. The soldiers wore his lion skin emblem on their shields. He was the hero of practical strength, of impossible work performed without complaint, of the slow, steady wearing down of obstacles that ordinary mortals could not have overcome. His 12 labors became, in later Greek thought, a kind of allegory for the human life. Each labor represented a different kind of struggle that a mortal might face. The lion was the test of physical strength against a problem that could not be solved at a distance. The hydra was the test of patience against ever-renewing troubles, against the problems that multiply when you address only the surface of them. The deer was the test of patience and persistence over a long time, of following without giving up when the thing being pursued stays just ahead. The boar was the test of cunning combined with strength. The stables were the test of intelligence, of finding the elegant solution to a problem too large for brute force. The birds were the test of using help wisely, of accepting the tools that a wiser being offers. The bull was the test of courage in foreign lands. The mares were the test of facing the inhumane without becoming inhumane. The girdle was the test of diplomacy gone wrong, of innocent intentions producing terrible outcomes. The cattle were the test of long voyages, of persisting over a distance so great that the destination seems unreachable. The apples were the test of intellectual cleverness, of matching wits with someone who has more to gain from deception than from honesty. The hound was the test of facing death itself, descending into the place all mortals feared most, and walking out again. The 12 together formed a kind of curriculum for the soul. What is notable about this curriculum is that it is not arranged in order of difficulty. Not exactly, not in a way that permits simple ranking. The later labors were not always harder than the earlier ones in the same dimension. They were harder in different ways. The first was hard in the way that every first thing is hard, the way that the first real test reveals what a person is actually made of when the preparation ends and the encounter begins. The fifth was hard in a different way, hard in the way that requires setting aside the first answer and finding a better one. Hard in the way that asks a person to be more than the most obvious version of themselves. The 12th was hard in the way that facing the fundamental certainty of mortality is hard for every living thing. the way that descending toward the end and choosing to return from it requires a specific courage that has nothing to do with strength of body and everything to do with strength of intention. The Greeks who told these stories were not only entertaining, they were teaching. They were passing on a body of thought about what the heroic life required and what it cost and what it meant. The mythology was also a philosophy, carried in stories because stories are what people remember when the argument has faded. The figure of Heracles, moving from labor to labor with the lion's skin on his shoulders and the club in his hand, was a figure that every Greek child knew, and every Greek adult recognized in themselves at the moments when their own life asked them for something they were not sure they could give. This allegorical reading was developed particularly in late antiquity by Stoic philosophers and later by thinkers who saw in Heracles a figure of moral effort and endurance. The figure became increasingly philosophical in later European traditions. The Renaissance and Baroque painters often showed him as the hero of virtue, the man who chose the difficult path over the easy path, the figure of moral effort turned toward the good. These later interpretations were not the original Greek meaning, but they were not unfaithful to it either. The deep figure of patient struggle that the Greeks had honored was being read by later traditions in their own ways, and what they saw in him was not wrong, only differently framed. But that is a story for another day. The long afterlife of Heracles in European art and thought. Tonight we will only mark it. We will only note that the man with the lion's skin, the man with the club, the man with the bow and the poisoned arrows, the man who carried the world for a few hours and who broke the horns of river gods and who descended to the underworld and returned, has been one of the most enduring images in all of Western culture, recognized even by those who do not know any of the specific stories. The shape of him, the patient, strong man performing impossible tasks, is part of the long human imagination. Around Heracles, in the old imagery, gathered certain animals and signs. The lion was his, particularly through the Nemean lion's skin that he wore from his first labor to his last day. The club was his, the great wooden club he had cut from a wild olive tree in the hills above Nemea when all other weapons had failed him. The bow and arrows were his, the bow he had learned to use under Eurytus, the arrows poisoned with the Hydra's blood, the arrows that could kill at a distance what his hands could not reach. The cup of the sun was his, briefly, when the sun god Helios had loaned him his golden cup as a boat to cross the Western Ocean during his 10th labor, and the image of Heracles sailing in a golden cup across the world's edge is one of the strangest and most beautiful in all his mythology. The cornucopia, the horn of plenty, was his, taken from the river god Achilles and given to the nymphs of the river, who filled it with fruits and flowers, and it became in later times the symbol of abundance and of the earth's generosity. His many children were his, scattered across the Greek world. He had, in his wandering middle life, fathered many sons in many cities, and these sons carried his strength and something of his restlessness into the next generation. These sons were called the Heraclids, and their descendants would later claim the right to return to the Peloponnese and to inherit kingdoms across the region. The historical Dorian invasion of Greece around the 11th century before our era was understood by the Greeks as the return of the Heraclids, the descendants of Heracles, reclaiming the homelands their ancestor had wandered through. The Spartan kings in historical times claimed direct descent from Heracles. The hero's bloodline, in the Greek imagination, was woven through the actual political history of their society in ways that made him not only a mythological figure, but an ancestor, a founder, a source of legitimate authority reaching from the mythic age into historical memory. It simply was in the old Greek imagination that strength was a kind of fate. To be born strong was both a gift and a burden. Heracles had been the strongest of all mortals. His life had been correspondingly hard. He had not been able to live the small, quiet life of an ordinary man, tending a garden and watching children grow and aging gently in a warm house. The strength had pulled him into struggles he might not have chosen. The strength had also, in his hours of madness, caused him to harm those he loved. The Greeks understood this trade-off. They did not pretend that being the strongest was a simple blessing. They allowed Heracles his sorrows. They let him grieve. They let the man who had carried the world on his shoulders for an afternoon be brought down by a robe soaked in old poison. Because they knew that strength is not immunity, and greatness does not protect a person from the ordinary and extraordinary ways that life finds to break the heart. There is a long meditation possible on what it means to be the strongest being who has ever lived as a mortal. Every door Heracles walked through was a door he had to be careful not to break. Every hand he offered in greeting was a hand that had to hold itself in restraint. Every time he embraced someone he loved, he embraced them with a grip that could have crushed them. And the tenderness was the constant and enormous effort of holding that power back. The strength was never absent. It was always there, always present, always requiring management. Most people are not aware of the effort required to hold strength back. They experience strength as something they do not have, something they wish for in moments of difficulty. Heracles was aware of it every moment of his mortal life. The effort was not just the labors, the effort was the daily, quiet, constant management of what he was. The labors were simply the moments when he was permitted to stop managing it and to let it be what it was. This may be part of why the Greeks felt such particular tenderness for him. He was not a god who lived in ease on Olympus. He was not a clever man whose primary skill was avoiding the direct encounter. He was a man who had to carry an extraordinary capacity every day, in the small ordinary situations as much as in the grand impossible ones, and who did so without complaint, and who sometimes in the gaps between the labors managed to build a quiet life, to marry, to have children, to sit in the evening beside a fire in a house that was his own and feel for a while the peace that comes when the weight is briefly set down. There is in the figure of Heracles a particular kind of dignity that the Greeks honored. It was the dignity of the man who keeps going, who endures the next labor, Who shoulders the next impossible task? Who does not complain? Who does not boast? Who, when he has finished one task, walks toward the next one? The dignity is not the dignity of the philosophical thinker or the clever speaker. It is the dignity of the worker, the hero of the long road, the man who, when the road is hard, walks it anyway. This dignity is one of the oldest things in human culture. It appears in Heracles, and it appears in the long tradition of labor hymns and in the stories told by people who work with their bodies, and it appears in the private thoughts of anyone who has ever had to do something genuinely difficult and has done it without applause, without recognition, without anyone watching. The man who carries the lion's skin is carrying something that most people will never carry, but the quality that allowed him to carry it, the patient endurance, the willingness to show up, the refusal to quit before the task is complete, that quality is available to every mortal who has ever lived. It is perhaps the most democratic thing in the entire mythology of Heracles. He was stronger than anyone. But the virtue he modeled was within the reach of everyone. This is, perhaps, the gentlest gift of the Heracles myth for a sleep story. The day's work, when it is honest, is hard. The week's work is harder. The month's work, the year's work, the life's work, all of it requires the slow, patient endurance of someone who keeps showing up when showing up is necessary. Heracles, in his unending tasks, is the model of this endurance. He did not have an easy life, but he had a life that mattered. And at the end of it, when his mortal body was consumed on the pyre, he was lifted up to the gods. The man who had been born of a deception in the night, who had strangled serpents in a cradle, who had carried the labors of 12 years on his back, who had wandered the Greek world and the world beyond the Greek world, who had descended into death and come back, who had been burned by a poison he did not deserve and had lit his own pyre rather than endure the burning any longer, that man was lifted up. He was taken into Olympus. He was given rest. The gods received him. Hera, who had hated him from before his birth, made her peace with him at last. The pyre on Mount Oeta is one of the lasting images of his story. The hero, in his final hour, choosing the fire over the unbearable burning of the poisoned robe. The flames rising in the dark air above the mountain. The mortal body consumed, returning to the earth from which the mortal part of him had come. The immortal soul lifted up, ascending toward Olympus like the heat of a great fire rising toward the sky. The Greeks did not always offer their heroes this kind of ending. Many of them simply died, and went to the underworld, and faded into the dim half-existence of the shades, walking the asphodel meadows without urgency, without purpose, without the particular brightness of mortal life. Heracles was different. His struggle on earth had been so great, his labors so complete, his endurance so sustained across so many years of impossible effort, that the gods had agreed, in the end, to take him into their company. The pyre was both the end of his mortal life and the beginning of his immortal one. Good evening, and welcome back one last time to the slow, gentle work of letting the story rest. The night has carried Heracles a long way. From the long deceptive night when Zeus came to Alcmene to the lifting up of the immortal hero from the pyre on Oeta. There are many other tellings of him, many other small adventures, many other lovers and companions and enemies. But that is a story for another day. The road of his mythology is wide enough that no single knight can walk all its paths. The night is older now, and the story has carried us far. Let us gather some final figures and let them settle. The young Heracles being tutored by Chiron the centaur, learning medicine and music and philosophy in the high meadows of Pelion. The first marriage to Megara in Thebes, the children, the brief, happy years before the madness, the terrible fit of madness sent by Hera, the family destroyed through no deliberate fault of his own will. The oracle at Delphi, the verdict, the journey to Eurystheus, and the offering of service to the cousin who had stolen his birthright. The 12 labors, 12 images of impossible work made possible by patient strength, the lion's skin worn for the rest of his life as armor and as testament, the club from the wild olive tree cut in the hills above Nemea when all other weapons failed, the bow with its poisoned arrows. The 2 pillars at the western edge of the world marking the boundary between the known and the unknown. The cup of Helios, the golden boat that crossed the outer ocean. The cornucopia of Achilles, the horn that would fill with flowers forever. The freeing of Prometheus from his rock in the Caucasus, the eagle shot from the sky after ages of torment. The wanderings of the middle years, city to city, adventure to adventure, restless in the way that only the very strong can be restless. The second marriage to Deianira, the long patient years of a woman waiting for her husband to come home. The hydra-poisoned robe and the centaur's long, slow revenge. The pyre on Mount Oeta, lit by a faithful companion requested by a man who chose fire over unbearable burning. The lifting up to Olympus. The marriage to Hebe, goddess of youth. The reconciliation with Hera, at last, after a lifetime of her hatred driving him from one end of the world to the other. The reception into the gathering of the gods. The Heraclids spreading across the Peloponnese for generations to come, carrying his blood and his name into the long future of the Greek world. These are the figures of Heracles' mythology, and you do not have to hold them. They are mentioned only so that they may settle. Let the names drift down like leaves into water. Let the images soften. Let the long history of the strongest of the heroes become a quiet weight in the room, the way a lion's skin folded by a fire is a quiet weight. Holding without insisting, warm from the fire but no longer demanding anything from the hand that holds it. Now let the story loosen, the way every long telling must when sleep approaches. The world that Heracles moved through was a world that needed him. The monsters were real in the old imagination, real in the way that every danger is real when there is no one yet strong enough to face it. Each creature he killed had been making the world harder for ordinary people. The lion of Nemea had been killing shepherds. The hydra had been poisoning the marshes of Lerna. The birds of Stymphalia had been devouring crops. Each labor was not only a feat, it was an act of service. The world, when Heracles was done with the labours, was safer than it had been before. He had cleared it. He had made room in it for the people who could not have done what he did. Let the lion of Nemea rest in his cave, finally at peace, the long hunt over. Let the hydra of Lerna rest in her marsh, her many heads no longer threatening anyone, the water above her quiet and the reeds still. Let the cattle of Geryon graze quietly in some bright meadow at the western edge of the world, far from any labour, far from any task. Let the apples of the Hesperides hang quietly from their tree, golden in the dim light of the far western dusk, the dragon laden asleep at the roots, no longer needing to guard what is no longer threatened. Let Cerberus return to his place at the gate of the underworld, his 3 heads laid down on the ground in a sleeping rest, the gate keeping its own counsel in the dark. Let the eagle that had tormented Prometheus stay in some far branch with its wings folded and its eyes closed, no longer hunting, no longer descending, the rock empty and the chain broken. Let the great club rest beside the lion's skin cloak. Let the bow and the poisoned arrows stay in their quiver, in the hands of Philoctetes now, going toward their own destiny at Troy. Let the hero himself rest for tonight, with the burdens of his many tasks set down beside him, the fire on Mount Oeta long since cooled, the sky of Olympus quiet above him. For now, remember this. Tonight, the work of the tale is done. It simply was, like all old stories, the carrying of the strongest of heroes through the long inheritance of nights. Let the names settle. Let the room settle. Let the night gather you up. Imagine the long road of Heracles far behind you, the 12 labours and the wandering middle years and the pyre on the mountain no longer pressing on your thoughts. In your mind, reach back and close an invisible door to the heroic road, feeling it move on silent hinges, sealing the lion, the hydra, the deer, the boar, the bull, the dog of the underworld, and the long endurance of the hero in calm and order. Then see a single candle, its flame steady in the darkness. Good evening, and welcome back. Come closer to the edge of the night and imagine that the room around you has become very quiet. The walls are still here, the floor is still beneath you, but somewhere beyond them a dark sea is breathing. It moves in long, slow folds under a moon half hidden by cloud. It is the wine-dark sea of old Greek song, not red like blood, not black like an ending, but deep and shining the colour of a cup held in shadow. You do not need to sail it, not yet. You only need to listen. In the distance, beyond the low sound of water, there is an ember on the horizon. It might be a star. It might be the last glow of a city that has burned itself into memory. The city is Troy, called Ilion by the Greeks, and for 10 long years men have stood beneath its walls and dreamed of going home. Some dreamed of islands, some dreamed of vineyards, some dreamed of children who had grown almost beyond knowing. Among them was Odysseus, king of rocky Ithaca, a small island of goats, olive trees, stone paths, and bright harbours. He was not the tallest of the Greeks, nor the strongest, nor the most beautiful. His gift was Metis, that quick, turning intelligence the Greeks admired, a mind like a knot that could untie itself in darkness. Tonight, You may let that mind do the travelling for you. You may lie still while the ships move out from Troy. You may rest while oars dip and rise. Nothing will come suddenly here. The monsters will remain at a distance, softened by mist. The griefs will be carried like lamps behind curtains. The old gods will pass overhead like weather, immense and quiet. This is not a tale to keep you awake with alarm. It is a tale of longing, delay, and return, of how the heart can wander for years and still remember the shape of its own door. The Greeks had a word for homecoming, nostos. It means more than arrival. It means the ache of being drawn back toward the place where your name is known. It means the road after glory, the difficult voyage after the song of battle has ended. Odysseus had won renown at Troy, but renown is a cold blanket. It cannot warm a bed. It cannot speak in the voice of Penelope, his wife, patient and watchful in Ithaca. It cannot place a hand on the shoulder of Telemachus, his son, who was an infant when the black ships sailed away. So, let your breathing become the breathing of the sea. Let each inhale be a wave gathering itself in the dark. Let each exhale be water drawing back over stones. Ahead lies a voyage of 10 years, yet you do not have to count the years. You may drift from island to island, from moon to moon, from dream to dream. Odysseus will carry the burden of wanting to arrive. You may simply be carried. Troy did not fall with a single cry, but with many quiet endings. A gate opened where it should have stayed closed. A wooden horse, built by Greek hands and offered as a riddle, stood inside the walls. By dawn, the proud city of Priam had become smoke, scattered bronze and dust on the sandals of strangers. The Greeks, who had begged the gods for victory, stood among the proof of it and found that victory had the taste of ashes. Odysseus moved through that morning with the rest of them, not untouched by what he had done. In old poems he is many things at once, clever, brave, ruthless, weary, beloved of Athena, hated by Poseidon, capable of tenderness, capable of hard choices. In a sleep story, we do not linger over the harshness. We see instead the pause after the noise, the way a man can stand before the sea and feel suddenly older than the day before. His ships waited, their dark hulls rocked softly at anchor. The men of Ithaca wanted home, and Odysseus wanted it with a longing that had become almost physical, like thirst. The shore of the Troad lay under a pale sky. Armour was stacked, ropes were coiled, captains called to crews in voices made hoarse by years of command. Men touched the prows of their ships as if touching the heads of horses. The sea beyond them looked open and forgiving, yet the sea, in Greek thought, was never only water. It was a road and a wilderness, a shining surface over deep unknowns. Poseidon ruled there, earth-shaker, lord of horses and waves. To leave land was to place yourself in the hands of a god whose moods could change with the wind. Still, the oars went out. Still, the sails rose. Troy slipped backward, smaller and smaller, until its smoke was only a grey thread. Odysseus watched it vanish. He might have thought of fame. He might have thought of the wooden horse and the long nights of planning, yet underneath every thought was Ithaca. He remembered the slope of his island, the small fields, the smell of olive wood, the bed he had made with his own hands from the rooted trunk of a living tree. He remembered Penelope, whose name would one day mean patience to the world, though to him she was not a symbol, but a person breathing under the same moon. The first days at sea held the strange lightness that comes after a burden is set down. Men laughed too loudly. They slept in shifts, their heads against coils of rope. They spoke of feasts waiting at home. They imagined that the hardest part of their lives was already behind them. But the Odyssey, the old song of Odysseus, begins in that era. It begins when a man thinks the way home is only a line on water. It begins when the sea opens, not like a road, but like a question. A soft wind carried the ships to a coast where the air itself seemed to have been steeped in sleep. This was the land of the Lotus Eaters, a people without anger in the old story, living among flowers that made memory loosen its fingers. The lotus was not a weapon, it was sweeter and more dangerous than that. It offered rest without return, a peaceful forgetting in which Ithaca became less urgent. Penelope became a face seen through water, and the long wound of war closed under petals. Odysseus sent a few men inland to learn who lived there. They were welcomed gently. No spear was raised, no door was barred. The Lotus Eaters gave them the fruit of the lotus, and the men tasted it. Soon, their eyes grew calm. They no longer wished to bring news back to the ships. They no longer wished to row or mend sails or watch the stars. They wished only to remain where the shore was mild and every sorrow had been softened until it asked nothing. There is a kind of forgetting that feels like mercy. Odysseus understood this, perhaps more than anyone. He had seen too much. He had carried too much. Yet he also knew that to forget home is to lose the thread by which the soul returns to itself. So, he went after his men. He spoke their names. When names did not wake them, he led them back with firmness, not cruelty. He brought them to the benches and had the ships pushed from shore before the sweetness could spread. As the island faded, no one sang. The men who had tasted the lotus wept quietly, not because they had been harmed, but because they had been called back to longing. The oars resumed their rhythm. Dip, pull, lift. Dip, pull, lift. Memory returned like a weight placed carefully in the hands. In the ancient songs, the world is full of powers with names. Wind has a keeper. Dawn has rosy fingers. The sun has cattle. The sea has a lord. To hear the story this way is to let the world become alive without becoming loud, sacred without becoming sharp. They came next to a coast of cliffs and caves where sheep moved like pale stones across the slopes. Here lived the Cyclopes, the one-eyed giants of old Greek imagination, children of wild earth and open sky. Odysseus, curious even when caution would have been kinder, took some companions to explore. They found a cave rich with cheeses, milk pails, lambs, and the heavy smell of animals. The owner was Polyphemus, son of Poseidon. When Polyphemus returned, he rolled a great stone across the entrance, and the cave became a night within the night. In the old poem, the danger is severe. Here, let it stand at a softened distance. Think of the men listening to the giant breathe. Think of the firelight, trembling on stone. Think of Odysseus measuring every shadow, searching for a path where none seemed to exist. Strength could not move the door. Panic could not open it. Only patience and a crooked path of thought remained. Odysseus offered wine. He gave a false name, autis in Greek, meaning nobody. It was a small word with a hidden blade of wit. Polyphemus drank and slept. In the ancient tale, Odysseus and his men used a sharpened stake to blind the giant. We pass that moment gently as a sudden darkness within darkness, a cry echoing outward to the neighboring caves. When the other Cyclopes asked who troubled him, Polyphemus answered, Nobody. And because language itself had been turned into a door, no help came. At dawn, the giant let his sheep pass out beneath his hands, feeling their backs. Odysseus tied his men beneath the animals, hidden in wool and warmth. He himself clung beneath the great ram. Thus they passed from the cave into morning. The light outside must have seemed like a blessing poured over the stones, yet cleverness has its own danger. As the ship pulled away, Odysseus could not resist calling his true name. He wanted Polyphemus to know who had escaped him. Pride rose like a wave, and the wave broke badly. Polyphemus lifted his hands to Poseidon, his father, and prayed that Odysseus might reach home late, alone, and under sorrow. The sea heard. The sea keeps its slow rhythm here, wide enough to carry pride away from the shore of thought. Every sail becomes a small, pale shape, moving through darkness, and every breath lets the story grow quieter. Cleverness can wound when it asks for too much applause. The long sea answers such hunger with weather, and Odysseus will spend years learning to speak his own name more quietly. After many days they reached the floating island of Aeolus, keeper of the winds. Aeolus was not the great god of all weather, but a lord entrusted with winds that could be bound and released. His island drifted in brightness, ringed with bronze, full of feasting halls and ordered air. There Odysseus was welcomed. For a while the voyage seemed to become simple again. A host listened to his story. A table was set. The men rested. When it was time to leave, Aeolus gave Odysseus a gift that was also a test, a leather bag in which the storm winds had been tied. Only the west wind was left free to blow the ships toward Ithaca. For 9 days and nights Odysseus held the course. He would not sleep. He watched the stars. He watched the water. At last, the hills of Ithaca rose on the horizon close enough that smoke from home fires seemed almost visible. Then exhaustion took him. While he slept, his companions looked at the bag. They wondered what treasure their captain was hiding. Gold, perhaps. Silver. A private reward. Suspicion, once awake, can be stronger than loyalty. They opened the bag, and the imprisoned winds rushed out with a sound like the sky tearing open. The ships were driven backward over the same waters they had crossed with such hope. When Odysseus returned to Aeolus begging for help, the Keeper of Winds refused him. To the ancient mind, such misfortune suggested divine displeasure. Odysseus turned away again, with Ithaca now not merely distant, but lost after being seen. Of all griefs, the grief of almost arriving is among the quietest and hardest. Sleep gathers around this part of the voyage like mist over water. Nothing in the tale needs to hurry now. The island fades, the oars settle, and memory returns only as softly as the tide. The bag of winds has spilled. The hills of Ithaca have fallen behind the wrong horizon, and yet the night does not punish. It offers the long blue distance back, the way an old song forgives an interruption and resumes its line. You may let the names pass gently. Odysseus, Penelope, Telemachus, Athena. They do not need to be held tightly. They are like constellations seen between clouds. One moment they are clear, the next they soften, and still the voyage continues under them. The sea next drew them into a harbour whose cliffs rose steeply on either side. It was the land of the Laestrygonians, remembered in myth as a people of terrifying size and hostility. We will not dwell on harsh images. Let the scene remain wide and dim. A narrow entrance, still water inside, high walls of stone, a silence too complete to be peaceful. Odysseus, cautious now, moored his own ship outside the harbour while the others entered. Messengers went inland and found a house too large for comfort, a queen like a mountain in a doorway, and a king whose welcome was no welcome. Soon the harbour that had seemed safe became a trap. Stones fell from the heights, ships broke against one another, the cries of men thinned into distance. Odysseus cut the cable of his single ship, and that one vessel fled back to open water. There are losses a story cannot mend. The fleet that had left Troy proud, and many had become one dark ship under a frightened sail. Odysseus looked back at the cliffs until they vanished. Each vanished mast was a household changed forever. Each empty bench was a name that would not be spoken at home by the man who owned it. The sea did not explain. It only carried the survivors onward. The cliffs fall back into distance, tall and silent under the moon. Their danger belongs to the old song, not to this room, and the listener may let the ship pass beyond them without fear. Only one ship remains of the 12 that left Troy, yet even that loss is set down gently here, the way a singer sets down a heavy line at the end of a stanza and lets the next breath begin in a lower key. At last, the remaining ship came to Aiaia, the island of Circe. Her name is often spoken as enchantress, but in the old song she is more than a simple danger. She is a goddess or nymph of great power, daughter of Helios, the sun, and she lives in a house set among trees where tame wolves and lions move like memories of wildness made gentle. Smoke rose from her roof, a voice could be heard singing at a loom. Odysseus sent men to explore, led by Eurylochus, whose caution would later become important. They found Circe at her weaving. She welcomed them, gave them food and drink, and with her wand transformed them into swine. Let this transformation be dreamlike rather than cruel. Imagine their human grief hidden behind animal eyes. Imagine not pain, but a terrible confusion, a forgetting of speech, a lowering of the self into instinct. Eurylochus escaped and warned Odysseus. On the path to Circe's house, Odysseus met Hermes, the messenger god, bright and quiet as a thought. Hermes gave him moly, a mysterious herb with a black root and white flower, protection against enchantment. With it, Odysseus entered the house. Circe's magic did not master him. She recognized in him a fate larger than an ordinary wanderer. The men were restored, baths were drawn, tables were set. For the first time in a long while there was warmth without immediate danger. Circe became host, teacher, and lover. The crew stayed on Aiaia for a year. This, too, is part of the voyage. Not every delay looks like punishment. Some delays are comfortable. Some are fragrant with bread, oil, and clean linen. Some speak in a beautiful voice and say, "Rest here a little longer." But the heart that truly seeks home cannot sleep forever in another person's house. At last, the men reminded Odysseus of Ithaca. Circe did not rage. She told him what must come next. Before he could sail home, he must travel to the edge of the world and speak with the dead, especially Tiresias, the blind prophet of Thebes. The road home would pass through shadow. Circe remains on her island of trees and lamplight, no longer a threat and no longer a delay, only one more name the voyage has carried through the shadow and released into calm. Her loom continues somewhere out of hearing, weaving small, patient figures that no one needs to interpret tonight. The men return to themselves slowly. as travellers always do, and the year on Ayaya folds into the larger silence of the tale. The ship went north and west to the limits of the known sea, where Oceanus, the great river encircling the world in Greek imagination, moved under a dim sky. There the land was hushed. No bright sunrise warmed it. The air seemed made of ash and old breath. Odysseus came to consult the dead, not because he loved darkness, but because some knowledge can only be received where ordinary daylight ends. He performed the rites as Circe had instructed. The shades gathered, thin as smoke, each carrying the outline of a former life. Among them came Tiresias, blind in life, yet seeing beyond life. He warned Odysseus that Poseidon was angry because of Polyphemus. He spoke of the island of Thrinacia, where the sacred cattle of Helios grazed. "Touch them not," he said, in the old story's solemn way, or ruin would follow. If Odysseus restrained his men, he might yet come home, though late and in hardship. Then came Anticlea, Odysseus's mother. He had left her alive when he sailed for Troy. Now he found her among the dead. This meeting is one of the most tender sorrows in the Odyssey. He reached for her, but a shade cannot be held. 3 times he tried, and 3 times she slipped from his arms like a dream dissolving at dawn. She told him of Ithaca, of Penelope waiting, of Telemachus growing, of Laertes, his father, withdrawing into grief. Home was still there, but time had been moving inside it. Other figures appeared: Agamemnon with his bitter story, Achilles with his great fame and greater weariness, Ajax silent in old anger. Odysseus listened. The underworld taught him that glory is thinner than breath. Achilles, the brightest warrior of the Greeks, would rather be a poor servant among the living than king over all the dead. It was a lesson as quiet as a stone dropped into deep water. When Odysseus returned to the ship, the men saw something changed in him. He had gone seeking directions and returned with the weight of mortality. The home he sought was not eternal. Penelope would age, Telemachus would change. His own hands would not remain strong forever. This made Ithaca more precious, not less. After the land of the dead, even sunlight can feel strange. The men returned first to Circe, who gave them food, counsel, and warnings for the road ahead. She spoke of the sirens, whose song drew sailors toward ruin. The sirens did not merely sing beautifully, they sang knowledge. They promised to tell each listener the secret shape of his own life, the meaning of Troy, the meaning of pain, the meaning of desire. To a tired heart, such a song is almost impossible to refuse. Odysseus softened wax and pressed it into his companions' ears. He ordered them to bind him upright to the mast and not to release him, no matter how he pleaded. The ship moved over calm water. The island of the sirens lay pale in the distance. Then the song began. He heard his name, he heard praise. He heard the suggestion that if he came closer, every restless question in him would finally be answered. Bound to the mast, he strained against the ropes. The men, deaf to the song, rowed steadily on. Their oars entered and left the water like a slow heartbeat. The sirens fell behind. Their music thinned, then vanished. Sometimes wisdom is not the absence of desire. Sometimes wisdom is arranging, while calm, to be protected from what you will want when you are not calm. Beyond the sirens lay a passage between 2 dangers. On one side was Scylla, imagined as a many-headed being in a cliffside cave. On the other was Charybdis, a whirlpool that swallowed and released the sea. Circe had told Odysseus that he could not avoid both. He must pass nearer Scylla and accept a smaller grief rather than lose all. In this telling, we keep the sorrow veiled. The ship entered the strait. The water boiled near Charybdis. The cliff of Scylla leaned overhead. Men looked where Odysseus told them not to look. There was confusion, a shadow, a cry carried upward, and then absence. The ship emerged, lighter by several lives. Odysseus did not speak of it at once. A captain sometimes survives by choosing, and then must live with the choice. The sea after the strait was wide and glittering. That made the grief stranger. How can the world be beautiful after loss? Yet it is. The wave still lifts, the gull still turns, the sun still lays a path of gold over water no one has forgiven. The island of Thrinacia rose green under the sun. There grazed the cattle of Helios, the sun god, shining and sacred, tended by nymphs. Tiresias had warned Odysseus, Circe had warned him again, do not harm the cattle, sail past if you can. But the men were exhausted, and Eurylochus spoke for the hunger of bodies that had obeyed too long. They begged to land, only for a night, only to rest. Odysseus made them swear an oath not to touch the herds. For a while, the oath held. Then the winds turned against them. Day after day, storm and contrary air trapped the ship on the island. Their stores dwindled. Hunger sharpened thought into resentment. Odysseus withdrew inland to pray, and sleep overcame him. While he slept, the men made their choice. They took what was forbidden and offered prayers that could not undo the taking. Helios saw. The sun sees because it must. He complained to Zeus, and the balance of the world answered. When the ship finally left Thrinacia, a storm rose. Zeus sent a bolt into the mast, and the vessel broke under a sky suddenly immense. Again, we keep the image soft. Dark water, scattered timber, voices fading into rain, Odysseus clinging to what remained. All his companions were gone. The curse of Polyphemus had narrowed around him. Late, alone, under sorrow, the words had become water around his mouth. For days he drifted, lashed to broken wood, carried past Charybdis again, lifted and lowered by waves that did not hate him and did not pity him. At last the sea brought him to Ogygia, the hidden island of Calypso. The storm has spent itself far behind the raft. Broken water becomes smooth water, and the body that survived it can rest at last under leaves, under stars, under the quiet care of the goddess who watches. The cattle of Helios are eaten, the last ship is lost. The companions are gone, and still the sea sets one tired man on a strange shore, as if even ruin could be carried gently when there is no one left to instruct. Calypso's island was beautiful in the way a secret can be beautiful. Ogygia lay far from the known routes of ships. Vines grew around a cave, birds nested in dark leaves, 4 springs ran with clear water, meadows opened with violets and parsley. Calypso herself was a nymph whose name is often linked with concealment, with covering over. She found Odysseus broken by the sea and cared for him. For 7 years he remained there. In some lights it might have seemed a paradise. There was food, shelter, beauty, and a deathless woman who loved him. Calypso offered immortality, a body untouched by age, a life outside the ordinary grief of mortals. But Odysseus sat on the shore and looked toward the horizon. He wept, not every moment, not theatrically, but with the steady sorrow of someone whose deepest wish lies beyond sight. When Hermes came from Zeus carrying the command that Odysseus must be released, Calypso grieved and protested. The gods often had their own double standards. Yet she obeyed. She gave him tools, cloth for a sail, food and drink, and showed him how to build a raft. Their parting was not simple hatred. It was the sadness of unequal desires. Calypso wanted to keep. Odysseus wanted to return. To choose Penelope was to choose age, uncertainty, and a mortal bed over endless youth in a shining cave. That is one of the deep mysteries of the poem. Home is not chosen because it is perfect. It is chosen because it is yours, because your life has grown roots there, because someone has waited in time rather than outside it. Immortality drifts away like a bright island disappearing behind the horizon. Odysseus chooses the mortal shore, the aging beloved, the rooted bed, and the ordinary night that makes home precious. There is a kind of love that prefers what can be lost, because what can be lost is also what can be known, and the gods, for all their splendor, often live too far from morning bread to understand the weight of a single returning step. Odysseus sailed again, not in a proud ship now, but on a raft made by his own hands. For 17 days he crossed the water. Then Poseidon saw him and stirred the sea. The raft broke. A sea goddess, Ino, gave him a veil that helped him survive. He swam until his strength was nearly gone, and the river of Scheria received him at last. He crawled beneath olive bushes and slept under leaves covered by Athena's care. Morning brought voices. Nausicaa, princess of the Phaeacians, had come with her companions to wash clothes by the river. Athena had sent her a dream, gently turning her steps toward the stranger. When Odysseus emerged, salt-stained and worn, he spoke carefully, with humility and grace. He did not frighten her. He asked for mercy. Nausicaa, young and clear-hearted, gave him clothing, food, and directions to the city. The Phaeacians lived on Scheria, a place between the ordinary world and the marvelous. Their king was Alcinous, and their queen was Arete, whose wisdom Odysseus was told to seek first. In their halls, he was welcomed as a suppliant. A bard sang of Troy, and Odysseus covered his face and wept. The king noticed. At last, Odysseus revealed his name and told the long story of his wanderings. Storytelling became a kind of healing. What had been chaos became sequence. What had been pain became speech. The Phaeacians listened through the night, and when the tale was done, they gave gifts and prepared a ship. Their sailors did not need guidance like ordinary men. They carried sleeping Odysseus over the sea and laid him on the shore of Ithaca, surrounded by treasure, while dawn waited behind the hills. Scheria remains as a gentle harbour in the story, a place where strangers listened and a tired man was carried while he slept. Its kindness needs no refrain. It only glows once and recedes. The Phaeacian ship moves through the night, with him aboard, and the rowers leave him on his own beach before dawn so quietly that the gulls do not start, as if hospitality at the right hour could be indistinguishable from sleep itself. Odysseus woke and did not know his own land. Athena had wrapped Ithaca in mist, partly to protect him, partly because return is never as simple as recognition. He thought he had been left on a foreign shore. Then the goddess came to him, first disguised, then revealed. Athena, grey-eyed goddess of wisdom, craft, and strategy, loved Odysseus because his mind answered hers. Together they planned. His house was troubled. During his absence, suitors had gathered around Penelope, eating his stores, filling the halls with noise, pressing her to choose a new husband. Telemachus had grown from infant to young man under that pressure. Penelope had resisted with intelligence of her own. She wove a shroud by day and unwove it by night, delaying choice through craft. In this, she and Odysseus were matched. Both survived by patience shaped into action. Athena disguised Odysseus as an old beggar. He went first to the hut of Eumaeus, the loyal swineherd, whose simple kindness shines warmly in the poem. Eumaeus did not know his master, yet he welcomed the stranger, gave him food, and spoke of Odysseus with grief and loyalty. There is a tenderness in being loved when absent. There is a deeper tenderness in hearing that love before revealing yourself. Telemachus returned from his own search for news of his father. In the hut, with Athena's help, Odysseus showed himself to his son, who Telemachus could hardly believe it. The man he had imagined all his life stood before him, weathered, scarred by sea and sorrow, alive. Their embrace held 20 years of absence. It did not erase them, it gathered them. Together they went to the house. The old dog Argos, lying neglected near the gate, recognized Odysseus before many humans did. He lifted his head, saw his master, and then let go of life. It is a small moment, almost unbearable in its quietness. The house itself seemed to know, even while the people inside remained blind. The reckoning with the suitors belongs to the ancient poem, and it is stern. Here, we pass over it softly. Think instead of a bow strung by the one hand that still knows it, of a hall holding its breath, of disorder brought to an end like a storm moving out to sea. The important thing for this night is not punishment, but restoration. The house, long invaded by noise, began to remember silence. Ithaca is no longer a word of longing only. It is earth underfoot, smoke beyond the trees, a house waiting to become true again, and the quiet permission to stop travelling for tonight. The suitors fall silent. The hall is washed. The dogs lie down. The bed knows its master, and the master knows the bed. And between them is a stillness that has waited 20 years to be allowed. Penelope did not rush into belief. This matters. She had survived too long by caution to surrender it at the first impossible joy. A man stood before her, claiming to be Odysseus. He looked like him and did not look like him. Time had written on his face. Sea wind had changed his body. Hope itself can be dangerous when it arrives wearing the shape of what you most desire. So she tested him with the secret of their bed. She ordered that it be moved. Odysseus flared with recognition, because the bed could not be moved. He had built it around the trunk of a living olive tree, rooted in the earth beneath their chamber. He had shaped the room around it. The bed was not furniture. It was a covenant between craft and place, between marriage and soil. Only the true Odysseus would know. When he spoke of it, Penelope knew. The distance between them, 20 years wide, narrowed. They held one another and wept as shipwrecked swimmers reach land. In the old simile, her joy is like that of sailors seeing shore after Poseidon has shattered their vessel. It is one of the most beautiful reversals in Greek poetry. Odysseus, who has longed for land, becomes himself the land Penelope reaches. Home, then, is not merely a roof. It is a shared memory no stranger can counterfeit. It is a bed rooted in olive wood. It is a name spoken by the right voice. It is the place where your disguises can finally fall away. Even then, peace is not instant. The world beyond the house must still be calmed. Families must be answered. The gods must settle what mortals cannot. Yet for one night, the wanderer is no longer wandering. Imagine the palace of Ithaca growing quiet. Imagine Telemachus sleeping with a lighter heart. Imagine Penelope awake beside the husband she mourned before he died. Imagine Odysseus listening, not to waves for once, but to the breathing of his own house. The sea is still there below the cliffs. It always will be. But tonight, it does not call him away. Before the voyage folds completely into sleep, it can open once more around the parts of the story that make homecoming feel human. Odysseus is often remembered for cleverness, but cleverness alone would make a colder tale. What keeps the Odyssey alive is that intelligence is always tied to longing. His mind turns because his heart is fixed on a place. Every disguise, every careful word, every plan made under pressure bends toward Ithaca, toward Penelope, toward the bed rooted in living wood. The old singers understood that a person can win a war and still be unfinished. Troy gives Odysseus fame, but fame does not tell him how to sit quietly at his own hearth again. It does not restore the years Telemachus spent fatherless. It does not return the men who sailed beside him. The voyage home is therefore not an afterword to battle. It is the deeper test, whether a man shaped by danger can become recognizable again to the people who waited. Think of the ships leaving Troy under a sky washed pale by smoke. The men want the ordinary world with an almost painful hunger. They want bread without alarm, sleep without armor nearby, a child's voice in a courtyard, the smell of oil warming in a lamp. Yet the sea receives them without promising anything. It takes the oars, lifts the hulls, and begins to ask its questions one island at a time. The Lotus Eaters ask the first question softly. What if peace meant forgetting? What if the ache of home could be dissolved like honey in the mouth? The danger there is gentle enough to be tempting. No monster stands at the shore, no sword is raised, only memory loosens, and with it, the difficult thread of identity. Odysseus pulls his men away because he knows that a painless rest bought with the loss of self is not true rest. Polyphemus asks a harsher question. What can intelligence do when strength owns the doorway? In the cave, Odysseus becomes smaller than the world around him. The stone is too heavy, the giant too strong, the night too enclosed. His answer is language, a false name, a timing, a plan hidden inside helplessness. Yet the escape is stained by pride. He survives through wit, then endangers himself through the desire to be known. That desire is not difficult to understand. After years of war, after a plan as famous as the wooden horse, after fear in a cave, a man might want the world to hear his name, but Greek myth is severe with such moments. The name thrown back across the water becomes a hook for Poseidon's anger. The sea god does not forget. The waves remember what Odysseus should have left unspoken. Aeolus and the Bag of Winds show another kind of fragility. A captain may be wise, but a crew can still doubt him. Companions are not extensions of the hero's will. They are tired, jealous, frightened, hopeful, and suspicious in their own ways. Ithaca appears close enough to wound them with hope, and then one act of mistrust drives it away. The pain of almost home is sharper than distance because the heart has already begun to arrive. The Laestrygonian harbour teaches caution after the lesson has become costly. A safe-looking place can be dangerous because it offers enclosure. High cliffs, still water, and a narrow entrance may seem protective until the same shape becomes a trap. Odysseus leaves one ship outside, and that decision saves the story. Sometimes wisdom is only a small hesitation at the edge of a place that looks too still. Circe's island is different. It is not only a threat, it is a pause with fragrance and firelight. The men become animals, but they are restored. The house becomes warm, the table is set. The goddess who first frightens them becomes a guide. This is why the Odyssey feels more like life than a simple contest. Not every danger remains an enemy. Not every delay is meaningless. Some delays feed the body while quietly testing whether the soul still wants its road. When Circe sends Odysseus to the dead, the voyage changes depth. He is no longer merely moving across geography. He is traveling through memory, mortality, and prophecy. Tiresias gives directions, but Anticlea gives sorrow. A mother found among the shades cannot be embraced. That image carries the cost of absence more strongly than any storm. Odysseus has been trying to reach home, and in the underworld he learns that home has been changing without him. Achilles among the dead adds another silence. The greatest warrior does not praise glory from beyond the grave. He would rather be a poor living servant than lord of shadows. The lesson falls quietly across Odysseus' path. Survival, humble and difficult, is worth more than a song that leaves the singer cold. The Odyssey keeps returning to this truth. The ordinary breath of life is precious because it can be lost. The sirens offer knowledge in the form of beauty. Their song is dangerous because it seems to promise completion. A tired mind longs for an explanation that will gather every wound into order. Odysseus wants to hear and survive the hearing, so he creates a boundary before desire arrives. Wax for the crew, ropes for himself, instructions given while clear. This is one of the wisest images in the poem, arranging protection in advance of weakness. Scylla and Charybdis are the nightmare of limited choices. No perfect route exists. Odysseus must steer near one grief to avoid a greater one. The story does not pretend that leadership keeps the hands clean. It only shows a man passing between devouring forms of loss, emerging with fewer voices on the deck. Even in a softened telling, that passage should remain solemn. Some choices save the whole by failing to save everyone. Thrinacia, the island of Helios's cattle, asks whether hunger can keep an oath. The men have been warned. They know the cattle are sacred. Yet storms trap them, food dwindles, and desperation changes the sound of good counsel. Eurylochus speaks for the body when the body has suffered too long. Better to die once at sea, he says in the old poem Spirit, than to waste away slowly. The choice is wrong, but it is not empty of human pressure. Odysseus sleeps when the cattle are taken. That detail matters. He cannot watch every hour. No leader, however clever, can prevent every failure. The companions act, the sun god sees, Zeus is asked to answer, and the voyage narrows toward catastrophe. When the storm finally breaks, it is not random weather. It is consequence given wind and thunder. The ship is shattered. Odysseus alone continues. Alone he clings to wreckage, and the hero becomes almost nothing. A body in water, a pair of hands, a will not yet extinguished. The sea that has been road, enemy, and mirror becomes everything around him. He has lost crew, ship, spoils, and nearly name. This stripping away prepares the long stillness of Calypso's island, where survival becomes another form of captivity. Ogygia is beautiful enough to confuse the heart. Calypso offers shelter, love, and even immortality. For many heroes, such an offer would end the search. No age, no death, no ordinary grief. But Odysseus looks from her island toward the sea. and wants the mortal woman who waits in a mortal house. This is one of the most moving choices in Greek myth. He chooses limits because love without time would not be the home he seeks. Calypso is not merely cruel. Her name suggests concealment, and she conceals him from the world as much as she keeps him safe from it. Her island is a hidden place where the story nearly stops. When Hermes arrives with the command of Zeus, the pause breaks. Calypso lets him go, though not without sorrow. Even divine figures in these stories can be lonely. Even a goddess may lose what she wanted to keep. The raft Odysseus builds is an answer made of hands. After palaces, caves, enchanted houses, dead kingdoms, and divine islands, he returns to timber, rope, and labor. He cuts, shapes, binds, and launches. There is dignity in that. A person who has lost everything may still make the next small vessel. The raft is not grand, but it points toward home, and that is enough for the sea to test it. Poseidon breaks the raft, and again Odysseus is reduced to endurance. Ino's veil, the river's mercy, and Athena's care help him reach Scheria, but help does not erase exhaustion. When he sleeps beneath the olive bushes covered with leaves, he is close to the simplest form of safety. Ground under the body, branches above, breath continuing. Before he can be honored in a hall, he must sleep like someone washed ashore from the edge of life. Nausicaa's kindness is a dawn after storm. She is young, but she behaves with grace. Odysseus speaks to her carefully because he knows how vulnerable he appears and how easily a stranger can frighten. Their meeting is one of the poem's gentle thresholds. It shows that civilization begins again not with a throne, but with clean clothing, food, directions, and the decision not to turn away from need. The Phaeacians give Odysseus something he has lacked: listeners. In their hall, his wandering becomes a story told in order. This is not a small thing. Pain that remains only inside the body can feel like weather without horizon. Spoken aloud, it becomes a path with stations: lotus, cave, winds, harbour, goddess dead, song straight, cattle, island, storm. The telling does not undo the losses, but it gives them shape. When the Phaeacian ship carries him sleeping to Ithaca, the homecoming is tenderly strange. He does not row. He does not command. He is carried like a child or a dream. After so many years of effort, the final crossing happens while he rests. Perhaps that is another kindness in the poem. Not every arrival must be forced awake. Sometimes the soul comes home while the conscious mind has finally let go. Athena's mist around Ithaca is more than disguise. It suggests that even the true home may be unrecognizable at first. Return can be bewildering. The place is real, but the person returning has changed. Odysseus must learn his own shore again. He must enter not as a triumphant king, but as a beggar, a listener, a watcher. The final test of cunning is humility. Eumaeus the swineherd offers one of the warmest shelters in the story. He does not know the stranger is his lord. His kindness is therefore clean. He gives food because a guest has arrived. He speaks loyalty because loyalty has become his nature, not because anyone powerful is rewarding him. In a poem filled with gods, monsters, and kings, a good hut can shine brighter than a palace. Telemachus meeting his father is not only reunion, it is the joining of two unfinished stories. The son has grown in absence, shaped by rumors and pressure. The father returns with memories no son can fully imagine. Athena allows recognition, and the space between them fills at once with disbelief, grief, and sudden hope. Their embrace does not recover the lost years, but it gives those years somewhere to go. Penelope's intelligence has been working all this time. While Odysseus moves through islands, she moves through days inside a besieged house. Her loom is her ship. Her delay is her voyage. By weaving and unweaving, she creates time, and time becomes protection. She's not merely waiting as a passive figure in the distance, she's actively preserving the possibility of the household's truth. Argos, the old dog, recognizes what others miss. That moment is small, and because it is small, it pierces. The animal body remembers the master beneath age, rags, and disguise. Recognition does not always come first from the powerful. Sometimes it comes from the creature lying near the gate, too weak to rise, strong enough only to know. Then even that strength is spent. The bow in the hall belongs to the sterner part of the poem. For sleep, we can let the violence stay behind a curtain. What matters is the restoration of order and the end of noise. The house that had been eaten hollow by arrogance begins to return to itself. A threshold becomes a threshold again. A table becomes a table again. A marriage can speak without being drowned out by strangers. Penelope's test of the bed is the perfect answer to disguise. Faces change, voices roughen, bodies age. But the secret of the bed remains rooted. Odysseus knows that it was made from a living olive tree, built into the chamber itself. The marriage bed cannot be moved because the deepest truth of the household is joined to the earth. In that image, wandering and rootedness finally meet. The olive tree matters. It is not a cedar cut and carried, not a plank bought in a market, but a living trunk shaped without being uprooted. Odysseus, the man of motion, made his bed from something that stayed. Penelope, the woman who remained, recognizes him by that work. The story's long circle closes around craft, memory, and place. After recognition, there is still a world to settle, but the night does not need every public consequence. It can rest inside the chamber where truth has been spoken. Odysseus and Penelope talk, perhaps through hours, perhaps with tears, perhaps with pauses too deep for words. A long absence cannot be crossed in a single embrace. Yet the crossing has begun, and the sea outside the house is no longer between them. For the listener, Odysseus's voyage can become less a map than a breathing pattern. Leave, lose, remember, endure, speak, return. The islands are many, but the motion underneath is simple. A person can drift far from the self and still carry a hidden bearing. A name can be disguised and still survive. A home can wait, not unchanged, but faithful enough to be known again. Now let Ithaca grow quiet around the returned man. The goats settle on the hills. The olive leaves turn their pale undersides to the night wind. The harbour darkens. The rooted bed rests in the room like a secret the earth has kept. The long road of water loosens behind him, island by island, until even the hardest names are only stars reflected on a calm sea. The Odyssey can linger too, around the people who remain at the edges of the famous journey. A voyage is never only the traveller. It is also the wife who keeps the house from being rewritten, the son who grows under uncertainty, the servants who decide what loyalty means when power is absent, the strangers who offer bread, and the dead whose voices still shape the living. Odysseus moves across the sea, but many others hold pieces of the road. Penelope's waiting is not empty. It has texture, strategy, fatigue, and private anger. Every day in Ithaca she must measure speech. Too much grief would make her vulnerable. Too much hope would make her seem foolish. Too much refusal would sharpen the suitor's impatience. So she lives in balance, using the loom as both work and shield. By day, the cloth grows. By night, it returns to possibility. Her delay is a craft as subtle as any plan Odysseus makes. Telemachus begins as a child inside a story he cannot verify. His father is everywhere and nowhere, praised in songs, doubted by strangers, remembered by servants, mocked by the men eating in his hall. To grow up under such absence is to inherit a question. When he searches for news, he is not only looking for Odysseus, he is trying to discover the shape of his own courage. A son of a wandering man must learn how to stand. Athena's care often arrives through disguise. She does not simply solve the story. She nudges, counsels, strengthens, conceals, and reveals at the needed hour. This is a quieter form of divine help than thunder. It resembles the way wisdom sometimes works in human life, not by removing the road, but by giving the mind enough steadiness to take the next part of it. Odysseus remains responsible for choices, yet he is not entirely alone. Poseidon is not only anger, he is the immensity of what cannot be controlled. A sailor may be clever, disciplined, beloved by a goddess, and still the sea can rise. The poem knows this. It does not flatter human planning beyond its reach. Water has its own will in the imagination of Greece. To cross it is to accept that skill matters deeply and does not guarantee arrival. This is frightening but also truthful. The companions of Odysseus are often remembered for their failures, yet their failures are human. They open the bag of winds because they are tired of hierarchy and suspicious of hidden treasure. They touch the cattle because hunger and storm have worn down obedience. They linger where rest is offered because the body longs to stop. The poem is severe with them, but sleep can read them with some mercy. Not every wrong choice begins in wickedness. Eurylochus especially deserves a softer glance. He is cautious at Circe's house, frightened for good reason, later persuasive in the wrong direction on Thrinacia. He is the voice of ordinary limits beside Odysseus's extraordinary endurance. A story needs such a figure because most people are not heroes every hour. They become afraid, hungry, resentful, and practical. Through Eurylochus, the poem admits that survival is not only noble, it is also messy. The cattle of Helios shine in the story like a boundary marked by sunlight. They are beautiful because they are forbidden. The men see them while trapped by weather, and the island becomes a test of patience under deprivation. Sacred things are easiest to respect when one is comfortable. The true test comes when the stomach is empty and the sky will not clear. In that pressure, reverence becomes difficult, and difficulty reveals character. Calypso's offer of immortality is also a test of scale. She can give what mortals dream of and fear: endless life, beauty, shelter, a love outside ordinary decay. Odysseus refuses because endlessness without the right beloved is another island. He would rather age with Penelope than remain forever beside a goddess who cannot become home. This choice gives the poem its mortal heart. The limited life is not a lesser prize when it is truly one's own. Nausicaa belongs to the kindness of thresholds. She meets Odysseus when he is least adorned by heroism. He has no ship, no crew, no fine appearance, no public proof. He has only speech, need, and the dignity he can still gather around himself. Her response shows the civilization the poem values: hospitality before certainty, help before full knowledge, grace offered to a stranger who might have been easy to fear. The Phaeacian hall is a chamber of listening. There, Odysseus becomes narrator of himself. He chooses the order, tone, and meaning of what happened. This matters because trauma often arrives as fragments: a cave, a cry, a shore, a storm, a face in the dead. Story arranges the fragments without pretending they were easy. The listeners do not row his past away, but they give it a place to be heard. When he reaches Ithaca asleep, the poem gives him what he has not granted himself for years: helpless arrival. The Phaeacians carry him without asking him to plan. They place him on shore like a precious burden. His treasures lie beside him, but the greater gift is that he has crossed the last water without vigilance. For a man who has survived by watching, sleep itself becomes a ferry. The mist Athena lays over Ithaca has a dreamlike wisdom. Home is not immediately obvious because homecoming is not simple recognition. A person may return to the correct place and still feel estranged. The trees are familiar, yet altered. The paths are known, yet the feet hesitate. The returning self is not the leaving self. The mist gives Odysseus time to become ready for his own life again. Eumaeus's hut is one of the poem's quiet sanctuaries. Its value is not luxury, but faithfulness. A poor shelter can be richer than a corrupted hall when the heart inside it remains true. Eumaeus gives the disguised stranger food and respect. He speaks of his absent master with longing. In doing so, he shows Odysseus that some part of Ithaca has stayed intact, not in the palace, but in the humble place beyond it. Recognition unfolds in layers: Telemachus first, then Argos, then the nurse Euryclea by the scar, then Penelope by the bed. Each recognition belongs to a different part of identity: father, master, body, husband, maker of a secret-rooted thing. Odysseus cannot simply announce himself and be restored. He must be known piece by piece by those whose memories hold different truths. The scar recognized by Euryclea is another small door in the poem. Bodies remember what names conceal. A wound from youth, carried under rags and age, becomes evidence stronger than speech. The nurse who once held him as a child sees the mark and knows the man. That moment joins infancy, youth, wandering, and return in one touch. The body has been traveling with its history all along. Penelope's caution is not coldness, it is fidelity protecting itself from illusion. After 20 years, hope can be dangerous. Many stories, rumors, and liars may have crossed her threshold. To test the stranger is to honor the marriage, not doubt it. She asks about the bed, because true love in this poem is not merely feeling. It is shared knowledge, work done together, a secret no outsider can invent. The bed, rooted in olive wood, is the still center of the wandering tale. Odysseus has crossed seas, outwitted monsters, heard the dead, refused a goddess, and survived storms, but the proof of himself is domestic craft. He knows how the bed was made because his own hands shaped it. He knows it cannot be moved because its root remains in the earth. After all the motion, the truth is something fixed. There is rest in knowing that the poem ends not with conquest alone, but with recognition. The deepest homecoming is not the return of property or power. It is the moment when disguise is no longer needed. The wanderer can be seen. The one who waited can stop guarding every word. The house can begin slowly to sound like itself again. Outside, the sea remains, but it has lost its claim for the night. For sleep, let the voyage become a circle drawn on dark water. Troy, lotus, cave, winds, harbour, island, underworld, song, whirlpool, cattle, goddess, river, palace, hut, hall, bed. Each place glimmers once, then softens. You do not have to remember the order. The old poem remembers for you. It has carried these names for centuries and can carry them a little farther while you rest. The final kindness of the Odyssey is that home is not perfect, only real. Ithaca has problems waiting. The house has been damaged. The years cannot be restored. Yet the rooted bed remains. The olive tree lives, Penelope knows. Telemachus has found his father, and Odysseus can hear the ordinary night around his own walls. Sometimes that is enough for the soul, not a flawless ending, but a true place to lay down the oar. One final current can move beneath the Odyssey before sleep. The poem is full of motion, yet its deepest images are still. Penelope at the loom, the olive bed rooted in the floor, Argos lifting his head, Eumaeus' hut in the quiet fields, Athena standing near in disguise. These still images matter because the voyage is not only a sequence of adventures, it is the search for a stillness that can be trusted. Odysseus learns again and again that arrival cannot be forced by cleverness alone. He can plan his way out of a cave, listen safely to the sirens, speak well to Nausicaa, and hide his name when needed. But the sea remains larger than strategy. The story honors intelligence without worshipping it. Wisdom is intelligence humbled by weather, grief, hunger, memory, and the knowledge that other hearts have been waiting too. Penelope's loom is the answer to the wooden horse. Both are acts of craft, but one wins a war and the other preserves a home. Odysseus builds deception to enter Troy. Penelope builds delay to protect Ithaca. The poem places them far apart, then lets us see that they belong together. Husband and wife both survive through patience shaped by skill. Their recognition is therefore not sudden romance only. It is the meeting of two minds. Telemachus gives the homecoming a future. Without him, the story might close only around loss and reunion. With him, the house has another generation standing in the doorway, uncertain but no longer fatherless. He does not receive the childhood that absence took from him, but he receives the living man. In myth, as in life, repair rarely restores everything. It gives enough truth for the next day to begin. The sea outside Ithaca does not disappear. It remains below the cliffs, dark and breathing. Odysseus has come home, but the world is still wide, and memory is still full of islands. The difference is that he no longer has to answer every wave. For tonight, the oar can rest, the sail can hang quiet, the mind can stop scanning the horizon for danger. If the listener keeps one image from the voyage, let it be the rooted bed. After all the drifting, here is something made by hand and held by earth. Olive wood, marriage, craft, secrecy, recognition and rest are joined in one place. The bed says that home is not merely where a person arrives. It is what has known the truth of them long enough to recognize them through change. The old names can loosen now: Troy, Ithaca, Ogygia, Scheria, Aiaia, Thrinacia. They no longer need to be held in order. They can become lights along a distant coast. Odysseus has carried them far enough. Penelope has waited long enough. Telemachus has wondered long enough. The poem can keep watch while the listener lets go. So let the wine dark sea become only darkness and breathing. Let the oars become the rhythm of sleep. Let Athena's counsel become a quiet steadiness at the edge of thought. Let Poseidon's anger sink into deep water where it cannot reach this room. Let Ithaca rest under olive leaves, and let the wanderer, at last, be still. Before the final tide carries the tale away, let the house of Ithaca become very quiet. The suitor's noise is gone from the hall, the lamps burn lower. Beyond the walls, goats shift on the hills, and olive leaves whisper in the night wind. Odysseus does not need to speak cleverly now. Penelope does not need to test. Telemachus does not need to wonder. For a little while, each person can simply be where the long story has brought them. The rooted bed remains the center. Around it, the years do not vanish, but they stop scattering. War, wandering, storm, disguise, and grief settle into the wood like rain into earth. The bed does not answer every question. It only proves that something true endured while everything else moved. That is enough for sleep. The mind can rest near that rooted thing and let the sea grow distant. Odysseus will still have memories. A homecoming does not erase the cave, the island, the dead, the song, or the storm, but memory can change its distance. What once surrounded him can become something seen from shore. The listener may borrow that distance tonight. Whatever has been loud in the mind can move outward, wave by wave, until it is still present, but no longer pressing close. So let Ithaca be not a demand, but a permission. A person does not have to arrive perfectly to rest. The wanderer comes back weathered. The house receives him in pieces. Recognition takes time, and still the night can be kind. The oar can be laid down, the sail can be furled. The old sea can breathe below the cliffs without calling anyone away. One more breath can pass through Ithaca before the story closes. The island has waited through rumor, arrogance, grief, disguise, and the long ache of the sea. Now it does not need to prove anything. The hills are dark, the harbour is still, and the house has begun the slow work of becoming ordinary again. Ordinary is not small here. Ordinary is the treasure for which the whole voyage has been made. The poem does not ask the listener to be Odysseus. It does not ask for cunning endurance or heroic watchfulness tonight. Those belong to the old song. The listener may take only the gentler part, the permission to stop rowing, the image of a shore that does not move away, the knowledge that even a wandering mind can be guided toward rest by one quiet light. The last gift of the voyage is that it does not ask to be followed perfectly. The listener may forget the order of islands, the names of winds, the shape of every shore, and still receive the deep emotion away from noise through trial, toward rest. Odysseus has carried the harder road. Penelope has kept the quieter flame. Telemachus has found the missing voice. The house is not untouched, but it is true enough for night. Let that truth be enough. Let the sea move farther out. Let Ithaca remain dark and gentle under olive leaves. The sea is quiet now, and its quiet is the point. It has carried the names far enough that none of them need to be held tightly. The listener can leave the last oar in the water and let the dark current do what rest has always known how to do. And if one last image remains, let it be the olive tree inside the house, rooted, patient, alive in the dark. Around it the bed is built, and around the bed the room grows quiet. Around the room the island rests, and around the island the sea breathes without taking anyone away tonight. This is enough. The wandering has become stillness. No more rowing is needed. No more names must be sorted. The poem can keep its own map now, while the listener rests beside the shore. The harbour is quiet, the lamp remains. The old sea has no further claim on this hour. Rest can begin. Now the long voyage begins to fold itself into the dark water of sleep. Troy is far behind, only an ember in the mind. The lotus eaters have lowered their flowers. Polyphemus remains in his cave of shadow and echo. Iolus has tied his winds again. The Lestrygonian harbour is empty under high cliffs. Circe sings somewhere on Aiaia, her loom moving softly in lamplight. Tiresias has returned to the hush of the dead. The sirens are only a thread of music beyond hearing. Scylla and Charybdis are rocks and water under a moon you need not approach. The cattle of Helios graze in sunlight. No hand will trouble. Calypso's island is hidden. Nausicaa's river runs clear. Ithaca rests beneath its olive trees. Odysseus has come home, and yet the meaning of the tale is not that every journey ends quickly, or that every longing is satisfied in the way we expect. The meaning is slower. It says that the desire for home can survive bewilderment. It says that memory can be a compass, though sometimes a painful one. It says that cleverness matters, but so do endurance, humility, and the willingness to be known after years of disguise. For you, tonight, the sea does not have to be crossed. It can simply breathe beside you. Each wave can take a thought and smooth it. Each retreating wash of water can draw a little tension from the shore of the body. If there is a Troy behind you, some old labour or brightness or ruin, let it fade to a distant glow. If there is an Ithaca ahead, some place of rest not yet reached, let it wait without demanding your arrival before morning. Think of the bed of olive wood, rooted and unmoving. Think of Penelope, recognizing the truth not by a face alone, but by a secret held faithfully in memory. Think of Telemachus laying down the burden of not knowing. Think of Athena's grey eyes in the dark, not commanding now, only watching over the quiet after the work is done. The wine-dark sea becomes darker. The stars lower themselves into it one by one. The ship is no longer a ship, but a cradle. The oars are no longer oars, but breaths. Dip, pull, lift, inhale, exhale, rest. Odysseus sleeps in Ithaca. Penelope sleeps beside him. The house sleeps around them. Even Poseidon, far off among his deep halls, lets the waters settle for a while. And you may settle too. You do not need to solve the route. You do not need to name every island. You do not need to be clever or strong or watchful. Let the old story keep sailing after you have stopped listening. Let it move under the surface of dreams, carrying its dark hull through moonlit water. Somewhere, always, there is a shore. Somewhere, always, there is a lamp. Somewhere beneath the slow turning of the night, the sea is becoming sleep. The night gives the story room to breathe. Between one island and the next, there is always water, and water is never empty. It holds reflected stars, hidden depths, old prayers, and the soft labour of men leaning over oars. It holds the silence after a warning, the silence before a name is spoken, the silence in which a person remembers what they are trying not to forget. Odysseus crosses that silence again and again. You may hear it as a hush around the words, a wide blue-black space where nothing needs to happen quickly. Every homecoming has such spaces. There are days when the shore is not visible, days when the wind is wrong, days when the heart grows tired of wanting. The ancient singers knew this. They did not give Odysseus a straight road because human longing rarely travels in straight lines. It circles, loses courage, finds courage, mistakes rest for arrival, mistakes danger for knowledge, and still, somewhere underneath, keeps turning toward its island. Now let Ithaca grow quiet around the returned man. The goats settle on the hills above the palace. The olive leaves turn their pale undersides to the night wind. The harbour darkens. The rooted bed rests in the chamber like a secret the earth has kept. The long road of water loosens behind the wanderer island by island until even the hardest names become only stars reflected on a calm sea. You may, in your imagination, set down beside you everything that the day has asked you to carry. Set down the meetings, the messages, the small worries with their bright, sharp edges, the larger worries with their long, slow weight. The story has crossed a great sea. The story can carry your smaller crossings too. The wave that lifts a tired hero can lift a tired listener just as easily. Good evening and welcome back, one last time, to the slow, gentle work of letting the story rest. Get cozy, settle in, and let us begin the long lowering of the lamp. The tale of Odysseus has been carried by many tongues across the ages, by sailors at the rail, by wives at the loom, by children at the gate, by tired travellers who knew the ache of being drawn back toward a place where their name was known. In the beginning, before any of these tellings, there was only a quieter rumour of the long road home through wide water, a feeling that the heart could wander for years and still remember the shape of its own door. The old poets later gave it names. They gave it Penelope, Telemachus, Odysseus, and the rooted bed in its chamber. They gave it the long stillness in which it now rests. But that is a story for another day. For now, remember this. Tonight, the work of the tale is done. It simply was, like all old stories, the carrying of the long ache of homecoming through the long inheritance of nights. Let the names settle. Let the room settle. Let the night gather you up. Imagine the wine-dark sea far behind you, the long voyage and its many shores no longer pressing on your thoughts. In your mind, reach back and close an invisible door to the wandering, feeling it move on silent hinges, sealing the ships, the islands, and the long road of homecoming in calm and order. Good evening and welcome back. The hour has grown still, and the room around you has begun the slow practice of letting go of the day. The lamps are low, the corners have softened. Whatever the morning brought, whatever the afternoon asked, whatever the evening still holds in its small busy hands, you may begin now, little by little, to set it down. There is no urgency here. The story we are about to enter is older than urgency. It has waited a long time already. It will wait, patient as bronze armour laid down beside a sleeping fire, for as much of your attention as you can give before sleep takes you. Let your shoulders settle. Let your jaw rest. Let your hands lie wherever they have come to rest, open or folded, whichever feels more natural to the body that has carried you this far. There is no pose to maintain tonight. There is no question to answer before the morning. The day, with all its rough edges, may now begin its slow folding away into memory, and the night, kind and old, may begin to gather you up. Tonight we enter the story of Achilles. the swift-footed son of a mortal king and a goddess of the sea, the greatest warrior of the age of heroes, the man whose anger opens the oldest poem in the Greek world, and whose grief closes it in something very near to tenderness. He is a figure of bronze and salt water, of music played in a cave on a mountain, of a long shore lined with ships, of a wrath that turned the tide of a great war, and a sorrow that turned the warrior back into a man. His story holds the wedding of his parents, the long care of a centaur, a choice between two fates, a quarrel over honour, the loss of the friend he loved most, and a single night of shared weeping that the old singers thought was the truest thing in all the tale. We will move through these images slowly. We will not press them. We will let them rise and fade like figures painted faintly on the wall of an old temple, and the listener may drift into sleep at any point along the way without missing what matters. Get cozy, settle in, and let us begin. You may close your eyes, if your eyes wish to close. The story will keep its shape without you watching it. The Greeks who first sang of Achilles would have understood. They sang of him in the great halls and at the small fires, in the courts of kings and in the doorways of farmers, for many centuries before anyone wrote the songs down. The singer continued. The listener slept or did not sleep as the listener wished. The song carried on regardless. Because a song about a hero does not need its hero to be awake, and it does not need its listener to be awake either. It needs only to be sung and to be carried from one night into the next across the long inheritance of nights. In the beginning of this telling, we must step back before Achilles was born into a matter that troubled the gods themselves. There was a sea goddess named Thetis, a daughter of the old sea elder Nereus, one of the grey and gentle powers of the deep water. She was beautiful in the way that the sea is beautiful, changeful, silver, difficult to hold. Both Zeus, the king of the gods, and Poseidon, the lord of the sea, had looked upon her with desire. Each had thought for a time to take her for himself. But there was an oracle, an old word carried by earth or spoken by Prometheus, who knew the shapes of things to come. The oracle said that Thetis would bear a son greater than his father. The son would surpass the one who fathered him, exactly as Zeus had surpassed his own father Kronos, and Kronos had surpassed the sky before him. When the gods heard this, their desire cooled into caution. Neither Zeus nor Poseidon wished to father a child who would one day rise above him and unseat him from his place. The throne of heaven had changed hands twice already through exactly this kind of succession. Zeus had no wish to make it change a third time. So the gods made a decision that was, in its way, both wise and a little cruel. They would give Thetis, a goddess of the deep sea, to a mortal man. A son born to a mortal father could be great, even the greatest of his kind, but he would still be mortal. He would still die. The danger in the oracle would be contained inside the boundary of a single human lifetime. The son might surpass his father in glory, but the father would be a man, and the surpassing of a man is a small thing beside the surpassing of a god. The man they chose was Peleus, a king of the Myrmidons in Phthia, a region of Thessaly in the north of Greece. Peleus was a good man, brave and pious, a former companion of heroes, a hunter who had sailed on great voyages and stood beside famous names. But he was mortal, and Thetis, who was a goddess, did not at first wish to be given to him. The old story says she resisted. She changed her shape, as the powers of the sea can change their shape. Peleus, advised by the wise centaur Chiron, caught hold of her on a lonely shore and held on while she became fire, became water, became a lion, became a serpent, became every wild and slipping form the sea could offer. He did not let go. At last she returned to her own shape and consented and agreed to be his wife. There is sorrow even in this consent. She had been handed from the company of the gods to the bed of a man, not entirely by her choosing, and she never quite forgot that she had once belonged to the deep water and to the deathless company of her own kind. The wedding of Peleus and Thetis was one of the great celebrations of the old world. It was held, the singers say, in the cave of Charon on Mount Pelion, and the gods themselves came down from Olympus to attend. They brought gifts. Poseidon gave 2 immortal horses, swift as the wind. The gods gave a suit of divine armour. The Muses sang. For one bright evening, the mortal and immortal worlds sat together at a single feast, and the high air of the mountain was full of music and the smell of the long tables. It was at this wedding that the seed of a far greater sorrow was quietly planted, though no one at the feast yet understood it. The goddess of discord, Eris, had not been invited, for who invites discord to a wedding? She came anyway, unseen, and she rolled among the guests a single golden apple inscribed with 3 words, "For the fairest." 3 goddesses reached for it, Hera, the queen of heaven, Athena, the grey-eyed daughter of wisdom, and Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. Their quarrel over that apple would, in time, lead to the judgment of a Trojan prince, the carrying away of a Spartan queen, and the gathering of 1,000 ships against the city of Troy. But all of that lay far in the future. On the night of the wedding, there was only music, and the long tables, and the bride who had been a goddess of the sea sitting beside the mortal man who would be the father of her only child. In time, Thetis bore Peleus, a son. This was Achilles. From the moment of his birth, his mother was caught in a grief that most mothers are spared. She was deathless, and her child was not. She had given herself, however unwillingly, to a mortal husband, and the fruit of that union was a mortal son. She knew, with the cold, clear knowledge of the gods, that her boy would one day die. The waters of her own nature ran in him, but so did the blood of a man, and the blood of a man always runs out in the end. A mortal mother does not know the hour of her child's death, and is mercifully spared the certainty of it. Thetis knew the certainty without the hour, and the certainty pressed on her from the first day. So she tried, in the way of the old myths, to make her son something other than mortal. There are 2 tellings of what she did, and the singers preserved them both. In the older telling, she took the infant Achilles by night to the hearth fire. She anointed him with ambrosia, the food of the gods, by day, and by night she laid him in the embers of the fire, burning away the mortal part of him a little at a time, intending to make him deathless. Peleus, waking one night, saw his infant son in the flames and cried out in terror. Thetis, interrupted in her secret work, set the child down and left him, angry and grieving, returning to the sea and to her father's halls beneath the water. The work was unfinished. The boy remained mortal. In the telling that later ages remembered best, Thetis carried the infant down to the river Styx, the cold, dark river that runs through the underworld, and by which even the gods swear their most binding oaths. She held him by one heel and dipped him into the black water, which had the power to make flesh-proof against all wounds. The water touched every part of him except the heel, where her fingers held him. And so Achilles grew to be a man whose body no spear could pierce and no arrow could wound, except in that one small place, the heel his mother's hand had covered, the one part of him the dark water had never touched. We will return to that heel at the very end, gently, the way one returns at the end of a long evening to a small thing noticed at the start. Whichever telling we follow, the meaning underneath them is the same, and it is a tender one. A goddess mother, knowing her son was mortal, tried with all the power she had to spare him the death that waited for him. She failed. There was a small place she could not reach, a heel, a gap, a flaw, and through that small place mortality kept its hold. The Greeks understood this. They understood that no love, however great, however divine, can wholly armour a child against the world. The mother does what she can. She dips the child in the protecting water. And still there is a heel. There is always a heel. When the time came for the boy to be raised and taught, Peleus and Thetis did what the best families of the heroic age did. They sent Achilles to the cave of Charon on Mount Pelion. Charon was the wisest of the centaurs, a being half man and half horse, but unlike the wild and quarrelsome centaurs of the lowlands, he was gentle, learned, and old beyond measure. He had taught many heroes. He had taught Jason, who would sail for the fleece. He had taught Asclepius, who would become the god of healing. He had taught the boy's own father, Peleus. Now he took Achilles into his high mountain home and raised him as he had raised the others, with patience and clear knowledge and the slow authority of one who has seen many seasons turn. The childhood of Achilles on Mount Pelion is one of the quiet, bright passages of his story, and the singers loved to dwell on it before the long shadow of the war fell across everything. The mountain air was clean, the meadows were full of herbs that Charon knew by name and by use. The boy was fed, the old story says, not on ordinary food, but on the inner parts of lions, and the marrow of bears and wild boars, so that the courage of those creatures might enter him. Whether this is to be taken plainly or as a way of saying that he was raised hard and raised for strength, the meaning holds. He grew swift, he grew strong. He learned to run so fast that he could catch the wild deer of the mountain on foot, without bow, without snare, simply by running them down across the high slopes until they tired. Chiron taught him more than running and the use of weapons. He taught him the lyre. And Achilles learned to play and to sing, and in later years, even in the camp before Troy, he would take up the lyre in the evenings and sing of the famous deeds of earlier men. The greatest warrior of the age was also a musician, and the old singers thought this fitting. The same hands that would one day be terrible in battle could also draw quiet sweetness from the strings. Chiron taught him the healing of wounds, the binding of injuries, the knowledge of which herbs draw out poison and which close a cut and which bring sleep to a man in pain. He taught him the old courtesies, the proper honouring of guests, the proper respect for the gods, the proper care of a king for the men who follow him. He taught him, in short, to be not only a fighter, but a man worthy of the songs that would be sung about him. It was in these years, in some of the tellings, that Achilles first came to know Patroclus, the companion who would matter to him more than any other person in his life. Patroclus was older than Achilles, a boy of good family who had come to live in the household of Peleus after a misfortune in his own home. The two were raised together, in the way that fosterage worked in the old world, and a bond grew between them that the Greeks honoured as the deepest kind of friendship a man could have. Patroclus was the gentler of the two, the more even-tempered, the one who soothed where Achilles burned. Achilles was the swifter, the fiercer, the one whose feeling ran hot and quick. They balanced one another. Where one was fire, the other was the steady hand that knew how to hold the fire. We will follow that bond all the way to its end, because the end of that bond is, in a sense, the turning point of the whole story. But before the war, there was the matter of the two fates. This is one of the oldest and most beautiful things the Greeks said about Achilles, and it sits at the centre of who he was. Thetis, his goddess mother, knew the future, as the powers of the sea sometimes know it. She knew that two destinies lay before her son, and that he would, in the course of his life, choose between them, even if he did not always know he was choosing. The first fate was this. If Achilles stayed home in Phthia, far from the great war that was gathering in the east, he would live a long life. He would grow old. He would marry and have children and watch them grow. He would rule his father's kingdom in peace. He would die at last in his own bed, full of years, surrounded by his family. But his name would fade. No songs would be sung of him. The generations would forget that he had ever lived. He would have length of days and obscurity at the end of them. The second fate was the opposite. If Achilles went to the war at Troy, he would win undying glory. His name would be sung forever, in every land where the Greek tongue was spoken, for as long as there were singers to sing and listeners to listen. He would be remembered as the greatest of all the heroes. But he would die young. He would never grow old. He would never see his son become a man. He would fall on the plain before Troy, far from home, and his bright short life would end in the dust of a foreign country. A long life forgotten, or a short life remembered forever. This was the choice. The Greeks turned it over and over, because it seemed to them to hold something true about every human life, not only the life of a hero. We cannot have everything. The thing we reach for is bought with the thing we let go. And Achilles, when the moment came, would reach for glory, knowing the price, and the knowing is what made him more than simply a strong man with a spear. He chose, with open eyes, the bright brief burning over the long, slow fading. The old singers did not entirely approve of the choice, and they did not entirely condemn it. They held it up to the light and let the listener feel its weight. When the great war began to gather, Thetis, who knew the second fate and dreaded it, tried one last time to save her son from the death she could see coming. The story of how she tried is one of the strangest and most touching in his whole tale. She took the young Achilles, who was by now a youth on the edge of manhood, and she hid him far away, on the island of Skyros, in the court of a king named Lycomedes. And she hid him in disguise. She dressed him as a girl and placed him among the many daughters of Lycomedes, so that he might live unnoticed in the women's quarters, far from any thought of war, and so escape the fate that waited for him at Troy. For a time the disguise held. Achilles lived among the daughters of the king. He was given a girl's name. He learned, or pretended to learn, the work of the women's rooms. And in those quiet rooms he came to love one of the king's daughters, Dardamia, and she bore him a son, who would be called Neoptolemus, and who would, in the fullness of time and in a manner his father never lived to see, play his own part in the fall of Troy. But all of that lay ahead. For now there was only a young man hidden in a disguise, living a borrowed quiet life on a small island, while across the sea the kings of Greece were beginning to count their ships. For the war could not begin without him. There had been a prophecy, as there so often was, that Troy would never fall unless Achilles fought in the host that besieged it. The Greek commanders knew this, and so they sent for the cleverest among them, Odysseus, the king of Ithaca, to find the hidden youth and bring him out of his disguise. Odysseus, whose mind was the sharpest in all the gathering army, came to Skyros disguised himself as a travelling merchant. He spread out his wares before the daughters of Lycomedes, cloth and jewellery, and the small bright things that delight the eye. But among the soft and lovely goods he laid a sword and a shield. The daughters of the king reached for the cloth and the ornaments, as Odysseus had known they would. But one of them, at the sight of the sword and shield, forgot herself entirely. The hand that reached for the weapon was not a girl's idle hand. It closed on the hilt with the old familiar certainty of one who had been trained from childhood to fight. And in that moment, in some tellings, Odysseus had a horn sounded, a call to arms, and the disguised Achilles, hearing the war call, stripped away the woman's clothing and stood revealed, a young man with a sword in his hand, ready for the battle his nature could not refuse. The disguise was over. His mother's last attempt to save him had failed, as her dipping of him in the river had failed, because there was something in him that reached for the sword the way water reaches downhill, by its own nature, without deciding. So Achilles went to the war. He came with his own people, the Myrmidons of Phthia, the ant people, a hard and faithful body of fighting men, 50 ships of them, the old count says. He came with Patroclus at his side. He came with the divine armor and the immortal horses that had been given at his parents' wedding. He came with his old tutor Phoenix, who had helped to raise him and who loved him almost as a father. And he came knowing, because his mother had told him, that this road led to glory and to an early death, and he came anyway, because the alternative was to fade, and he had chosen not to fade. Before the fighting could begin, the whole host of the Greeks had to be gathered, and the gathering was itself a great labour. The kings of all the scattered Greek lands brought their men and their ships to a single harbour at Aulis, on the strait between the mainland and the long island of Euboea. The old singers loved to count the ships, kingdom by kingdom, in a long, slow roll call that named every captain and every island and every town that sent its sons to the war. There were ships from rocky Ithaca and from sandy Pylos, from Mycenae rich in gold, and from Sparta and from Crete of the 100 cities, from Argos and from Tiryns of the great walls, until the count reached more than 1,000 vessels drawn up along the shore. It was the largest gathering of fighting men the old world remembered, and it took a long time to assemble, and longer still to cross. The fleet waited at Aulis for fair winds. When at last the winds came, the 1,000 ships put out together onto the open water, and the sea between Greece and the far coast was covered, for a few days, with sails, and the whole strength of a people was carried eastward toward a single city on a distant plain, toward the 10 long years that waited there, and toward the bright brief life that Achilles had chosen when he stepped aboard. The war at Troy was long. The old poems do not tell it as a single swift campaign, but as a grinding siege that lasted, in the count of the tradition, 10 full years. For 9 of those years the fighting went back and forth across the plain between the Greek ships and the walls of the city, and neither side could win. The Greeks raided the towns around Troy, the smaller cities allied to her, taking their goods and their cattle and their people. Achilles was foremost in this work. He sacked many towns in those 9 years, and from one of them he took, as his portion of the spoils, a woman named Briseis, who became dear to him. Remember her name. The whole great turning of the story will hinge, before long, on the question of who has the right to keep her. We will not dwell on the violence of those years. The sleep story does not press the edge of the sword. We will only say that the war was hard and long, that good men on both sides fell, and that the plain before Troy became, over those 9 years, a place soaked in the memory of fighting. The Greeks lived in a great camp along the shore, behind a wall and a ditch, with their ships drawn up on the sand behind them. The Trojans lived inside their high walls, with their wide streets and their temples and their families defending their home. Both sides grew weary. Both sides longed for an ending that would not come. It is at this point, in the 10th year, that the oldest poem of the Greek world begins. The poem we call the Iliad does not tell the whole war. It does not begin at the beginning or end at the fall of the city. It tells a single episode from the 10th year, a quarrel and its consequences, and the first word of the poem, in the Old Greek, is the word for wrath. Sing, goddess, the wrath of Achilles. The whole great poem is the story of one man's anger, where it came from, what it cost, and how at the very end it was finally laid down. The quarrel began with a question of honour, and to understand it we must understand how the old warriors thought. To these men, honour was not a private feeling. It was a visible, countable thing. It was shown in the prizes a man received, in the share of the spoils that was set aside for him, in the public acknowledgment of his worth before the assembled army. To be honoured was to be given your due portion in the sight of all. To be dishonoured was to have that portion taken away in the sight of all. It was a wound that could not be hidden, because everyone had seen it. The trouble started with a priest. A priest of the god Apollo came to the Greek camp to ransom his daughter, a girl named Chryseis, who had been taken in one of the raids and given to Agamemnon, the high king, the commander of the whole Greek host. The priest brought a rich ransom and begged for his daughter back. The army wished to accept the ransom and honour the priest, but Agamemnon refused harshly and sent the old man away with insults. The priest, grieving, prayed to Apollo, and Apollo heard him. And the god came down from Olympus with his bow, and for 9 days he shot his arrows of plague into the Greek camp, and men and animals sickened and died, and the smoke of the funeral fires never ceased. On the 10th day, Achilles called the army together to ask why the god was angry. A seer rose and said the truth. The plague would not end until Chryseis was returned to her father without ransom. Agamemnon was forced to give up the girl to save his army, but he did so in a rage, and he declared that since his own prize was being taken from him, he would take another man's prize to replace it. And the prize he chose to take was Chryseis, the woman who belonged to Achilles. This was the insult that opened the wound. It was not, at the deepest level, about the woman herself, though Achilles had come to care for her. It was about honour, about the public stripping of a man's due portion before the whole army. Agamemnon, the high king, was using his rank to take from Achilles, the best fighter in the host, the very thing that marked Achilles as honoured. He was saying, in front of everyone, that the greatest warrior could be robbed at the will of the king, and could do nothing about it. For a man whose entire choice in life had been to trade length of days for honour and glory, this was a blow aimed at the very heart of why he had come to Troy at all. He had given up a long life for honour, and now the king was taking the honour and leaving him with nothing. Achilles' hand went to his sword. For a moment, the old poem says, he stood on the edge of cutting Agamemnon down where he sat. But the goddess Athena came to him, unseen by the others, and caught him by his fair hair, and counselled him to hold his hand, to fight with words rather than with the blade, and promised that one day he would be paid back 3 times over for this insult, if he could only endure it now. Achilles obeyed. He let the sword slide back. But he swore a great oath. He swore that the day would come when the Greeks would long for him, when they would be driven back to their ships and cut down in heaps, and would cry out for Achilles, and he would not come. He withdrew from the war. He went back to his ships with his myrmidons, and he sat there, and he would not fight. Then Achilles went down to the shore, alone, and he wept, and he called out across the grey water to his mother. And Thetis heard him from the depths of the sea, as a mother hears a child, and she rose up out of the waves like a mist, and sat beside him on the sand, and asked him why he wept. He told her everything: the insult, the stolen prize, the dishonour before the army. And he asked her to do a terrible thing. He asked her to go to Zeus and to beg the king of the gods to turn the tide of the war against the Greeks, to let them be beaten and driven back, so that they would learn how badly they needed the man they had dishonoured. He asked, in his anger, for his own people to suffer, so that his worth would be proven by their suffering. Thetis grieved to hear it, because she knew where this anger would lead, and she knew the second fate, and she felt the early death of her son drawing nearer with every step of this quarrel. But she loved him, and she did as he asked. She went up to Olympus, to the high halls, and she clasped the knees of Zeus in the old gesture of supplication. And she begged him to honour her son by giving victory to the Trojans until the Greeks should make amends. And Zeus, after some hesitation, for he knew it would anger his wife Hera, who favoured the Greeks, bowed his great head in assent. And when Zeus bows his head, the old poem says, all Olympus trembles. The thing was settled. The tide of the war would turn. And it turned. With Achilles sitting idle by his ships, the Trojans, led by their great prince Hector, the eldest son of King Priam, the noblest man on either side of the war, began to push the Greeks back. Day by day the fighting went worse for the Greeks. Their best men were wounded, their lines were broken. The Trojans drove them back across the plain, back toward the ditch, back toward the wall, back toward the very ships that had carried them across the sea. The Greeks, who had begun the war so confident, now faced the real possibility that they would be destroyed on the shore, their ships burned, their escape cut off, their long siege ending not in the fall of Troy, but in their own annihilation. In their desperation, the Greek commanders did what Achilles had sworn they would do. They came to long for him. Agamemnon, humbled at last by the disaster, agreed to give back Briseis untouched, and to add to her a vast treasure of gold and bronze and horses and women, and even the promise of one of his own daughters in marriage, if only Achilles would set aside his anger and return to the fighting. And he sent an embassy of 3 men to Achilles' tent by night. To carry the offer, Phoenix, the old tutor who loved him, the great Ajax, a plain, honest fighter whom Achilles respected, and Odysseus, whose clever tongue could persuade almost anyone of almost anything. The embassy to Achilles is one of the great scenes of the old poem, and it is, for our purposes tonight, a quiet one. A scene of men talking in a tent by the sea while the fires burn low. They found Achilles playing the lyre, singing of the famous deeds of earlier heroes, with Patroclus sitting beside him listening. He welcomed them as guests, with all the old courtesy Chiron had taught him. He set out food and wine. And then he listened to their offer, the treasure, the apology, the return of Briseis, the daughter in marriage. And he refused it. He refused it for a reason that the Greeks found both troubling and profound. He said that no amount of treasure could buy back the thing that had been taken from him, because the thing that had been taken was not measurable in treasure. He said that all the wealth of Troy, all the wealth of the world, was not worth his life, and that he had now seen the truth of the choice his mother had laid before him. He said he would sail home in the morning back to Phthia and live the long quiet life and grow old and let his glory go. He had glimpsed in his anger the value of the thing he had been about to throw away, and for one long night in his tent he chose, or thought he chose, the first fate, the length of days, the obscurity, the old age in his own bed. The embassy went back empty-handed, and the men who heard their report were filled with despair. But the war did not let him keep that choice. The fighting grew worse. The Trojans broke through the Greek wall. They reached the ships. Hector laid his hands on the stern of one of the beached vessels and called for fire to burn the Greek fleet. The Greeks were on the very edge of destruction. And Patroclus, the gentle friend, the one who soothed where Achilles burned, could bear it no longer. Patroclus came to Achilles weeping, the old poem says, weeping like a spring of dark water running down a rock. And Achilles, seeing him weep, asked him gently why he cried like a little girl running beside her mother and tugging at her gown and begging to be picked up. There is great tenderness in the question, even as it teases. And Patroclus told him, the best of the Greeks were wounded, and out of the fighting, the ships were about to burn. And how could Achilles sit here nursing his anger while his own people died? And then Patroclus asked for a thing that would prove fatal. He asked to be allowed to put on Achilles' own armour, the divine armour, and to lead the Myrmidons into battle himself, so that the Trojans, seeing that armour, would think that Achilles had returned and would be thrown into fear, and the ships might be saved. Achilles agreed. This is the hinge of the whole story, the small yes that turns everything. He would not go himself, for his anger still held him. But he loved Patroclus, and he could not refuse him, and the ships truly were burning. So he gave his friend his own armour. He gathered the Myrmidons, who had been idle as long as their lord was idle, and he sent them out under Patroclus's command. And he warned Patroclus with a strange foreboding to drive the Trojans back from the ships, and then to come straight back, to win him honour, but not to press on toward the city, not to seek glory on his own, because there were gods on the Trojan side. And Apollo above all loved the Trojans. Come back, he said, save the ships and come back. Do not go too far. Patroclus led the Myrmidons out, and at the sight of the famous armour the Trojans truly were thrown into fear, thinking Achilles had returned. The tide turned again. The Greeks rallied. The fire was driven back from the ships. Patroclus, in that bright, terrible hour, fought better than he had ever fought, cutting through the Trojan ranks, driving them back across the plain. He had, the old singers say, his hour of glory, his Aristeia, the brief blaze in which a fighter rises above himself and does great deeds. And in the heat of it, in the joy and the fury of it, he forgot the warning. He did not turn back at the ships. He pressed on across the plain all the way to the walls of Troy itself, hunting for greater glory, doing exactly the thing Achilles had begged him not to do. We will pass the death of Patroclus gently, because the sleep story does not press the sharpest grief. We will only mark what happened, and we will mark it quietly. Beneath the walls of Troy, the god Apollo, who loved the city, came against Patroclus unseen, and struck him from behind, and dazed him, and loosened the divine armour from his body. A Trojan spearman wounded him, and then Hector, the great prince of Troy, came and finished what the god had begun, and Patroclus fell, and as he died he spoke a prophecy, as the dying sometimes do in the old poems, telling Hector that his own death was not far off, that Achilles would come for him soon. Then the darkness closed over him, and the gentle friend was gone, and his body and the divine armour became the prize over which the two armies fought through the long red afternoon. There is a small image from that afternoon that the old singers could not bear to leave out, and it is one of the strangest and most moving in the whole poem. The two immortal horses of Achilles, Xanthus and Balius, the deathless horses that the gods had given at his parents' wedding, stood apart from the fighting and wept. They had carried Patroclus into the battle, and now they stood with their heads bowed to the ground and their long manes trailing in the dust, and they would not move, and they wept as men weep, the tears running down from their immortal eyes, grieving for the gentle driver who would not come back to take the reins. Even the deathless creatures, who would never themselves know death, were not spared the grief of it, the grief of those who are left behind. Zeus himself looked down and pitied them, the old poem says, and wondered aloud why the gods had ever given deathless horses to a mortal man, only to let them share in the sorrows that mortals cannot escape. When the news reached Achilles, the old poem says that a black cloud of grief covered him. He poured dust over his own head and his fair face. He lay in the dust and tore his hair. He cried out so terribly that his mother heard him from the depths of the sea, and all her sister sea nymphs heard, and they rose up wailing from the grey water. Thetis came to her son and found him in the dust, and she knew, with the cold, clear knowledge of the gods, what this grief would mean. For there was one more thing she had not told him plainly until now, or that he had not let himself hear. It was fated that very soon after Hector died, Achilles himself would die. The two deaths were bound together. To kill Hector was to seal his own death, and Achilles, hearing this, did not hesitate. The anger that had kept him from the war was gone, burned away in an instant, replaced by a far greater anger, the anger of grief. He said that he did not care about his own death any more. He said he would go now and kill the man who had killed the friend he loved, and that he would accept his own death whenever the gods chose to send it, because his friend was dead, and he had sat idle by the ships while it happened, and the long life he had glimpsed in his tent that night meant nothing to him now. He chose the second fate, finally and completely, not for glory this time, but for grief, and for the unbearable need to do something with the love that had nowhere left to go. But he had no armour, for the divine armour had been stripped from Patroclus's body and taken by Hector. So Thetis went up to Olympus once more, this time to the forge of Hephaestus, the smith god, the maker of all the finest things the gods possess, and she begged him to make new armour for her son, knowing It would be the armor he wore to his death, making it anyway, because that is what a mother does, even a goddess mother, even at the end. And Hephaestus, who owed Thetis an old kindness, set to work, and through the night he made a suit of armor more beautiful than any the world had seen. The making of the shield of Achilles is one of the most beautiful passages in all the old poetry, and it is, for tonight, a gentle thing to rest the mind upon. For Hephaestus did not make a shield covered in scenes of war alone. He made upon its bronze the whole of the world. He made the earth, the sky, the sea, the tireless sun, the full moon, and all the stars that crown the heavens. He made 2 cities of mortal men. In one city there were weddings and feasts, brides led through the streets by torchlight, and music and dancing, and an old dispute being settled peacefully by wise elders in the marketplace. In the other city there was a war, a siege, an ambush by a river. He made a field being ploughed, the dark earth turning behind the oxen. He made a king's estate at harvest, the reapers cutting the grain, the binders following, a feast being prepared under an oak. He made a vineyard heavy with dark grapes, and young men and girls carrying the sweet fruit in baskets, while a boy played the lyre and sang. He made a herd of cattle, and a pasture, and a dancing floor where young men and women danced, holding one another's wrists, turning, the old poem says, like a potter's wheel spinning true. And around the whole rim of the shield he made the great river of ocean, the stream that the old Greeks believed encircled the entire world. Think of that for a moment, as you lie there in the quiet. The armor the greatest warrior would wear to the bloodiest fighting of the war was decorated not with battle, but with the whole round of ordinary life. Weddings and harvests and dances, and the turning seasons, and the great river flowing around the edge of everything. The old singer who made that shield in his song was saying something he could not say any other way. All the small ordinary things, the ploughing and the dancing and the bringing in of the grapes, all the things that war interrupts and threatens and destroys, these are what the fighting is set against. The shield carries the world the warrior has left behind, and will never return to, around the body of the man who has chosen glory over that world. It is the most peaceful object in the most violent story, and it rests at the very centre of the poem like a held breath. In the morning, Achilles put on the new armour. He and Agamemnon were reconciled, the old quarrel set aside, small now against the size of his grief. Briseis was returned to him. The treasure was offered and hardly noticed, and Achilles went out to the war at last, after sitting idle for so long, and the fighting that followed was unlike anything that had come before, because now the greatest warrior of the age was on the field, and he was not fighting for honour or for spoils or for the cause of the Greeks. He was fighting because his friend was dead. And there is no fury in the world quite like that one. We will pass quickly and gently over the great rampage that followed, for it was terrible, and the sleep story turns its eyes away from the worst of it. We will say only that Achilles drove the Trojans before him across the whole plain, that he fought even the river Scamander, when its waters rose against him choked with the slain, that the gods themselves came down and took sides and clashed above the battlefield. The Trojans fled before him toward their gates. And one by one the lesser fighters fell or fled, until at last only one man remained outside the walls of Troy to face him. That man was Hector. The duel of Achilles and Hector is the climax toward which the whole poem has been moving, and it is a strange and sorrowful thing, because the poem has made us know Hector and love him almost more than it has made us love Achilles. For we have seen Hector inside the city. We have seen him with his wife Andromache and his infant son, in one of the tenderest scenes the old world ever made. We have seen the baby frightened by the great horsehair crest on his father's helmet, and Hector laughing and taking off the helmet and setting it shining on the ground, and lifting his son in his arms, and praying that the boy might grow up to be a better man than his father. We have seen him as a son, a husband, a father, the defender of his people, the one man holding the doomed city together. And now he stands alone outside the walls, and the greatest killer of the age is coming for him across the plain, bright and terrible in his God-made armour, swift as the dog-star rising in the late summer, a thing of beauty and of doom. Even Hector's courage failed him at the last sight of that approach, and he ran. 3 times the two of them ran around the walls of Troy, the hunter and the hunted, while the gods watched from above, and the people of Troy watched from the walls in horror. And then the goddess Athena, who favoured the Greeks, worked a deception upon Hector, taking the shape of one of his brothers to make him believe he had support at his side, and so Hector turned and stood and faced Achilles, and found himself alone. The help an illusion, abandoned by the gods at the end as mortals so often are. They fought. We will not linger over the blows. Achilles found the gap, the place at the throat where the stolen armour, his own old armour, did not quite cover Hector's body, for Hector was wearing the very armour he had stripped from Patroclus, and Achilles knew its every joint and weakness because it had once been his own. He drove his spear through that gap, and Hector fell. And as he died, Hector begged that his body be given back to his father and mother for proper burial, for the rites that the old world held sacred. And Achilles, still burning with the grief that had no bottom, refused him, and spoke cruelly to the dying man and Hector with his last breath, warned Achilles once more that his own death was near, that it would come at the Scaean gate, by the hand of Paris and the god Apollo. Then the darkness closed over Hector too, and the noblest man of Troy was gone. What Achilles did next was the lowest point of his story, and the old poem does not excuse it, though it understands it. In his grief and his rage, he treated Hector's body without honour. He tied it behind his chariot and dragged it through the dust, around the tomb of Patroclus, day after day. This was not the act of the man Chiron had raised. It was the act of grief turned poisonous, of a man so broken by loss that he had lost his own nature, had forgotten the courtesies, had become cruel in the way that only the deeply wounded become cruel. The gods themselves looked down and were troubled. They had loved much about Achilles, but this they could not love. Even the body of an enemy deserved the rites of burial. Even in war there were things that must not be done. And Achilles was doing them, night after night, in the long darkness of his grief. In the midst of this dark time, Achilles also did the thing the old world required for the friend he had lost. He built for Patroclus a great funeral pyre, and he gave him all the rites that Hector's body was being denied, the washing, the anointing, the long mourning, the burning, the careful gathering of the white bones. And when the burial was done, he held funeral games in his friend's honour, as was the custom for a great man. And here, for a little while, something of the older Achilles returned. He set out rich prizes from his own store, tripods and cauldrons, horses and cattle, bars of iron and women skilled in fine work. And he called the best of the Greeks to compete. There was a chariot race across the plain, the teams thundering out to a far marker and back while the kings called and wagered. There was a boxing match and a wrestling bout, a foot race, a contest with the spear, a throwing of a great weight of iron, and an archery contest at a dove tied to a distant mast. And in the giving of the prizes Achilles was generous and even wise, soothing the small quarrels that broke out among the competitors, honouring the old men, comforting those who lost, giving gifts even to some who had not won. It was as though in the ordered ceremony of the games he could find for one afternoon a way to be the courteous king that Charon had raised, the host who honours his guests, the man he had been before the grief came down. The games were a small island of order in the wide sea of his sorrow. They did not heal him, but they showed that the healing was still possible, that the courtesy in him had not been destroyed, only buried, and that it could be called back up into the light when there was a fitting use for it. And so we come to the scene that the old singers thought was the truest and most beautiful thing in the whole long poem, the scene toward which everything has been moving, the scene that turns the warrior back into a man. It is a scene of two grieving people meeting in the dark, and it is, in its way, the gentlest ending a story of war could have. One night the old King Priam, the father of Hector, the ruler of Troy, did an unimaginable thing. He left the safety of his city. He took a wagon loaded with treasure, a ransom for his son's body, and with only a single old driver he crossed the plain, in the dark, into the very camp of his enemies, into the tent of the man who had killed his son and was dragging his body in the dust. A god guided him safely through the Greek lines. And he came into the tent of Achilles, and he knelt before him, and he did the thing the old poem holds up as almost holy. He took the hands of Achilles, the terrible hands that had killed so many of his sons, and he kissed them. He kissed the hands that had killed his children, and he spoke to Achilles not as an enemy, but as one grieving man to another. He asked Achilles to think of his own father, Peleus, far away in Thea, an old man like Priam, who also waited for a son he would never see grow old. He asked Achilles to pity him, an old father come to beg for the body of his boy. And something broke open in Achilles, the hard shell of grief and rage finally cracking, and he wept. He wept for his father, whom he would never see again. He wept for Patroclus, whom he had lost. And Priam wept for Hector. And the two of them, the old enemy king and the young warrior who had killed his son, sat together in the tent in the dark and wept, each for his own dead, and the weeping was the same weeping, and for that moment the war was set aside. And there were only two human beings sharing the oldest grief there is, the grief of those who go on living after the ones they love have died. Then Achilles rose, and with his own hands he prepared Hector's body, and washed it and wrapped it, gently now, the cruelty all spent, the grief turned at last into something that could recognize another's grief. He gave the body back to Priam for burial. He agreed to a truce so that the Trojans could mourn their prince and build his funeral pyre and hold the rites the old world held sacred. And he fed the old king and made him a bed in the tent and let him sleep, the father resting in the tent of his son's killer, safe for that one night under the strange truce of shared sorrow. And in the morning Priam took his son's body home, and the old poem, the Iliad, ends not with the fall of Troy, not with the death of Achilles, but quietly, with the funeral of Hector. The breaker of horses mourned within the walls of the city he had died defending. The old singers ended it there on purpose, and it is worth pausing on why. They could have told of the city's fall. They could have told of Achilles' own death. Instead, they chose to end with two grieving men weeping together in a tent, and with the burial of an enemy treated, at the last, with honour. They were saying that the deepest truth of the whole long story of wrath was not in the killing, but in the moment the wrath was finally laid down. The anger of Achilles opened the poem, his grief deepened it, and his pity, his shared tears with the father of the man he had killed, closed it. The greatest warrior became greatest. In the end, not when he killed Hector, but when he gave Hector back. The death of Achilles himself, which the Iliad does not tell, came soon after, exactly as the prophecies had said. The story was sung in other poems, the ones that told the parts of the war the great poem left out. After Hector's funeral, the fighting resumed. Achilles performed still more great deeds. He faced an Amazon queen named Penthesilea, who had come to fight for Troy, and he killed her. And the old story says that as she died, he looked into her face and was struck with sorrow for her beauty and her courage, grieving even as he conquered. The gentleness Charon had taught him surfacing again beneath the warrior. He faced Memnon, a son of the dawn, a great fighter from a distant land, and killed him too. And then, near the Scaean gate of Troy, exactly where the dying Hector had foretold it, the end came. Paris, the Trojan prince whose carrying away of Helen had begun the whole war, the least warlike of Priam's sons, drew his bow. And the god Apollo, who had never ceased to love Troy and to hate the man who had killed so many Trojans, guided the arrow, and the arrow flew, and it struck Achilles in the one place where he could be wounded, the heel his mother's hand had covered when she dipped him in the dark river so long ago, the one small place the protecting water had never touched. And the greatest warrior of the age, who no spear had been able to pierce, who had fought rivers and faced gods, was brought down by an arrow in the heel. The small flaw, the gap his mother could not close, the mortality that had always been waiting in that one untouched place. The Greeks fought a long, bitter battle over his body, as they had over the body of Patroclus, and at last they bore it back to the ships. His goddess mother Thetis came up out of the sea once more, with all her sister nymphs, and they mourned him on the shore. And the Muses themselves sang the lament, and for 17 days and nights, the old story says, gods and mortals wept for Achilles together. They burned his body on a great pyre, and they gathered his white bones, and they mixed them, as he had asked, with the bones of Patroclus, so that the two friends who had been parted in life by death would lie together in death in a single golden urn, never to be parted again. They raised a great mound over the urn on a headland by the sea, where it could be seen far off by sailors passing on the water, so that the name of Achilles would not fade from the memory of those who came after. He had chosen the second fate, the short bright life and the undying name, and the name did not fade. It has not faded yet. We are speaking it tonight, 3,000 years on, in a language he never knew, in a land he never imagined, and his name is still bright, and the bargain he made on the shore as a young man has, in its strange way, been kept. There was one last sorrow in the tale after his death, and it is a quiet one. His divine armour, the god-made armour that Hephaestus had forged, was to be given to the best of the Greeks who remained. 2 men claimed it, Odysseus the cleverest, and the great Ajax, the strongest and most steadfast, the man who had carried Achilles' body from the field. The army awarded the armour to Odysseus, for his cunning was judged more valuable to the war than the strength of Ajax. And Ajax, the honest plain fighter, was so wounded by the dishonour, so broken by the public stripping away of his due, that his mind gave way, and he took his own life. It is a small, terrible echo of the very thing that began the whole story. The quarrel over honour, the prize awarded to one and denied to another, the wound that is not in the body but in the standing of a man before his fellows. The war that began with Achilles dishonoured ended, for Ajax with the same wound and the same darkness. Good evening and welcome back if your mind has wandered through the long plain of the war. The figures have multiplied. The goddess of the sea, given unwilling to a mortal man, the wedding on the mountain, and the golden apple rolled among the guests, the infant dipped in the dark river, all but one small heel, the boy on Mount Pelion, fed for courage, taught the lyre running down the deer. The choice between the 2 fates, the long life forgotten and the short life remembered. The youth hidden in a disguise on Skyros, found out by a sword laid among the soft goods. The long siege, the stolen prize, the wrath, the withdrawal to the ships. The friend in the borrowed armour going too far. The shield with the whole world upon it, the jewel at the walls, the old king kissing the hands that killed his son, the arrow in the heel. Let those images settle, like stones settling to the bed of a clear river, finding their places one by one in the long record of his story. There is a meaning the Greeks drew from the life of Achilles, and it is worth holding for a moment before we let the whole story loosen towards sleep. He was the greatest of warriors, and yet the poem about him is not really a celebration of war. It is, if anything, a long meditation on what war costs. Achilles got everything he chose. He got the glory, he got the undying name, he got the bright brief burning instead of the long slow fade. And the poem asks, very quietly, never insisting, whether it was worth it. It shows him in his tent, in the embassy scene, glimpsing the other life, the long, quiet life in Phthia, the old age, the children, and finding it suddenly precious, and it takes that life away from him by his own choice, made twice over, once for honour and once for grief. The Greeks did not give an easy answer. They held up the bargain and let each listener weigh it. It simply was, in the old Greek understanding, that a human life cannot hold every good thing at once. To reach for one is to release another. Achilles reached for the bright name, and let the long years go, and the singers neither praised nor blamed him for it, but only showed it clearly the way a thing is shown that is too large to judge. Most of us are not asked to make the choice so starkly. Most of us live somewhere in the middle, with some glory and some quiet, some years and some forgetting. But the choice is in every life, scaled down, made daily, the reaching and the releasing, and that is why the story of Achilles has lasted. It is not only about a hero, it is about the price of wanting things, and the way that every yes is also a no to something else. And there is the other meaning, the gentler one. The one held in the tent at the end, for all his fury, for all the killing, the truest moment of the hero's life was not a moment of strength. It was a moment of shared weeping with an old man who had every reason to be his enemy. It was the moment the warrior remembered that the man across from him was also a son, also a father, also a creature who grieved. The Greeks thought this was the highest thing a person could reach, higher than any victory. The moment of seeing the enemy as a fellow sufferer and laying the anger down and weeping together for all that the living must lose. Achilles reached it once, in the dark, in a tent by the sea, and the old singers thought that one moment redeemed a great deal. The night is older now, and the story has carried us far. Let us gather the figures and let them settle. Thetis rising silver from the grey sea to sit beside her grieving son on the sand, Peleus on the lonely shore, holding fast to the shape-changing goddess until she consented. The cave of Charon high on Mount Pelion, full of herbs and music and the patient teaching of the old centaur, the infant held by the heel above the dark water of the Styx, the two fates laid out like two roads from a single doorway, the long dim one and the short bright one, the island of Skyros, the disguise, the sword that gave him away. The 50 ships of the Myrmidons drawn up on the long shore, Patroclus, the gentle friend, listening to the lyre in the tent, Briseis, the prize whose taking opened the wound, Agamemnon in his pride, and the priest of Apollo turned away, and the 9 days of plague arrows falling on the camp, the wrath and the great oath and the withdrawal to the ships, the embassy by night, the treasure refused, the long life glimpsed and almost chosen, the friend in the borrowed armour, the bright hour, the warning forgotten, the fall beneath the walls, the black cloud of grief, and the dust poured over the fair head, the forge of Hephaestus, and the shield with the whole round world upon it, The weddings and the harvest and the dancing floor and the great river flowing around the rim. The duel at the Skyan gate. The old king crossing the dark plain alone. The hands kissed, the tears shared, the body given back with honour. The funeral of Hector, breaker of horses. The arrow guided to the one small heel. The two friends mixed together in a single golden urn. The great mound on the headland, watched by sailors on the sea. These are the figures of Achilles' story, and you do not have to hold them. They are mentioned only so that they may settle. Let the names drift down like leaves into water. Let the images soften. Let the long story of the swift-footed hero become a quiet weight in the room, the way bronze armour laid down beside a banked fire is a quiet weight. Warm from the day, but no longer asked to do anything, no longer raised against anyone, only resting in the dark. Now let the story loosen, the way every long telling must when sleep approaches. Let the ships rest on the long shore, drawn up on the dark sand, their work of crossing done. Let the plain before Troy lie empty and quiet under the stars, the dust settled, no chariot crossing it, no spear raised upon it. Let the great walls of the city stand in the moonlight, the watchmen drowsing at their posts, the streets within grown still. Let Hector sleep in his tomb within the walls he died defending, mourned and honoured, the rites all properly done. Let Patroclus and Achilles rest together in their single urn beneath the great mound on the headland, the two friends no longer parted, the grief between them healed by the only thing that heals such grief, which is the lying down at last in the same quiet ground. Let the shield of Hephaestus lean against the tent wall, the whole world it carries gone quiet too, the painted ploughman resting from the furrow, the painted dancers stilled in their turning, the painted river of ocean flowing softly around the rim of everything. Let Thetis sink back beneath the grey water to the halls of her father, her grief carried down into the deep where the old sea powers keep their long silences. Let Chiron, far away on his mountain, lay aside his lyre for the night, the last of his pupils gone now into the songs. Let the immortal horses graze in some quiet meadow, unharnessed, the war forgotten. Let the bow of Paris hang unstrung. Let the arrow rest. Let the heel be only a heel again, a small ordinary part of a body long since laid to rest. Good evening and welcome back one last time to the slow, gentle work of letting the story rest. The night has carried Achilles a long way, from the unwilling wedding of a sea goddess to a great mound on a headland watched by passing sailors. There are many other tellings of him, many other deeds, many other companions and enemies, and small bright moments the songs preserved. But that is a story for another day. The plain of his mythology is wide enough that no single knight can walk all its paths. There is a final image the old singers like to leave with their listeners at the end of an Achilles story. It is the image of the great mound by the sea, raised over the golden urn, on the headland above the water where the two armies had fought for 10 years. The war is long over. Troy has fallen and been rebuilt and fallen again. The kings who fought there are dust, but the mound is still there in the old imagination, and the sea still moves below it, grey and silver, The same sea that Thetis came from, the same sea that carried the ships, the same sea that will be moving long after all of us are gone. And on the mound the grass grows, and the wind passes over it, and far out on the water a ship goes by. And a sailor lifts his eyes and sees the mound on the headland and says, quietly, to whoever stands beside him, that is the tomb of Achilles. And the name is spoken once more, as it has been spoken for 3,000 years, and the bargain holds, and the bright brief life is remembered again, for one more moment, on one more passing ship, under one more evening sky. For now, remember this, tonight the work of the tale is done. It simply was, like all old stories, the carrying of the swift-footed hero through the long inheritance of nights. Let the names settle. Let the room settle. Let the night gather you up. Imagine the long shore before Troy far behind you, the ships and the plain and the high walls and the great mound by the sea no longer pressing on your thoughts. In your mind, reach back and close an invisible door to the field of the war, feeling it move on silent hinges, sealing the wrath, the grief, the shield, the friendship, and the shared tears of two grieving men in calm and order. Then see a single candle, its flame steady in the darkness. With a slow, gentle breath, blow that candle out, and let the last curl of light fade into the night. Rest well, sleep deeply. And let the ancient stories carry you into the night. Good evening and welcome back. Come closer to the night and let the world grow quiet around you. Imagine that you are standing far from the noise of your own day on a hillside above an ancient city, while the last colour drains from the western sky. Below you, Troy sleeps beneath its high stone walls. The towers are dark against the stars. The plain beyond the gates is silver with moonlight, and far away where the earth leans toward the sea, the water breathes in a slow and patient rhythm. Nothing is hurried here. Even sorrow moves softly. Even fate seems to walk with bare feet over dust and grass. You do not need to solve this story tonight. You only need to follow it as one follows a small lamp through a corridor, trusting that the flame knows the way. The city is called Ilion by some, Troy by others, and in the old songs it rises like a dream on the edge of Asia, watching the straits where ships pass between worlds. Its walls are said to be mighty, its gates famous, its horses swift, its princes proud. But at night, all fame becomes simple. A city is only a gathering of roofs, courtyards, sleeping children, warm ashes, folded cloth, and the soft breathing of people who believe morning will come. In the palace of King Priam and Queen Hecuba, lamps burn low in bronze dishes. Servants move like shadows. Somewhere, a lyre has been set aside. Somewhere, a cup of watered wine is unfinished. And somewhere within those rooms is Cassandra, a daughter of Troy, listening. Priam is old in the way kings become old, not only through years, but through decisions. He has known treaties, harvests, marriages, envoys, quarrels among sons, omens at dawn, and rumours that arrived with salt on their cloaks from the sea. Hecuba, his queen, is the deep hearth of the house, strong with the strength of women whose grief has not yet been asked of them, but is waiting nearby. They have many children, so many that the palace seems full of footsteps, voices, sandals, laughter, arguments, and the bright arrogance of young blood. Among them, Cassandra is not the loudest. She is not the child who must be watched because she breaks things. She is the one who watches what others do not notice. Her Greek name is often given as Cassandra, with the hard beginning sound of a stone set down carefully. In later tongues it becomes Cassandra, softer at the edge, but the woman is the same. A princess, yes, but more than a title. She is a listener at thresholds. She notices how birds change direction before a storm. She sees how a guest pauses before speaking a lie. She hears a crack in a cup before the cup is lifted. In childhood, such attention may be praised as cleverness. People smile and say the girl has sharp eyes. They do not yet understand that sharp sight can become a blade turned inward, especially when it shows what no one wishes to see. There are many versions of how the god Apollo came into Cassandra's life. Myths are like old tapestries, woven and rewoven by hands that remember differently. In some tellings, she and her twin brother Helenus fall asleep in a temple, and sacred serpents touch their ears, opening them to the speech of hidden things. In the more famous story, Apollo, lord of the silver bow, music, healing, plague, sunlight, and prophecy, desires Cassandra. He offers her the gift of seeing what will come. She accepts the gift, or is taught by him, or is drawn into his bright and terrible orbit. But when he seeks more than she wishes to give, she refuses him. Let the story pause there, gently. The old world often told such moments with the hardness of gods and kings, as if power were a kind of weather no one could question. But tonight, in this quieter telling, Cassandra's refusal matters. She's not ungrateful because she has a boundary. She's not cruel because she says no. She is a young woman standing before a god whose beauty is dangerous because it expects obedience. Apollo cannot take back the sight he has given. A gift once placed in the soul does not easily leave, so he changes its consequence. Cassandra will see truly, but when she speaks the truth, no one will believe her. The curse is almost silent. No thunder needs to break, no mountain has to split. A curse like this may enter the world as a breath near the mouth, as a coldness behind the tongue. From that hour, Cassandra's visions do not become false. That would be simpler, almost merciful. Instead, they remain clear. They arrive with the clarity of daylight on a blade of grass. She knows what is coming, and because she knows, she tries to warn others. Yet the moment her words reach another human ear, trust falls away from them. People frown, they smile sadly, they laugh too loudly. They say she is tired. They say she has dreamed. They say the princess is strange. At first, the warnings are small. A horse will shy at the eastern gate. A storehouse roof will fail in autumn rain. A messenger with a blue cloak will bring news that seems joyful but hides a cost. Cassandra speaks, and the palace hears only the music of unease. When the horse stumbles, people call it chance. When the roof gives way, they remember that roofs grow old. When the messenger arrives, they do not connect his cloak to anything she said. A prophecy ignored does not vanish. It simply stands in the room afterward, invisible to everyone except the one who made it. And Cassandra learns the shape of that loneliness. Loneliness is not always the absence of people. Cassandra has people all around her. sisters who braid hair in the morning, brothers who carry spears and smell of oil, leather, and dust, servants who bring linen, fruit, water, and news, priests who speak of sacrifices, musicians who tune strings in the courtyard. Yet loneliness can sit at the center of a crowded hall if the one truth you carry cannot cross the space between your heart and another's belief. Cassandra learns to watch faces close against her. She learns the slight turning of shoulders. She learns the tender cruelty of pity. To be pitied for seeing clearly is a special grief. Still, Troy continues, cities are very skilled at continuing. Bread is baked, wool is dyed, boys race in the streets, merchants argue over copper, purple cloth, cedar, oil and wine. At the temples, smoke rises in blue threads toward the gods. At the gates, guards stamp their feet in winter and lean into shade in summer. The Scamander River glides through the plain, brown and shining, carrying reeds and reflected clouds. Cassandra walks among these ordinary movements with extraordinary knowledge inside her. She does not stop loving the city because she sees its danger. If anything, she loves it more painfully because every familiar stone has become precious. The palace has another child whose story is tied to Troy's end. Paris, also called Alexandros in Greek tradition, is a son of Priam and Hecuba, though his birth is shadowed by an ominous dream. Hecuba is said to have dreamed she gave birth to fire, and seers warned that the child would bring ruin to the city. In some tellings, Paris is left on Mount Ida, then survives and grows among shepherds. Fate, however, has a way of circling back to the doors that tried to close against it. Paris returns, beautiful and confident, carrying the grace of the mountain and the trouble of a prophecy everyone would rather forget. Before the war, there is a judgment, and before the judgment, there is a golden apple. The goddess Eris, whose name means strife, sets it among the gods with words for the fairest. Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite all claim it. Paris is chosen to decide, and each goddess offers him a future. Hera offers power, Athena offers victory and wisdom in war. Aphrodite offers the most beautiful woman in the world. Paris chooses Aphrodite's promise, and with that choice the songs say, the path turns toward Helen. The myth does not need to shout here, it is enough to see a young man reaching for desire while a city sleeps behind him. Helen is queen in Sparta, wife of Menelaus, brother of Agamemnon. She is not a simple prize, though many tellings have treated her that way. She is a woman surrounded by stories, blamed by some, defended by others, made almost too beautiful to be allowed ordinary sorrow. Paris comes to Sparta. Hospitality is given. Then Helen comes to Troy with him, whether through persuasion, divine pressure, desire, enchantment, or some mixture no mortal can completely untangle. The ships of the Greeks do not appear in one instant, but from the moment she enters Troy, the horizon changes. Cassandra feels it before the harbour fills with sails. She sees night lowering over many years. She warns them. She warns Priam. She warns Hecuba. She warns Paris himself. She says this beauty will cost more than any treasure in the palace. She says the sea is gathering ships. She says men with bronze shields will come, and the plain will learn the weight of encampments. She says the laughter in the marriage chamber will echo strangely in the houses of widows, but a warning against desire sounds to those who desire, like bitterness. Paris hears envy. Courtiers hear madness. Some hear an insult to Helen, who has arrived radiant and displaced, carrying her own hidden storm. Priam loves his son, Hecuba wants to hope. Troy chooses welcome. Hope is not foolish in itself. Hope is one of the small lamps by which human beings survive. But there is a kind of hope that refuses to look at the road ahead, because the road may ask for change. Troy's hope becomes polished and ceremonial. There are feasts, there are negotiations, there are reasons to believe the matter will settle. Menelaus will rage, yes, but perhaps gifts can soothe him. Agamemnon may threaten, but kings threaten often. The gods may be appeased. The walls are strong, the stores are full, the princes are brave. Cassandra's words are placed gently aside like an unwelcome cup. No one wants to drink from it. Then the ships come. In old poetry, they come by the thousand, black-hulled and beaked, drawn up on the shore like a second city made of timber, rope, hides, bronze, smoke, and restless men. For a sleep story, let them come slowly, as if through mist. First one sail, then many. First rumour, then certainty. The Greeks, also called Achaeans, Danaans, or Argives in Homeric language, gather under leaders from many places: Agamemnon of Mycenae, Menelaus of Sparta, Odysseus of Ithaca, Diomedes of Argos, Ajax, Nestor, and others whose names drift like sparks from the old songs. Their anger settles on the plain. Troy closes its gates. The war does not need to be shown as clash and wound. From Cassandra's windows it is often weather, dust rising in the distance, trumpets that flatten the morning, watchfires at night scattered across the dark like a fallen constellation, the return of men who do not speak while servants wash their hands, women listening for particular footsteps, children learning which silences mean good news and which mean they must wait. The war becomes a season that does not end. Spring goes, summer burns, autumn thins the vines, winter lays pale breath on the stones. Still, the Greeks remain. Cassandra sees further than the watchman. When the day is calm, she sees the storm behind it. When the city celebrates some small success, she sees the cost already walking toward them. Yet the curse bends every conversation away from belief. If she says a raid will fail, men call her fearful. If it fails, they say the gods were angry for other reasons. If she says a prince should not ride out at dawn, he rides out because courage, once challenged, often becomes stubborn. The truth is not enough. This is one of the hardest lessons in her story. Truth may be clear and still not be received. Hector, greatest of Priam's sons, moves through the war like a high flame shielded by duty. He is husband to Andromache, father to a little boy sometimes called Astyanax, and defender of Troy, not because he loves war, but because the city has placed its breath in his hands. Cassandra loves him as a brother and sees the shadow near him. She sees Andromache on the walls, sees the child reaching for a helmet plume, sees the tenderness that war cannot understand. She cannot save them by knowing. Knowledge without the power to change becomes a room with no door, and Cassandra lives in that room. Achilles is far across the plain, yet even his name enters Troy like cold light. He is the son of Peleus and the sea nymph Thetis, swift, brilliant, wounded in pride, and bound to a short, blazing fame. The story of Achilles belongs to another night, but in Cassandra's vision he is part of the dark machinery surrounding her city. She sees how grief answers grief. She sees how one death calls to another. She sees that glory, when sung by poets, may sound golden, but when lived by families it is often only absence at the table. Such thoughts are too heavy for the feasting halls, so she carries them alone. Priam grows older under the war's long hand. His beard whitens. His court becomes a place where news is weighed like metal, where hope and dread trade masks. Hecuba's eyes deepen. She has the look of someone counting children inwardly, touching each name as if it were a bead on a prayer string. Cassandra watches her mother and wants to tell her everything, and wants to spare her everything. But prophecy does not always choose what it shows. Sometimes Cassandra wakes before dawn with tears already on her face, not because something has happened, but because something will, and the future has visited her bed like a silent guest. The temples of Troy remain busy. People come to Athena, to Apollo, to Zeus who watches oaths, to the local gods of spring and gate and household. They bring honey cakes, woven fillets, wine, animals, flowers, and whispered promises. Cassandra enters sacred places with care. Apollo's brightness is not simple for her. He is the god whose gift opened her and whose punishment isolated her. If she prays, perhaps she prays not for forgiveness because she has done nothing wrong, but for endurance. Endurance is sometimes the only blessing left when the future will not turn aside. There are nights when Cassandra walks the inner wall. The city below her smells of cooling stone, smoke, animals, and human sleep. Beyond the gate, the Greek fires shimmer. Between the two, the plain lies bruised by years. She rests her hand on the wall and feels how old it is, how many masons shaped it, how many kings trusted it, how many children believed it would always stand. Stone can be strong and still not be eternal. This is not a failure of stone. It is the nature of the world. Everything made by hands eventually returns to silence, but love makes us forget that, and perhaps love is allowed to forget for a while. Sometimes Helen and Cassandra pass one another in the palace. Imagine that meeting without blame, only with the heavy softness of two women placed at the center of men's stories. Helen may see in Cassandra a mirror she does not want. Cassandra may see in Helen a flame that did not ask to burn so many houses. What could they say? I know. I did not know. I'm sorry. I'm afraid. The myths rarely give them such a conversation, yet the spaces between old lines are wide enough for compassion. At night, perhaps each hears the other moving somewhere beyond a curtain, both awake, both surrounded by history's breathing. Year follows year, and the war becomes almost ordinary, which is one of war's quietest cruelties. People adapt to what should never have become normal. Children born after the ships arrive know no world without them. Young men who were boys at the first alarm grow into armor. Women learn to measure grain carefully. Priests learn which prayers comfort and which only exhaust the mouth. The market opens when it can. Songs are sung more softly. Weddings happen with glances toward the gates. Funerals happen with too little surprise. Cassandra moves among these days like someone hearing a low note beneath every melody. Yet she is not only sorrow. This matters. Cassandra is often remembered for doom, but no person is only the darkest thing that happens to them. She has mornings when sunlight warms her hands. She has memories of childhood laughter. She may love the smell of laurel leaves, the coolness of a clean floor, the sound of rain on roof tiles, the sight of her mother unbinding her hair at night. She may have moments when the future recedes and the present opens like a small garden. The curse does not erase her humanity. It makes her humanity more tender because she continues to feel beauty while knowing it is fragile. The Greeks also higher. Across the plain, men dream of home, of olive trees, wives, fathers, sons, dogs that may no longer know their scent, fields gone wild, roofs needing repair. The war has trapped them too, though not in the same way. Odysseus thinks in coils and pathways, Agamemnon thinks in command and pride, Menelaus thinks of the wound to his house, Achilles thinks of honor, loss, and the burning measure of his life. Every campfire has its own grief. Cassandra's gift may show her enemies as human, and this is another burden, because hatred is easier when the other side has no face. The old songs gather around the death of Patroclus, the rage of Achilles, the death of Hector, and Priam's night journey to the Greek camp. Here, let those events pass like shadows on a wall. We do not need to stand close to them. We only need to know that grief deepens, and that Troy's brightest defender is taken from the city. When Hector is gone, the air inside Troy changes. Even those who still speak bravely hear the change. A pillar has fallen. Andromache's future narrows. Hecuba's heart breaks in a place no one can mend. Priam becomes both king and father in a sorrow too large for ceremony. Cassandra has seen it, and seeing did not soften the blow. This is another truth her myth carries. Knowing sorrow is coming does not make sorrow easy. Sometimes it makes every moment before it ache with anticipation. She may have watched Hector lift his spear on a morning that seemed ordinary and felt the future closing around him, like a hand. She may have wanted to cling to his cloak, to speak as a sister instead of a prophetess, to say, "Stay, please stay." But the curse would make even love sound unreasonable. Hector, bound by duty, would go. Cassandra would remain, holding the knowledge that could not become rescue. After Hector, Troy does not fall at once. The city lingers. Mythic time stretches and folds. Other allies come, other champions rise and fade. Achilles himself is destined not to enter old age. Paris, guided in some tales by Apollo, will have a part in his end. Then Paris too will be wounded and die after seeking help from Oenone, the nymph he once loved and left. These later turns are often told quickly, but for Cassandra, they would not be quick. Each is another bead on the long string of what she has foreseen. Fate does not arrive only as one thunderclap. Often it arrives as many small footsteps. At last, the Greeks turn to cunning. Odysseus, patient as a shadow, is associated with the plan. A great wooden horse is built, enormous, hollow, strange and solemn. The Greeks burn parts of their camp or seem to abandon it. Their ships withdraw from sight, hiding beyond an island or headland while the horse remains on the plain before Troy. Morning comes and the Trojans look out upon absence. After so many years of watching enemy fires, they see empty shore. Imagine the feeling moving through the city. Disbelief first, then wild hope, then laughter rising too quickly, because it has been waiting for 10 years. The gates open, people stream out, they walk over ground that has been forbidden by danger for so long that it feels like another world. They find the horse towering and silent, its wooden ribs smelling of fresh craft and hidden intention. Some say it is an offering to Athena, left by the Greeks for safe return. Some say it should be dragged inside as a sign of victory. Others are unsure. After years of fear, the mind longs for a symbol that says the fear is over. The horse offers that symbol. It stands patient, knowing that human hope can pull heavier things than ropes can. Cassandra sees the truth at once, or perhaps she has seen it for years. She knows the horse is not a gift. She knows silence can be full of armed breath. She knows the city is not being honored, but entered. She cries out. She tells them to burn it, break it, leave it outside, mistrust the smooth belly of Greek craft. Her words strike the air and fall. The curse gathers around her like invisible wool, muffling meaning. People say she is overcome. They say the poor princess cannot bear joy. They say the war has made her mind a house of shadows. They turn from her toward celebration. Laocoon, a priest of Troy, also warns them. He is remembered for saying in later Latin form that he fears the Greeks even when they bear gifts. He throws a spear at the horse and it rings against the hollow wood. Then comes an omen involving serpents from the sea. In some tellings, the serpents kill Laocoon and his sons, a terrible sign misread by the Trojans as punishment for doubting the offering. Tonight, we soften the image. Let the sea darken. Let shapes move through foam. Let the priest's warning be swallowed by fear and confusion. The essential sorrow is not spectacle. It is that another true warning fails. The horse is brought inside. The ropes strain. Wheels creak. Men sing. Women scatter flowers. Children run beside the great wooden shape, touching it with amazed hands. Cassandra stands apart, and no one needs to tell her she is alone. She is surrounded by her own people at the moment of their greatest shared illusion. The city that would not hear her now cheers the instrument of its undoing. If there is anger in her, let it be honored. If there is despair, let it be held gently. To be right, when being right cannot save anyone, is a sorrow beyond ordinary language. That evening Troy celebrates. Wine is poured, doors open, music returns with a force almost painful after years of restraint. Old men weep because they believe they have lived to see peace. Mothers let children stay awake. Lovers speak of futures. Priam may sit beneath the lamps and feel for one fragile hour that the gods have spared his house. Hecuba may breathe more deeply than she has in years. Helen may look toward the horse and feel dread move through her, depending on the telling. Cassandra hears the city rejoicing and sees the night beyond the rejoicing, patient and near. Now, let the fall of Troy come softly, because this is a story for sleep, and because horror does not become truer when made sharper. Late in the night, when songs have thinned and cups lie on their sides, the hidden Greeks emerge from the horse. Signals are given. The ships return in darkness. Gates are opened. The city wakes into confusion. Lamps are knocked out. Feet run over stone. Names are called in corridors. Smoke lifts and spreads like a dark veil. We will not follow blades. We will not count wounds. We will stand at a distance and hear only the old city, passing from life into memory. For Cassandra, this night is both sudden and familiar. It is sudden because the body always startles when the door opens, even if the mind expected it. It is familiar because she has lived it in vision many times. She knows which halls will fill with smoke. She knows which altars will be crowded. She knows the way moonlight will fall across the floor. Perhaps she moves through the palace not as someone fleeing ignorance, but as someone walking through a dream already dreamed. That does not make her calm. It makes her sorrow ancient. Before the hour has finished, Priam's house falls. The royal line of Troy is broken and scattered. Hecuba, once queen of many rooms, becomes a figure of grief in the later stories. Andromache's path turns away from the city she loved. Helen's story will move back across the sea. Aeneas, in Roman tradition, carries household gods from the ruins and begins another long road toward another destiny. But Cassandra's path is darker and quieter. She is taken by Agamemnon, king of Mycenae, as part of the spoils of victory. The language of ancient war is cold. Tonight, we do not let that coldness own her. She remains a person. She remains Cassandra. As Troy burns behind her, imagine not flames leaping wildly, but lights going out one by one. The bakery where morning bread once rose, the courtyard where children chased each other, the doorway where Hecuba paused in thought, the room where Cassandra first saw too much, the wall where she placed her hand and felt stone pretend to be eternal. A city dies not only as a fortress, but as thousands of small familiarities ending together. The myth remembers towers and kings, but sleep may remember the quieter things: folded blankets, water jars, combs, sandals, little stools, bowls left where someone meant to return. The sea journey to Greece is another threshold. Cassandra has left the land that would not believe her, but disbelief travels too. Across the water, Agamemnon carries victory like a heavy cloak. He has won Troy, yet his own house is not peaceful. In Mycenae, his wife Clytemnestra waits. Her grief and anger have deep roots. Their daughter Iphigenia, in many tellings, was sacrificed at Aulis so the Greek fleet could sail. Whether one tells that story in full or only lets its shadow fall, Clytemnestra's heart has been living with an absence no triumph can answer. Cassandra sees this too. She knows the house ahead is not a refuge. Mycenae is not Troy. Its stones are different, heavier, lion-guarded, set among the hills of Greece. The air smells of other earth, other trees, other hearth smoke. Cassandra arrives as a foreign woman, a captive, a prophetess whose home has been erased from the horizon. In Aeschylus, the great tragedian of Athens, she stands before Agamemnon's palace and speaks with terrible clarity. She sees the old crimes of the house. She sees the net closing around the king. She sees her own death waiting inside. The chorus hears her, but cannot fully turn knowledge into action. Again, truth stands at the door and is not enough. Clytemnestra is often made into a figure of dread, but even here we can keep the telling gentle. She is a woman shaped by a wound that power demanded she swallow. Her vengeance is part of a cursed family story, the house of Atreus, where harm answers harm across generations. Cassandra sees the pattern. She sees that Agamemnon's victory has not ended the war, but carried it home. She sees that palaces can be battlefields without armies. She knows she will not leave this place. The knowledge does not ask permission before settling in her chest. There is a moment in some versions when Cassandra resists entering the palace. She speaks of what waits within. She names the danger. She cries out to Apollo, the god who gave and cursed her sight. She understands that her life has been a long road from Troy's bright halls to this foreign doorway, yet she also steps forward. Not because she consents to what will happen, not because fate is beautiful, but because the myth has brought her to the last threshold. Sometimes courage is not victory. Sometimes courage is walking with open eyes when there is nowhere left to turn. We will not describe her death. We do not need to. Let the door close softly in the old story. Let the chorus fall silent. Let the wind move over the stones of Mycenae. Cassandra has already given us what matters. She has shown the ache of truth unheard, the cost of a world that mocks the one who warns it, the loneliness of seeing disaster while others celebrate the very thing that brings it near. Her life asks a question that remains modern, though her city is dust. What do we do with the voice that tells us what we do not want to know? The answer is not simple. People ignore warnings for many reasons. Desire is loud, pride is louder. Fear disguises itself as confidence. Communities protect their shared dreams, even when those dreams grow dangerous. A warning may require sacrifice, and sacrifice rarely looks attractive before the disaster proves it necessary. Cassandra's listeners were not monsters. They were human beings wanting peace, honor, love, victory, reunion, and relief. That is why her story endures. It is not about foolish people long ago. It is about the fragile place in every heart where truth and wish struggle in the dark. And yet Cassandra is more than a warning about warnings. She is a witness. Her value does not depend on being believed. That may be the gentlest and strongest truth we can carry from her. The world around her failed to receive what she offered, but her sight was still real. Her words were still true. Her dignity was not erased by disbelief. If you have ever known something in your bones and been turned away, if you have ever spoken carefully and been called difficult, if you have ever watched others choose the easier illusion, Cassandra's shadow may feel near. In that nearness, there is sorrow, but also companionship. Return now for a little while to Troy before the end, because sleep likes circles, and memory often moves backward before it rests. See Cassandra as a young woman at dawn, standing where the palace roof opens to the paling sky. The city is not yet lost. The first sellers are arranging figs, olives, and small cups of milk. A dog noses at a doorway. A child complains about being washed. The river shines. For one breath, nothing has happened. For one breath, the future is only light on stone. Cassandra receives that breath, and perhaps it helps her continue. Even the doomed have mornings. Even a tragic life contains moments that are not tragic while they are lived. She may have loved ritual because ritual gave shape to what could not be controlled. Wash the hands, lift the bowl, speak the name of the god, lay laurel, barley, wool, or wine where custom says they belong. Human beings have always done this, not because ritual commands fate, but because it steadies the hands before fate. Cassandra knows Apollo's sanctuary with painful intimacy. The laurel is his tree, the lyre is his music, the sun is his symbol, but prophecy, his bright domain, has become for her a chamber where every window looks on to grief. Still, she may stand beneath his light, unwilling to surrender her own soul to his punishment. A lesser storyteller might say Cassandra was mad, because that is how many characters in the myth describe her, but the deeper story is stranger and sadder. She is not mad because she sees what others cannot. She is made to appear mad because others cannot bear the truth of what she sees. This distinction matters. It matters in myth, and it matters wherever difficult knowledge is dismissed because it disturbs comfort. Cassandra's curse is social as much as divine. Apollo changes not only her voice, but the ears around her. He makes a world in which truth arrives already discredited. Think of how exhausting that would be. Every sentence must fight a battle before it can even be understood. Every warning must push against a wall built from laughter, affection, impatience, and fear. If Cassandra grows sharp, they say sharpness proves her unreliability. If she grows quiet, they say silence proves there is nothing to fear. If she weeps, they say emotion clouds her mind. If she speaks calmly, they say she cannot truly believe her own vision. The curse gives her no acceptable shape. Whatever she does becomes evidence against her. This is why her tragedy feels so intimate across centuries. In the women's rooms of Troy, work continues. Wool is carded and spun, cloth slides through hands, stories are told in low voices, news from the walls is translated into household meaning. How much grain remains, which families need help, which shrine is crowded, which child has fever. Cassandra may sit among them and feel the rough softness of wool between her fingers. Prophecy does not excuse anyone from ordinary tasks. Perhaps that is a mercy. The hand doing simple work can sometimes quiet the mind that has seen too much. Thread by thread, breath by breath, the present returns. The men in council may think the future belongs to spears, treaties, and decisions made beneath carved beams. Cassandra knows the future also belongs to overlooked things. A dream before birth, a choice made in vanity, a guest welcomed without wisdom, a warning laughed away, a wooden shape pulled through a gate. Myth teaches that history turns not only on battlefields, but on thresholds. Who is admitted? Who is dismissed? Which voice is honored? Which silence is mistaken for peace? Troy is a city of gates, and the most dangerous gate may be the one inside the mind. Paris remains, in this telling, not a villain carved from black stone, but a young man who cannot understand the size of what follows him. He is beautiful in the way disaster sometimes arrives beautifully. He has charm, music, softness, courage of a certain kind, and a fatal talent for choosing the shining thing. Cassandra's warning to him is therefore not only accusation, it may also be pleading. Brother, look. Brother, stop. Brother, the fire in mother's dream is not finished, but he hears only the part that wounds pride. Pride is a poor listener. Helen, too, is difficult to hold simply. The ancient poets themselves were not of one mind. Some imagined her in Troy, some imagined a phantom sent in her place while the real Helen waited in Egypt. Some blamed the gods, some blamed desire, some blamed men. For sleep, let her be human. Let her have moments of regret and moments of defensiveness, moments when she misses Sparta and moments when she cannot imagine returning. Cassandra may see that Helen is both cause and captive of the story, a woman turned into a banner by those who fight beneath it. The gods hover over all of this, but not as gentle guardians. Greek myth often gives the gods beauty, power, and immortality, but not always mercy. Hera, Athena, Aphrodite, Apollo, Zeus, Poseidon, and the others move through human lives like great weather systems with faces. They love, compete, punish, rescue, deceive, and remember slights for a very long time. Cassandra's life is caught in divine consequence, yet the human choices remain human. This is part of the old mythic balance. Fate may set the road, but feet still walk it. Desire may be God-touched, but hands still open the gate. When Cassandra looks at Troy's walls, she may remember that Poseidon and Apollo are sometimes said to have helped build them for King Laomedon, Priam's father. Even divine labor did not make the city safe forever. That knowledge humbles every fortress. We build, we bless, we guard, we trust, and still time moves. The wall is not meaningless because it falls. It sheltered generations. It held festivals, births, bargains, games, secrets, and songs. Troy's fall does not erase Troy's life. Cassandra's grief is so deep precisely because there was so much life to lose. The soundscape of the city changes as the siege lengthens. At first, there are loud counsels, bold announcements, confident speeches. Later, there are more whispers. Sandals move quickly at odd hours. Messengers are received behind closed doors. Bronze is repaired rather than newly polished. The same jokes are told with less laughter. People begin to conserve oil. The old become careful with hope, rationing it like grain. Cassandra hears all of this as one might hear a song losing instruments, one by one, until only a drum remains, slow and low beneath the floor. Some nights, perhaps, she dreams not of Troy, but of places she has never seen. Mycenae, with its lion gate, Aulis, where wind failed the Greek fleet, Sparta, with Helen's empty rooms, Ithaca, rocky and patient, Phthia, where Achilles' father waits. The gift of prophecy may not respect geography. It may open roads through sleep, forcing her to visit griefs that belong to strangers. Imagine waking from the sorrow of someone you have never met, then being expected to smile at breakfast. Cassandra's life is not only foresight, but an unwilled intimacy with the suffering of the world. Apollo's curse may also alter memory. After each fulfilled warning, Cassandra remembers what she said, but others do not remember it in a way that grants her authority. They may remember vaguely, with discomfort, then turn the memory aside. This is painfully believable. People often revise the past to protect themselves from the knowledge that they were warned. They say the warning was not clear. They say many things were said. They say no one could have known. Cassandra knows. The past itself becomes another room where she is not believed. The wooden horse is especially cruel because it uses longing as its harness. Troy does not bring it in because the people love danger. They bring it in because they want the war to be over. They want sons to come home from the walls. They want fields planted without fear. They want marriages without mourning. They want to sleep without listening for horns. The horse wears the face of relief. That is why Cassandra cannot stop it. Warnings are hardest to hear when they stand between exhausted people and the rest they think has finally arrived. In another kind of story, Cassandra's final warning would break the curse. Her voice would ring through the city, everyone would awaken, the horse would burn outside the walls, and Troy would endure. But Greek tragedy rarely offers escape simply because truth is spoken. It asks us to sit with the harder reality that truth must be received, not merely uttered. Cassandra does her part. The failure belongs to the world around her. There is a strange comfort in naming that. She is not responsible for every ear that closed. When the horse passes the gates, imagine Cassandra placing her palm against the stone one last time. The gate that kept enemies out now admits them in symbolic form, garlanded and praised. The hinge groans, dust falls, the people pull, the sky remains innocent blue. Birds cross above, unconcerned. Often the world does not darken at the moment of error. The sun may shine beautifully on the day a fatal choice is made. This too Cassandra knows. Doom does not always announce itself with darkness. Sometimes it arrives beneath flowers. The celebration that night has a heartbreaking innocence. People do not know they are characters in a story already mourned by centuries. They are simply tired. They are relieved. A man kisses his wife and says the worst is behind them. A grandmother tells children they will see the fields again. A young soldier sets his helmet down and believes he may not need it tomorrow. Someone sings an old harvest song. Someone thanks Athena, someone pours wine for a dead brother and says, "We are free." Cassandra hears all these words and cannot pull the future away from them. When Troy falls, the gods do not gather everyone tenderly into safety. Myth is not sentimental, but we, as listeners at night, can choose where to place our attention. We can look not at terror, but at transition. The city of stone becomes a city of memory. The living are scattered into other stories. The dead enter song. The walls that seemed permanent become an image poets will carry for thousands of years. Cassandra's voice, dismissed in its own time, travels farther than the shouts of those who mocked her. This is not justice, but it is a kind of afterlife for truth. Agamemnon's taking of Cassandra is part of the bitter economy of ancient victory. To name it plainly is important, but to dwell on harm is not necessary tonight. She is displaced, not diminished, captive, not emptied of self. Her prophetic dignity remains even when others fail to honor it. On the ship, perhaps she watches Troy recede until smoke and coast become one blurred line. The sea does what the sea has always done. It lifts and lowers the vessel. It holds no opinion, yet every wave carries her farther from the language of home. The house of Atreus into which she is carried is itself full of old darkness. Atreus and Thyestes, brothers whose hatred poisoned generations. Agamemnon and Menelaus, sons of that line. Iphigenia, the daughter whose fate at Aulis stains the beginning of the war. Orestes and Electra, children waiting in the aftermath. Cassandra sees not just one event, but a pattern, an inheritance of harm. In this, she becomes almost a historian of the unseen. She understands that catastrophe is rarely isolated. It has ancestors. It has rooms prepared long before the guest arrives. At Mycenae, her speech in tragedy is fragmented, radiant, and unbearable. She speaks of a house smelling of old blood, of a net, of a bath, of death near the hearth. For our quiet telling, translate that into softer images. The palace is warm but not welcoming. Its stones remember too much. The doorway seems to breathe. Clytemnestra's smile is controlled, ceremonial and cold with purpose. Agamemnon walks in pride beneath purple cloth, not sensing that triumph can become a threshold. Cassandra senses everything. Again, she stands where knowledge and power do not meet. There is dignity in the way she finally understands her road. She names Apollo, then releases the symbols of his service. In some interpretations, she breaks or casts away the staff and garlands of prophecy. Whether literal or inward, the gesture matters. She will not let the god's gift define her only as his victim. She has carried the sight. She has paid for it. At the end, she steps toward what she sees not as a defeated madwoman, but as one who recognizes the shape of the story and refuses to lie about it. Afterward, the myths continue without her. Orestes will return, Clytemnestra will fall, the Furies will pursue. Athena will help transform vengeance into trial, and the old blood cycle will move toward law in Athenian imagination. But Cassandra's part is complete. She has spoken enough. Perhaps that is why her silence afterward feels so vast. A voice ignored for so long finally rests, and the world, too late, understands that it had been listening to truth all along. What remains of Troy now? Archaeologists have found layers of cities at Hisarlik in modern Turkey, one Troy built upon another, burned, rebuilt, altered, remembered. History and myth do not lie neatly on top of each other, but they speak across the same ground. The Cassandra of poetry may not be a figure we can document like a name in a ledger, yet her emotional truth is real. Every age has known people who saw danger clearly and were dismissed until the cost arrived. Every age has had its Troys, its horses, its celebrations before midnight. Because this is a sleep story, let the lesson soften before it hardens into worry. You do not need to stay awake guarding every gate. You do not need to become Cassandra tonight, scanning every shadow for the future. The purpose of the myth is not to make rest impossible. It is to honor the part of the heart that has tried to speak wisely, and to remind us that truth can be gentle even when it is unwelcome. In sleep, the mind sorts what waking could not. In dreams, perhaps even Cassandra finds a city where she is heard. Imagine such a city for her, not the Troy that fell, nor the Mycenae that waited, but a quiet place beyond the reach of Apollo's curse. There, when she says the rain is coming, someone brings in the grain. When she says a guest is false, someone listens carefully. When she says a child is frightened, someone kneels. When she says the horse is hollow, the people set down the ropes. It is only an image, but images can heal what history cannot. Let Cassandra have in the kindness of your mind the hearing she was denied. The night above Troy deepens. The stars are old and numerous. They looked down, the poets might say, on Priam's roof, on Hecuba's tears, on Paris's beauty, on Helen's uncertain heart, on Hector's duty, on Andromache's love, on Achilles' rage, on Odysseus's cunning, on Agamemnon's pride, on Clytemnestra's waiting, and on Cassandra's unreceived truth. Stars do not intervene, but they remember in their own way by remaining. When human voices fail, the sky holds silence large enough for all of them. There is comfort, perhaps, in knowing that Cassandra's story survived the disbelief inside it. The curse worked in her life, but not forever. We believe her now, or at least we know the shape of what she saw. Generations have repeated her name as a symbol of the true warning ignored. Her voice crossed languages, empires, religions, libraries, classrooms, theaters, and quiet bedrooms where someone listens in the dark. Apollo cursed her listeners, but time became another listener, slower and more faithful. Time did not save her, but it carried her. Let that thought be a small lamp near the end of the road. Not every truth is welcomed when first spoken. Not every clear sight changes the immediate world. But truth may still travel. It may wait in a poem, a memory, a witness, a whisper, a changed heart. Cassandra's life is tragic, but not meaningless. No life that bears witness is meaningless. No voice that speaks from care is wholly lost, even if the room refuses it. Somewhere, later, someone hears. Now the city below you grows dim again. The walls of Troy return to shadow. The Greek fires fade, then the palace lamps, then the market lamps, then the small household flames sheltered in clay. Priam sleeps in the past. Hecuba sleeps in the past. Helen stands at a window in the past. Paris dreams without understanding. Hector's footsteps pass along a corridor, and Cassandra, young and solemn, pauses beneath the moon as if she has heard someone far away finally say, "I believe you." If you listen closely to Cassandra's myth, you may notice that it is built from thresholds. The threshold of a temple where divine brightness becomes a burden. The threshold of a palace hall where a daughter speaks and a father cannot receive her. The threshold of the city gate where a horse passes from outside to inside. the threshold of a foreign house where she knows the last room before she enters it. Thresholds are places of choice, but also places of mystery. People pause there because they understand, even without words, that crossing changes something. Cassandra spends her life at such edges, looking both ways, belonging fully to neither side. The first threshold is childhood. Before prophecy, before Paris returns, before Helen's footsteps sound in Troy, Cassandra is only a girl among many royal children. She may run under painted beams, hide behind columns, learn the names of servants, memorize the arrangement of cups at feasts, and fall asleep to the murmur of adults discussing matters too large for her. The future waits outside her awareness like a storm beyond the hills. This is one of the tender mercies of early life. For a while, even those marked by myth are allowed to be small. For a while, the gods have not yet spoken loudly. Then comes the threshold of attention. Some children glance and forget. Cassandra looks and keeps looking. A priest's hand shakes while pouring wine. A bird calls at the wrong hour. A stranger's smile arrives a moment after it should. These are not yet prophecies, only openings. Her mind learns to receive patterns, and patterns are the first language of foresight. The world is always speaking, but most people hear only what concerns the next meal, the next message, the next desire. Cassandra hears the larger sentence forming underneath. It is beautiful at first, perhaps, before beauty becomes responsibility. The gift of Apollo is often imagined as sudden, but perhaps it also grows. Perhaps there is one blazing moment and then many smaller recognitions afterward. A true prophecy may arrive like light through a crack, thin but undeniable. It may arrive as a smell of smoke where no fire burns, or as a phrase in the mind that belongs to tomorrow. Cassandra does not choose the timing. She does not choose the subjects. She becomes a shore upon which the future washes things up. Broken oars, flowers, helmets, wedding veils, ashes, songs. Some are symbolic, some are clear. All demand something from her. The curse changes the shape of speech. Before it, language is a bridge. After it, language becomes a bridge that vanishes while she is crossing. Cassandra can form the words. Her mouth can name the danger. Her eyes can beg for trust. But between her and the listener, something invisible fails. It is one of the most elegant cruelties in myth because it leaves her surrounded by ordinary life. No chain is needed, no tower is required. Disbelief itself becomes the prison. The bars are smiles, sighs, jokes, corrections, and the patient voices of people who think they are being kind. King Priam is not without love for her. This makes the sorrow more complex. If he hated her, dismissal would be simpler to understand. But a father can love a child and still not know how to believe her. He may look at Cassandra and remember the infant placed in Hecuba's arms, the little girl with serious eyes, the daughter who once reached for his robe. How can that child now speak of ruin? How can a father let such words become real? Priam's disbelief may partly be defense against unbearable tenderness. He cannot save the city if he accepts her vision, so he protects his heart by doubting the messenger. Hecuba's disbelief may hurt differently. A mother hears tones others miss. She may know Cassandra is not simply making stories. She may sense the fear beneath the words and the terrible sincerity. Yet Hecuba too is bound by hope, by motherhood, by the need to keep the household breathing. To believe every vision would mean grieving her children before they leave the room. It would mean living in the ashes before the fire. Perhaps she comforts Cassandra, strokes her hair, tells her to rest, and in that comfort is love, but also refusal. The mother holds the daughter, while not quite holding the truth. Among Cassandra's brothers, reactions vary. Some laugh because young men often defend themselves with laughter. Some avoid her because her gaze makes their courage feel fragile. Some are tender in private but dismissive in public, unwilling to seem afraid before others. Hector, noble and burdened, may listen more deeply than most, yet even he cannot abandon the role given to him. Duty can make disbelief unnecessary. A person may believe danger is coming and still walk toward it because honor, family, and city demand movement. Cassandra's tragedy touches even those who half believe her, because half-belief rarely saves anyone. The court has its own weather. Courtiers learn which opinions are safe. They learn to praise strength, to welcome good omens, to turn bad ones into clever jokes. Cassandra's presence disturbs this practiced climate. She cannot flatter the future into kindness. She cannot call a bad sign good because the room prefers it. So the court develops a language around her, inspired but unstable, sacred but troubling, gifted but unreliable. These words seem respectful on the surface, yet they place her outside decision. Many societies learn this art, honoring a voice ceremonially while making sure it cannot change anything. Cassandra's story also belongs to the history of women whose knowledge is unwelcome. In the old world, as in many later worlds, a woman's warning can be turned into emotion, and emotion can be used as a reason not to listen. If she is urgent, she is hysterical. If she is precise, she is cold. If she speaks repeatedly, she is obsessed. If she stops speaking, she has no evidence. The myth gives this pattern a divine cause, but the pattern feels painfully human. That is why Cassandra has become more than a figure from Troy. She is a name for an old habit of refusal. Yet it would be too small to make her only a symbol of injury. She is also disciplined. Imagine how much strength it takes to continue speaking after repeated dismissal. Imagine the decision each time to risk humiliation again because someone might be spared, because truth itself deserves a witness, because silence would feel like betrayal. Cassandra's courage is not the courage of charging horses or lifted spears. It is the courage of the exposed voice. It is standing in a room that has already judged you and speaking carefully anyway. There may also be moments when she chooses silence, and those moments deserve compassion too. No one can warn forever. There are days when the body becomes tired of being a bell. Perhaps Cassandra sits in the shade and lets others talk around her about festivals, repairs, weather, and cloth. Perhaps she knows a small misfortune is coming and cannot bear to say it. The curse makes speech costly, but silence is costly too. Either way, she remains alone with consequence. The myth does not need her to be perfect. It needs her to be human enough for us to understand the weight. The city itself becomes a companion to her loneliness. Troy has sounds she knows better than any song. The call from the western tower at dusk, the creak of a particular gate, the splash of water in the palace basin, the roll of carts over uneven stones, the hush inside a temple before the priest speaks. When she foresees the city's end, she is not foreseeing an abstraction. She is seeing these sounds fall quiet. She is seeing familiar routes broken. She is seeing the private map of her life erased. This is why her warnings are filled with love, even when they sound severe. As the siege lengthens, seasons become a slow clock. In spring, flowers open on land watched by armed men. In summer, heat presses against helmets and roofs alike. In autumn, grapes ripen under anxious hands. In winter, smoke lies low and people wrap themselves more tightly. Cassandra's visions do not remove her from this cycle. She still feels heat, cold, hunger, fatigue, and the ache of waiting. Prophecy can make a person seem otherworldly, but her feet remain on the same stones as everyone else's. She lives in time even while seeing beyond it. Paris and Helen's presence in Troy may become, over years, less like scandal and more like fact. Human beings grow used to even the strangest arrangements. Helen walks through courtyards, Paris attends councils, servants learn their preferences. Children born during the siege may know Helen only as the beautiful woman in the palace, not as the cause sung by distant armies. Cassandra alone may be unable to let habit soften the truth. She sees the thread from choice to consequence still shining, still unbroken. Familiarity does not make the danger innocent. When Hector still lives, the city can imagine survival through him. His name steadies people, mothers speak it, guards repeat it, Priam depends on it, Hecuba fears for it, Andromache loves the man beneath it. Cassandra sees both the public flame and the private person. She knows the cruelty of making one human being into a wall. No son, however brave, can be stone enough for a city. No husband, however devoted, can shield every future. Hector's nobility makes the tragedy brighter, not easier, because noble people can still be destroyed by forces larger than themselves. Andromache's sorrow is a quiet echo of Cassandra's. She too understands loss before it fully arrives. She begs Hector to be careful, to think of her and their child, to remember that his life is not only his own. Her words are believed emotionally perhaps, but not obeyed practically. War has its own logic, and it devours domestic wisdom. Cassandra may recognize in Andromache another woman standing before a man she loves, speaking from the future of grief. The difference is that Andromache's warning comes from fear and love, while Cassandra's comes also from sight. Both are true. Achilles, from afar, embodies another kind of prophecy. He knows, through his mother Thetis and through the shape of his fate, that he may choose a long obscure life or a short life crowned by fame. He chooses fame. Cassandra's fate is almost the opposite. She does not choose the knowledge that marks her, and fame comes only after suffering. Yet both figures show how Greek myth ties brilliance to brevity, vision to cost, glory to grief. The songs admire radiance, but they never let us forget its shadow. Odysseus is different again. He survives by listening to hidden structures, though not in Cassandra's sacred way. He reads situations, he doubts surfaces. He knows that strength is not the only path through danger. It is bitter that the final device against Troy belongs to a mind skilled at seeing what others miss, while Cassandra, within Troy, also sees and cannot be believed. Two forms of intelligence face one another across the wall. One is trusted by its side. The other is cursed into isolation. The horse is born from believed cunning and defeated by disbelieved truth. Laocoon's warning briefly gives Cassandra a companion in truth. For a moment, another voice says no. Another person hears the hollowness. Another person sees Greek absence as danger, not release. but omens are slippery in frightened hands. The Trojans interpret what follows in the direction their longing already leans. This is a subtle lesson. Signs do not speak without interpretation, and interpretation is shaped by desire. A people desperate for peace may read danger as blessing, if blessing is what they need. Cassandra's clarity cannot compete with collective exhaustion. The horse itself is a masterpiece of symbolism because it looks like an offering. It borrows the language of religion, victory, and gratitude. It stands where an altar might stand, large and solemn, inviting reverence. To destroy it would feel to some like impiety. To reject it would feel like rejecting the end of suffering. Cassandra understands that evil, or simply danger, rarely arrives announcing itself plainly. It may arrive dressed as a solution. It may arrive as the answer everyone wanted. The myth asks listeners to be wary of gifts that demand the surrender of judgment. Inside the horse, the hidden Greeks wait in darkness. We do not need to imagine them violently. Think instead of breath held, knees cramped, hands on wood, the smell of pitch and sweat, the patient terror of men committed to a plan that cannot be reversed. They too are inside a kind of prophecy, trusting that Trojans will behave as expected. The curse upon Cassandra helps make their expectation true. It is a strange convergence, divine punishment, human longing, clever strategy, and exhausted hope, all meeting inside one wooden body beneath the stars. When the city brings the horse in, it performs its own undoing with ceremony. This is what makes the scene so haunting. The ropes are pulled by hands that want life. The songs are sung by throats that want peace. The flowers are scattered by children who do not understand symbols. Cassandra's grief at that moment must contain compassion as well as terror. She knows the people are wrong, but she also knows why they are wrong. She may be angry at them, yet love does not vanish. Love can stand furious and helpless beside error. After Troy falls, memory begins its work immediately. Survivors carry fragments. One remembers the shape of a doorway. One remembers a tune. One remembers Cassandra's voice and, perhaps too late, feels the meaning of it. But memory after disaster is not orderly. It comes in pieces, bright and painful. The city that once existed in streets now exists in minds, and minds are fragile vessels. This is why poetry matters in the ancient world. Song becomes a second city, built from names. Cassandra enters that city, and there, at last, her warnings are preserved. In Mycenae, the air of the story changes from siege to aftermath. The war is over, but peace has not begun. This is one of the oldest truths about violence. It travels home in those who survive it. Agamemnon returns with spoils, honor, and hidden debts. Clytemnestra waits with grief sharpened by years. Cassandra stands between them as witness to a chain not yet broken. She sees that Troy's fall is not an ending, but a transfer of darkness from one house to another. The conquered city and the victorious palace are joined by consequence. Cassandra's final prophecies in Greek tragedy are among the most powerful because she no longer seems to expect rescue. She speaks because speaking is what remains of her freedom. She names what is true even when no one can make use of it in time. There is a severe peace in that. Not happiness, not acceptance of injustice, but a last refusal to participate in illusion. If the world will not believe her, it will still be told. If the door must close, It will close after hearing its own name. For a listener drifting towards sleep, this may sound heavy, but let it settle lightly. The myth does not require you to fix ancient Troy. It invites you to notice where tenderness and attention belong. Believe the quiet part of yourself when it knows something true. Offer patience to those whose warnings disturb you. Remember that hope and caution do not have to be enemies. The Trojans failed partly because they thought joy required blindness. A wiser joy can open its eyes and still remain joy. Cassandra's story can also be a meditation on release. She warned, and the city did not turn. She saw, and fate unfolded. There comes a point in every human life when responsibility reaches its edge. We can speak with care. We can act where action is given to us. We can love, advise, prepare, and witness. But we cannot live inside every other person's choice. Cassandra's sorrow is extreme, but it carries this quieter teaching too. When you have spoken truly and kindly, the outcome is not always yours to hold. So let the old city become gentle in the mind. Let its towers stand under moonlight without needing to burn again. Let Priam be not only the grieving king, but also the father who once held children on his knees. Let Hecuba be not only lamentation, but also the queen, whose hands knew the textures of linen, bread, and hair. Let Paris be not only error, but also a lost child of Ida. Let Helen be not only beauty, but also bewilderment. Let Hector be not only duty, but love. Let Cassandra be not only doom, but truth with a human face. The name Cassandra has traveled so far that it sometimes becomes a label used too quickly. People say someone is a Cassandra when a warning is bleak or inconvenient. But behind the label stands a person in a story, a daughter, sister, priestess, captive, witness, and woman whose inner life was larger than her curse. To remember that is to restore depth to the symbol. She is not a metaphor first. She is a mythic presence who asks for reverence. Her pain should not be used lightly, but understood slowly. Near the end, imagine Apollo's light changing. At first, it is harsh, the light of exposure, curse, and unwanted seeing. But as the story passes into sleep, the light softens into evening gold on ruined stones. The god's cruelty does not get the last word. Cassandra's endurance does not become his possession. Her truth loosens from the curse and enters the wider human keeping of myth. What was meant to isolate her becomes, over centuries, a bridge toward others who understand. The same gift that wounded her also lets her voice continue. And if truth itself could rest, perhaps it would rest like this, not as a shout in a council chamber, not as a cry at a gate, but as a small, steady flame after everyone has stopped arguing. It does not need to convince the night, it simply burns. Cassandra's truth burns that way now, quiet and indestructible in memory. The city did not receive it in time, but the story receives it. The listener receives it. Sleep receives it, not as alarm, but as recognition. Some things are real even when the world refuses them. Now the hillside returns. You are above Troy again, outside the rush of years. The plain is empty of armies. The sea is calm. The walls stand and do not stand because myth allows both memory and loss to occupy the same place. Cassandra is there and not there, a figure near the gate, her dark hair stirred by night wind, her face turned toward a future that no longer needs to hurt her. She has spoken. The city has faded. The stars remain. Beneath them, all troubled stories grow quieter. Consider also the gentleness hidden in the act of naming. Priam names his daughter, and the city knows her by that name long before the curse makes it heavy. A name is first a call across a room, a way to bring someone to supper, a sound spoken by nurses, siblings, and friends. Later, Cassandra becomes a word for warning, but before that, she is simply herself. Sleep can return her to that first dignity, not a lesson, not a symbol, not a doomed voice in a burning city, but a child answering when someone who loves her calls. The old poets often begin with anger, but Cassandra's story asks us to begin with listening. Listening is different from agreeing too quickly. It is the careful hospitality of the mind. It lets a difficult word sit down before deciding what to do with it. Troy fails at this hospitality. The city welcomes Helen with splendor, welcomes the horse with garlands, welcomes hope with songs, but it does not welcome Cassandra's truth. The contrast is quiet and devastating. A city may open its gates to many things and still keep wisdom outside. In the temples, smoke rises because people believe the gods can smell devotion. It curls upward from barley, wine, and sacrifice, thinning as it climbs. Cassandra's prayers, if she offers them, may feel like smoke too, visible for a moment, then scattered. Yet scattered does not mean wasted. Prayer can be a way of arranging the soul when the world will not arrange itself. Perhaps she prays not for the future to change, but for her heart not to harden. That would be a profound prayer, and a difficult one. The myth also understands reputation. Once a community decides who someone is, every new act is fitted into the old frame. Cassandra is the gloomy one, the frantic one, the one who ruins celebrations. Even accuracy cannot easily alter reputation, because reputation protects itself. If she is right, people call it coincidence. If she is wrong about timing, they call it proof. Such patterns are not ancient only. They live wherever people prefer familiar judgments to fresh attention. Cassandra invites us to loosen the frame around those we think we already know. There is a hush before every irreversible moment, before Paris chooses, before Helen leaves or is taken, before the first ship touches the Trojan shore, before Hector steps out, before the horse crosses the gate, before Cassandra enters the house at Mycenae. The hush is not always noticed by those inside it. Only afterward does memory return and say, "There, that was the last quiet breath." Cassandra notices the hush while it is happening. This is both gift and wound. She lives in the last breath again and again. If the story were painted on a long wall, Cassandra might appear several times. A girl in a temple, a woman before Priam's throne, a sister reaching toward Paris, a prophetess at the gate, a captive on the shore, a stranger before Mycenae. Each figure would be the same person, yet each would carry a different shade of night. Walking along the painting would feel like walking along one life as it is changed by knowledge. The final image might show no event at all, only an empty lamp, still warm after flame. The sleep-friendly heart of the tale is not the fall, but the release after witnessing. Stories allow grief to move in a circle and then come to rest. We approach Troy, we enter the palace, we hear the warnings, we stand by the horse, we cross the sea, and then we return to the hillside where no one is in danger now. The circle closes softly. Cassandra's truth has been honored for the length of the telling. That is enough for tonight. The rest belongs to dreams. So, if your mind has carried its own warnings, its own memories of not being heard, let Cassandra's story take them gently for a while. Let the ancient walls hold what is too heavy. Let the sea rinse the edges. Let the stars make no argument. The night does not demand proof from you. It does not ask you to explain every feeling. It simply makes room. In that room, even a cursed prophetess may set down her burden, and even a tired listener may sleep. You can let your own breath slow with hers. Inhale as the sea draws back from the shore. Exhale as it returns. The story has carried sorrow, but it does not ask you to carry it all night. Place the heavy parts down beside the road, the curse, the horse, the smoke, the closed ears. They can rest there. What you keep is simpler. A woman who saw truly, a city loved deeply, a truth that waited patiently, and the soft knowledge that being unheard does not make a soul unreal. Sleep now near the old walls, but not inside danger. Sleep on the hillside where the grass is cool and the stars are kind. The city is far enough away to be memory, close enough to be beautiful. The sea breathes. The plain is silver. Somewhere a night bird calls once, then is still. Cassandra's story folds itself like a dark cloak and lies down beside the embers. No more warnings are needed. No more gates must be guarded. For this hour, truth does not need to shout. It can rest, and so can you. Good evening and welcome back, one last time, to the slow, gentle work of letting the story rest. Get cozy, settle in, and let us begin the long lowering of the lamp. The tale of Cassandra has been carried by many tongues across the ages, by prophets ignored, by witnesses unheard, by women who knew that being right is not the same as being believed. In the beginning, before any of these tellings, there was only a quieter rumour of the warning unheard and the long siege, a feeling that a soul could see truly and still not be saved, and that history would later listen with a tenderness the city denied. The old poets later gave it names. They gave it Cassandra, Priam, Hecuba, and the high walls that did not heed her. They gave it the long stillness in which it now rests. But that is a story for another day. For now, remember this. Tonight, the work of the tale is done. It simply was, like all old stories, the carrying of the dignity of being unheard through the long inheritance of nights. Let the names settle. Let the room settle. Let the night gather you up. Imagine the high walls of Troy far behind you, the unheard warning and the long siege no longer pressing on your thoughts. In your mind, reach back and close an invisible door to the city, feeling it move on silent hinges, sealing the prophetess, the gates, and the slow smoke of the burning plain in calm and order. Then see a single good evening and welcome back. The hour has grown still, and the room around you has begun the slow practice of letting go of the day. The lamps are low, the corners have softened. Whatever the morning brought, whatever the afternoon asked, whatever the evening still holds in its small busy hands, you may begin, now little by little, to set it down. There is no urgency here. The story we are about to enter is older than urgency. It has waited a long time already. It will wait, patient as a loom standing quiet in a darkened hall, for as much of your attention as you can give before sleep takes you. Let your shoulders settle. Let your jaw rest. Let your hands lie wherever they have come to rest, open or folded, whichever feels more natural to the body that has carried you this far. There is no pose to maintain tonight. There is no question to answer before the morning. The day, with all its rough edges, may now begin its slow folding away into memory, and the night, kind and old, may begin to gather you up. Tonight we enter the story of Helen of Troy, the most beautiful woman of the ancient world, the daughter of a god and a mortal queen, the wife of a Spartan king, the face that the old singers said had launched 1,000 ships and burned the topless towers of a great city. Hers is a strange and sorrowful tale, a tale of beauty so great that it became a kind of fate, of a woman who was at once the cause of a famous war and, in some tellings, never even present at it. We will follow her from a hidden egg in a Spartan palace, through a marriage and a leaving and a long siege, to a quiet homecoming and an old age beside the very husband she had left. And we will hold at the end the gentlest and strangest version of all, in which the whole great war was fought over an image, and the real Helen waited out the years in peace by a far river. We will move through these images slowly. We will not press them. We will let them rise and fade like figures painted faintly on the wall of an old temple, and the listener may drift into sleep at any point along the way without missing what matters. Get cozy, settle in, and let us begin. You may close your eyes, if your eyes wish to close. The story will keep its shape without you watching it. The Greeks who first told it would have understood. They told it for many centuries, in the great halls and at the small fires, and they argued over it, and they retold it in different ways, and they could never quite agree what Helen had been, whether a guilty woman or an innocent one, a willing one or a stolen one, a real woman or a kind of dream the whole world had agreed to chase. The teller continued. The listener slept or did not sleep as the listener wished. The story carried on regardless, the way beauty itself carries on, indifferent to whether anyone is awake to look at it. In the beginning of this telling, we must step back to the kingdom of Sparta, in the southern part of Greece, in the time before the Great War, to the household of a king named Tyndareus and his wife the Queen Leda. And here, at the very root of Helen's story, we meet one of the strangest of all the old tales of the loves of Zeus. For Zeus, the king of the gods, looked down upon Leda and desired her, and he came to her, the old story says, in the form of a swan, a great white bird gliding down out of the sky onto the still water of a Spartan river. We will pass the manner of it gently, the way the sleep story passes all such things. We will only say that from that union, and from Leda's own marriage to her mortal husband in the same season, came a most unusual birth. For Leda, the story says, did not bear ordinary children. She brought forth eggs, as a bird might, and from those eggs came 4 children, mingled of the divine and the mortal. From them came Helen, the daughter of Zeus, the most beautiful of all, and her sister Clytemnestra, who would marry Agamemnon and play her own dark part in the story of the war's end, and the 2 brothers, the twins Castor and Pollux, the horseman and the boxer, who loved their sister Helen fiercely, and who would one day be set among the stars as the constellation of the twins, the patrons of sailors, the bright pair that shines over the sea in winter. So Helen was born into a household half divine, the daughter of the king of the gods, sister to a queen and to 2 heroes who would become stars. And from her earliest childhood, there was something about her that drew every eye. A beauty that was not quite like the beauty of other children. A beauty that already, while she was still a girl, began to bring trouble to the house. For her beauty was famous before she was even grown. While she was still a young girl in Sparta, the story says, the hero Theseus of Athens, already an old man by then, heard of her beauty and carried her away, meaning to make her his wife when she should come of age. But her brothers Castor and Pollux came after her, swift and determined, and they took her back and brought her safely home before any harm was done, and Helen returned to Sparta still a girl. We will pass this early trouble gently. It matters chiefly because it was the first sign of the pattern that would shape her whole life, that her beauty made her a thing that men wished to seize and to own, a prize to be carried off, almost before she was old enough to have any say in the matter at all. She did not ask to be the most beautiful woman in the world. It was given to her, the way the color of the eyes is given without choice, and it became the great fact of her life, the thing that everything else would turn around, the gift that was also in its way a long captivity. There is more to that early abduction than the simple carrying off, and it is worth a moment, for it shows how the threads of the old stories cross and bind. When Theseus took the young Helen, he left her in the care of his own mother, an old woman named Aethra, to be guarded until Helen was grown. And when the brothers Castor and Pollux came and took their sister back, they took Aethra too, and made the old woman Helen's servant, and Aethra remained with Helen for many years, even following her, long afterward, all the way to Troy, so that the mother of the great Athenian hero ended her days as the attendant of the woman over whom the world went to war. The old singers loved such bindings, the way one story reaches into another across the generations, the way the consequences of a single deed travel far down the years and turn up in places no one could have foreseen. And the brothers themselves, Castor and Pollux, who had ridden so swiftly to rescue their sister, had their own story and their own ending, and it is a tender one. They were the closest of brothers, almost a single soul in two bodies, and they did everything together. But one of them, Pollux, was the son of Zeus and so immortal, while the other, Castor, was the son of their mortal father and so was doomed to die. And when at last Castor was killed in a quarrel, Pollux was so stricken with grief at the parting that he begged his father Zeus to let him die too, rather than live on forever without his brother. Zeus, moved by such love, granted them a gentle compromise. The two brothers would share Pollux's immortality between them, dwelling one day among the gods and the next among the dead, forever together, never parted, passing back and forth across the threshold of death side by side. And in the end, Zeus set them both in the sky as the constellation of the twins, the bright pair that rises over the winter sea, the patrons and protectors of sailors, who pray to them in storms. So Helen's brothers, who had saved her as a girl, became two stars, watching over the very sea that her own story would one day fill with 1,000 ships. But Helen, on the walls of Troy in the years to come, would look for them in vain among the Greek army, not knowing that they were already gone from the earth, already shining far away over the water. When Helen came of age and the time came for her to marry, the trouble her beauty caused grew greater still. For now every king and prince and hero in all of Greece desired her, and they came to Sparta as suitors, a great crowd of them, the finest and most powerful men of the age, each bringing rich gifts, each hoping to win her hand. There were so many of them, and they were so powerful, and they wanted her so badly that her mortal father Tyndareus grew afraid. For he saw that whichever suitor he chose, all the others, the great and warlike men he had passed over, would be angry, and might make war upon the lucky bridegroom or upon Sparta itself. The very abundance of her suitors was a danger. To give her to one was to insult all the rest. It was Odysseus, the cleverest of the suitors, the king of Ithaca, who found the way out, though he himself, seeing how the matter stood, had already quietly given up his own hope of winning Helen and set his heart on her cousin Penelope instead. Odysseus proposed a solution to Tyndareus. Before the choice was made, let every suitor swear a great oath, that whichever one of them was chosen, all the others would respect the choice, and more than that, would come to the chosen husband's aid if anyone ever tried to take Helen away from him. Let them all bind themselves, in advance, to defend the marriage, whoever the bridegroom turned out to be. The suitors, eager and perhaps not seeing how far the oath might one day reach, all swore it, standing together over the cut pieces of a sacrificed horse in the old and most binding manner of oaths, each calling the gods to witness that he would defend the husband of Helen against any man who wronged him. They were the greatest men of the age who stood there and swore, kings of rich cities and lords of many ships, warriors whose names would later fill the songs of the war. And Odysseus, who had devised the oath, took for his own reward not Helen, whom he had seen he could not win against so many greater men, but the hand of her cousin Penelope, a wise and faithful woman who would prove, in the long years of his own later wandering, to be worth more to him than all the beauty of Sparta. So the cleverest of the suitors went home content with the quieter prize, having turned the whole dangerous crowd of rivals into a sworn brotherhood with a single careful idea. He did not know, as none of them knew, that he had just bound himself and all the rest to a war that would take 10 years of his life and very nearly cost him his way home. This was the famous Oath of Tyndareus, and it is one of the quiet hinges of the whole story, for it meant that the marriage of Helen was no longer the concern of one household alone. The most powerful men in Greece had bound themselves by a sacred oath to defend it, and so years later, when Helen was carried away to Troy, that old oath could be invoked, and the kings of Greece who had sworn it as young men hoping to win her were called upon to make good their word. And the whole host of Greece was gathered for the war because of a promise made long before by men who never imagined what it would one day cost them. With the oath sworn and the danger of the suitor's anger removed, the choice was made, and Helen was given in marriage to Menelaus, the king of Sparta, the brother of the powerful Agamemnon, king of Mycenae, who had married Helen's sister Clytemnestra. So the two sisters married the two brothers, and Helen became queen of Sparta, and she bore Menelaus a daughter, Hermione, and for a time, the story implies, there was peace, an ordinary royal marriage, a household, a child, the years going by in the rich palace beneath the Spartan hills. We are given few details of those quiet years, for the songs do not dwell on quiet years. But we may imagine them, the running of a great house, the storerooms and the looms, the tending of the little daughter Hermione, the slow round of the seasons in a prosperous southern kingdom, the festivals and the harvests, the ordinary contentment of a queen in her own hall, going about the long, unremarkable work of a settled life. These were the years that might have been her whole story, had no goddess and no foolish prince come between her and them. Helen was a wife, and a mother, and a queen. Had the story ended there, it would have been a quiet one, and no songs would have been sung of her. But the gods had other designs, and they had laid the seeds of them far away at a wedding Helen never attended. For we must turn now to a wedding among the gods, the wedding of the sea goddess Thetis to a mortal king named Peleus, the same wedding that would, in another story, produce the great Achilles. All the gods were invited to that wedding, all but one. The goddess of discord, Eris, was not invited, for no one wishes discord at a wedding. But she came anyway, unseen, and she threw down among the guests a single golden apple, inscribed with 3 words, "For the fairest." And 3 goddesses reached for it and claimed it as their own: Hera, the queen of heaven, Athena, the grey-eyed goddess of wisdom, and Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. They fell to quarrelling over which of them was the fairest and so deserved the apple, and the quarrel grew so bitter that not even Zeus would judge it. For to choose among his wife, his daughter, and the goddess of love was to make 2 terrible enemies whichever way he chose. So Zeus sent the 3 goddesses down to earth to be judged by a mortal man, a young prince of Troy named Paris, who was at that time living as a shepherd on the slopes of Mount Ida above the city, for reasons that belong to his own story. And his own story is worth the telling, for it had a dark beginning. Before Paris was born, his mother Hecuba, the queen of Troy, dreamed that she gave birth not to a child but to a burning torch, a firebrand that set the whole city of Troy ablaze. The seers, asked to read the dream, gave a grim answer: the child she carried would one day bring about the burning of Troy, and to save the city he must not be allowed to live. And so, when Paris was born, he was carried out to the wild slopes of Mount Ida, and left there to die, exposed upon the mountain, as the old world sometimes dealt with children that prophecy had marked. But the infant did not die. He was found and suckled, the old story says, by a bear, and then taken in and raised by a kindly shepherd, and he grew up on the mountain as a herdsman, strong and beautiful, knowing nothing of his royal birth, tending his flocks and loving a gentle mountain nymph named Euenone, who would later, when he abandoned her, grieve for him to the end. He was so fair and so fitted to judge a contest of beauty that the gods chose him for the judgment of the apple. And so the child who had been cast out to save the city was brought, by the very contest, to the choice that would doom it after all. The firebrand the queen had dreamed of was about to be lit. The three great goddesses came down to the hillside where the young man kept his flocks, and they asked him to judge which of them was the fairest, and to award the golden apple to her. And because they were goddesses, and because they wanted the prize, each of them offered Paris a bribe to win his choice. Hera offered him power, rule over the greatest kingdoms of the earth. Athena offered him wisdom and skill and victory in every battle he should ever fight. And Aphrodite, the goddess of love, offered him the thing that would undo the world. She offered him the most beautiful woman who lived, for his own wife. Paris, young and not wise, chose Aphrodite's gift. He awarded her the golden apple, and in return she promised him the most beautiful woman in the world. But the most beautiful woman in the world was Helen, and Helen was already married, already the queen of Sparta, already the wife of Menelaus. None of that mattered to Aphrodite, nor when the time came to Paris. The judgment on the hillside had been made, and from it everything else would follow. The journey of Paris to Sparta, the carrying away of Helen, the Great War, the fall of Troy. A quarrel over an apple at a wedding Helen never attended had sealed the fate of her life. This is one of the things the Greeks found so strange and so sorrowful in her story, that the great fact of her existence, the thing that would define her forever, was decided by others, by a goddess and a foolish prince on a far hillside, before she had any knowledge of it at all. In time, the Prince Paris came to Sparta, received now as a royal guest, no longer a shepherd, but a son of King Priam of Troy. Menelaus welcomed him into his house with all the honor due to a guest, the sacred hospitality that the old world held to be among the most binding of all obligations, the trust between host and guest that the gods themselves protected. And then Menelaus, called away to a funeral on the island of Crete, left his guest in his house in the care of his wife, trusting to the sacred bond of hospitality. And while he was gone, Paris and Helen left together, taking ship for Troy, carrying away with them much of the treasure of the Spartan house. The voyage itself was not a simple one, and the old singers told it in different ways. Some said the goddess Hera, still angry at Paris for the judgment on the hillside, sent a storm that drove their ship far off course, down to the coasts of Egypt and Phoenicia, so that it was a long while before they came at last to Troy. But come to Troy at last they did, and there Helen was received into the high city, into the household of King Priam, as the wife now of his son Paris. And the reception was a mixed and uneasy one from the very start. The old king and many of the royal house received her with courtesy, dazzled perhaps, as everyone was dazzled by her beauty. But there were others in Troy who looked at the foreign queen with foreboding from the first day, who felt the shadow she had brought with her, who guessed that no good could come of receiving the stolen wife of a powerful Greek king into their walls. They were right to fear. Behind Helen, across the sea she had just crossed, the oath of Tyndareus was already being invoked, and the ships were already being gathered, and the long shadow of the war was already beginning to fall across the bright towers of the city that had taken her in. Here we come to the deepest question of Helen's whole story. The question the Greeks argued over for 1,000 years and never settled, and we will hold it gently tonight rather than try to answer it, for it has no answer. Did Helen go willingly, or was she taken? Was she a guilty wife who abandoned her husband and her child for a handsome stranger, or was she the helpless victim of Aphrodite, compelled by the goddess of love against her own will? A woman who could no more resist the power laid upon her than a leaf can resist the wind. The old singers told it both ways, and sometimes both ways at once. In some tellings she is carried off against her will, weeping, looking back at the receding shore of Greece. In others, she goes of her own desire, dazzled by Paris, choosing him. And in the deepest tellings, the two are not even separate. For what is the will of a mortal woman against the will of the goddess of love herself, and where does the goddess end and the woman begin? The Greeks left it unresolved, because they understood that the heart, in the grip of a great passion, cannot always say whether it is choosing or being chosen. We will leave it unresolved too. We will only mark that Helen sailed to Troy, and that whether she went as a willing wife or a stolen prize, she would spend the next 10 years and more paying for that sailing. When Menelaus returned from Crete and found his guest gone and his wife gone with him, his anger was terrible, and it was a righteous anger, for the sacred bond of hospitality had been broken in the worst way. He went to his brother Agamemnon, the High King, and together they invoked the old oath of Tyndareus. They sent messengers across all of Greece to every king and prince who had sworn, years before, to defend the marriage of Helen. And the oath held. The kings came, however reluctantly, for an oath sworn before the gods could not be set aside. They gathered their men and their ships at the harbour of Aulis, a great host out of every corner of Greece, more than 1,000 ships, the largest fleet the world had ever seen. The gathering of that host was itself a long labour, and not every man came willingly. Odysseus, who had a wise wife and a newborn son and a small kingdom he loved, did not wish to leave them for a war over another man's wife. And when the messengers came to call him to his oath, he feigned madness, ploughing the seashore with an ox and an ass yoked together, and sowing the furrows with salt, hoping to be judged unfit to sail. But one of the messengers, suspecting the trick, snatched up Odysseus's infant son and laid him in the path of the plough. And Odysseus turned the blade aside to spare the child, and so revealed that he was sane after all, and was bound to his oath, and came to the war. There was the young Achilles too, the greatest warrior of them all, whose mother had hidden him to keep him from the fighting and the early death she foresaw for him there, and who had to be found and drawn out before the host could sail, for it was prophesied that Troy would never fall without him. So the gathering was slow and reluctant, and full of men who would rather have stayed home, and yet the oath and the prophecies drew them all, one by one, to the harbour at Aulis. And there the fleet lay becalmed for a long while, the winds refusing to blow, the ships idle, the host growing restless on the shore, until the proper rites had been performed to win the favor of the goddess who held back the wind. We will pass the cost of those rites gently, for it was a bitter one, and it belongs to the darker tale of the house of Agamemnon and to other knights. We will only say that at last the winds were granted, and when at last the winds were fair, the whole vast fleet put out together across the sea, bound for the coast of Asia, bound for the high-walled city of Troy, to take back by war the woman who had been carried away, and to punish the city that had received her. There is one thing more that should be told before the war begins, for it shows that the whole catastrophe might still have been avoided even then. Before the fighting started, when the Greek host had reached the shore below Troy, they did not at once attack. First they sent an embassy into the city, a peaceful one. Menelaus himself, the wronged husband, went, and with him Odysseus, the man of persuasive words, and they stood before the assembly of the Trojans and asked, reasonably and without threat, for the simple return of Helen and of the treasure that had been taken with her. Had the Trojans given her back then, the war need never have been fought. The city need never have fallen. The thousands who died on that plain might have lived out their lives. And there were Trojans, wise ones, the elders, who counselled exactly that, who said plainly that Helen should be returned and the quarrel ended. But Paris would not give her up, and those who profited from the stolen treasure spoke against returning it, and in the end the embassy was refused, and Menelaus and Odysseus were sent away empty-handed, and one hot-headed faction in the city even spoke of killing the envoys against all the laws of heralds until cooler voices prevented it. So the last chance for peace was let go, and the war came, not because it had to, but because a foolish prince would not let go of the woman a goddess had promised him, and a proud city would not overrule its prince. The Greeks remembered this. They knew that the long slaughter had been, at the very end, a choice, and a choice that need not have been made. The war that followed lasted 10 long years, and we will not tell it as a tale of battle, for the sleep story turns its eyes from the edge of the sword, and besides, the war itself belongs to other knights and other heroes, to Achilles and his wrath, to Hector, the defender of the city, to the long grinding siege upon the plain. Tonight we are following Helen, and so we will go inside the walls of Troy where she lived through all those years, and we will see the war as she saw it, from above, from a distance, from the high ramparts of the city that was being destroyed because of her. There is a scene from the great poem of the war that shows us Helen in Troy more truly than any other, and it is a quiet one. A scene of an old man and a beautiful woman standing together on a high wall, looking out over a battlefield. In the early days of the 10th year, the old King Priam, the father of Paris, the ruler of Troy, sat upon the wall of the city with the eldest councillors of Troy beside him, and Helen came up to join them. And when the old men of Troy saw her coming, they murmured to one another, quietly, that it was no wonder, no cause for blame, that the Trojans and the Greeks had suffered so long for such a woman, for her beauty was terrible, like the beauty of the deathless goddesses. And yet they said, for all her beauty, Let her go back in the ships, and not be left here to be a sorrow to them and to their children after them." In that one murmured exchange, the old poet caught the whole impossible truth of Helen, that her beauty was so great that men could not blame those who fought for it, and yet so costly that they wished, with all their hearts, that she had never come among them. And then the old king Priam called Helen to sit beside him, and he spoke to her with a gentleness that is one of the most moving things in the whole story. He did not blame her. He told her that he held her not at fault, that he held the gods at fault, the gods who had brought this war upon them. And he asked her, since she could see the Greek army spread out on the plain below, to name for him the great Greek leaders, for she knew them, having lived among them once as a queen of Greece. And so Helen stood on the wall beside the old king, who did not blame her, and she looked down upon the army of her own people, the people she had left, and she named them for Priam, one by one. "There is Agamemnon," she said, "the great king, the brother of the husband I left. There is Odysseus, the man of many counsels. There is the great Ajax, the bulwark of the Greeks." And as she named them, she wept, for they were the men of her own homeland, come across the sea to bring her back, and she spoke of her old home, and of her husband, and of the daughter she had left behind, and of her brothers, whom she looked for in vain among the army, not knowing that Castor and Pollux were already dead far away in Greece, and lay beneath the earth of their own country. This is the Helen the old poet wanted us to see, not a wicked woman gloating over the war she had caused, but a sorrowful one, full of self-reproach, who called herself hard names, who wished she had died before she ever followed Paris to Troy, who grieved for the home and the husband and the child she had left, who stood among the people of Troy as a kind of beautiful curse that everyone was too courteous to name aloud. She was honored in Troy, and she was hated in Troy, and she knew it, and she lived for 10 years inside a city that was being slowly destroyed because of her, knowing that every man who died on that plain, on either side, was dying for her sake. The Greeks understood that this was its own kind of punishment, deeper than any the war could inflict from outside, to live day after day as the cause of a suffering you can see all around you and cannot stop. There came a day, early in that last year, when it seemed the whole war might be settled, and Helen's fate decided by a single combat between the two men who claimed her. For it was agreed between the armies that Paris, who had taken Helen, and Menelaus, from whom she had been taken, should fight alone, man to man, in the space between the two hosts, and that whoever won should keep Helen and all her treasure, and the long war should end, and both peoples should swear peace and part. The armies sat down on either side to watch, glad of the hope that the killing might be over. And the two men fought, there in the dusty space between the silent armies, while Helen watched from the wall above. Menelaus, the stronger and the angrier, soon had the better of it. He broke his sword on Paris's helmet, then seized Paris by the crest of that helmet, and began to drag him bodily toward the Greek lines. And Paris was choking, half throttled by his own chin strap, on the very edge of death and defeat. And in that instant, the goddess Aphrodite, who would not let her favorite die, snapped the strap so that the empty helmet came away in Menelaus's hand and wrapped Paris in a thick mist, and snatched him up out of the battle altogether and set him down, unhurt, safe in his own perfumed chamber within the walls. Menelaus stalked up and down the field, looking for the man who had vanished from under his hands, and no one on either side could tell him where Paris had gone, for none of them would have hidden him. So the duel that should have ended the war ended instead in a disappearance, and the fighting, after a broken truce, began again and dragged on for the rest of that terrible year. It was as though the gods themselves would not allow the war to end so cleanly, would not let the quarrel over Helen be settled by anything so simple as one fair fight. Her life inside the walls was a lonely one. Paris, the man she had followed across the sea, proved to be no great hero, but a soft and somewhat cowardly man, more skilled with the bow from a safe distance than with the spear in the press of battle. And Helen came, in the great poem, to despise him, even as she remained bound to him. There is a scene where Paris flees from the battlefield after challenging Menelaus to single combat, saved only by the goddess Aphrodite, who snatches him away in a cloud when he is about to be killed, and sets him down safely in his own chamber, and then comes to Helen and bids her go to him. And Helen, in that scene, turns on the goddess with a weary bitterness, almost defiance, telling Aphrodite to go and sit with Paris herself if she loves him so much, for Helen is ashamed to. It is a remarkable moment, a mortal woman speaking back to the goddess of love, worn down by the passion that had been laid upon her, longing only for it to end. But the goddess answers with a flash of anger and a threat, and Helen, afraid, obeys and goes to Paris as she is bid. Even her defiance is not allowed to last. She is held to the end in the grip of the power that brought her to Troy. She found more kindness among the Trojans from the great Hector, the noble prince, the true defender of the city, the brother of the man she had followed. Hector never reproached her, though the war was destroying his city and would in the end destroy him and his wife and his infant son. He treated her with courtesy and with gentleness, and Helen knew the worth of it, and when Hector at last fell, killed by Achilles before the walls, Helen mourned him as truly as any in Troy. And in the great poem it is Helen who speaks the last of the laments over Hector's body, saying that of all the household of Troy he alone had always been gentle to her, had always defended her with kind words when others reproached her, and that now he was gone she had no friend left in all the wide city, and everyone shuddered at her. It is one of the loneliest speeches in the old poetry, the most beautiful woman in the world, standing in a doomed city among people who blamed her, weeping over the one man who had been kind to her, and knowing that with his death, her last shelter was gone. She lived those years among the women of Troy, and the old poets gave us glimpses of them too, for the war fell hardest, in the end, upon the women. There was Hecuba, the old queen, the mother of Hector and Paris, and so many sons, who would lose nearly all of them before the end. There was Andromache, Hector's gentle wife, who had begged him not to go out to his death, and who would be left a widow with a small son in a falling city. There was Cassandra, the daughter of Priam, who had been given the gift of true prophecy and the curse that no one would ever believe her, and who foresaw clearly and helplessly every disaster that was coming to Troy, and cried out the warnings that no one heeded. These were the women among whom Helen lived, the women whose city and husbands and sons were being destroyed for her sake, and yet the old poets show them, for the most part, treating her with a strange courtesy, even a kind of tenderness, as though they understood, as Priam had said, that the fault lay with the gods, and not with the beautiful frightened woman in their midst. Helen wove, and spun, and kept the customs of the women's rooms, and waited, year after year, in a household that was not hers, in a city that was not hers, among a war that was entirely about her and entirely beyond her power to end. We will pass over the long years of the war and the deaths of its heroes gently, for they belong to other tellings and to other nights. We will only say that the war ground on, that Hector fell, and that Achilles, the greatest of the Greeks, fell too, struck at last by an arrow loosed by Paris and guided by the god Apollo. And Paris himself did not live to see the end, and his death holds one of the saddest small stories of the whole war. He was struck by a poisoned arrow, and the wound would not heal, and he was dying of it. Now there was one person in all the world who could have healed him, Oenone, the gentle mountain nymph who had loved him in his shepherd days on Mount Ida, before ever he sailed to Sparta, the wife of his youth whom he had abandoned for Helen. Oenone had the gift of healing herbs, and she had told him long ago when he left her that if he were ever mortally wounded, he should come to her, and she alone could save him. So now, dying, Paris was carried up the mountain to her to beg for the healing, and Oenone, remembering how he had cast her aside for another woman, refused him in her old grief and anger, and sent him away to die. But when he had gone, her love overcame her bitterness, and she relented and gathered her herbs and hurried after him down the mountain. To save him after all, she came too late. He was already dead. And Oenone, in her grief at the death of the man she had both refused and loved, took her own life beside his body. We will pass this sorrow gently. It is one of the quiet tragedies that gather at the edges of the great one, the faithful first love forgotten, the healing offered too late. 2 more lives folded into the long cost of the war. After Paris fell, Helen, the cause of it all, was given in some tellings to another of Priam's sons, a prince named Deiphobus, married again within the doomed city, passed from one Trojan prince to another. A prize even now, even in the last days, even when the city that held her was nearly at its end. And the end, when it came not by force, but by a trick, the most famous trick in all the old stories. The Greeks, unable to take the high walls of Troy by 10 years of fighting, built a great hollow horse of wood and hid their best warriors inside it, and left it standing before the city as though it were an offering to the gods, and sailed away, pretending to give up the war at last and go home. And the Trojans, deceived and overjoyed that the long siege seemed ended, dragged the great horse inside their walls in triumph, not knowing what it carried in its dark belly. There were warnings, as there always are, and as they always are, they went unheeded. The priest Laocoon cried out that he feared the Greeks even when they brought gifts, and warned that the horse should not be trusted, and hurled his spear against its wooden flank so that the weapons within rang faintly. But he was not believed, and a terrible portent soon silenced him. And Cassandra, the prophetess who was never believed, cried out that the horse held the city's doom, that ruin was hidden in its belly, that they were dragging their own destruction in through their own gates with their own hands. But she was Cassandra, cursed always to be right and never to be heeded. And the people laughed at her or pitied her, and went on hauling the great horse up through the streets, garlanding it, rejoicing, while the woman who saw the truth wept and could not stop them. So the city carried its end inside its walls, singing on the very night before it fell. There is a strange small tale told of Helen on that last night, and it is one of the eeriest in her whole story. As the great horse stood within the walls in the darkness, with the Greek warriors hidden silent inside it, Helen, the story says, came out and walked around the horse. And she called out softly in the voices of the wives of the Greek warriors hidden inside, imitating each woman's voice perfectly, calling each hidden man by name in the tones of the wife he had left behind across the sea. Whether she did it to test the horse, or to betray the men inside to the Trojans, or under some compulsion, the old tellers were not sure, and it adds to the strangeness of her. The hidden warriors, hearing the voices of their own wives calling to them in the dark, were almost undone by longing, and one of them nearly answered aloud and would have given them all away, had not Odysseus, ever watchful, clapped his hand over the man's mouth and held him silent until the danger passed. It is a haunting image, the most beautiful woman in the world walking in the dark around a wooden horse, speaking with the borrowed voices of distant wives and the hidden men inside aching to answer. In the deep of that night, the warriors came out of the horse and opened the gates of Troy to the army that had returned under cover of darkness, and the city that had held out for 10 years fell in a single night. We will pass over the fall of Troy gently, for it was terrible, one of the great sorrows of the old world, a proud city given over to fire and ruin. We will follow only Helen through it. For in the chaos of the city's fall, Menelaus, her first husband, the king she had left 10 years before, came searching for her through the burning streets, sword in hand, having sworn that when he found her he would kill her, would at last avenge the wound she had dealt him and the long war her leaving had caused. It is told that Helen, in that last terrible night, did a thing that has been read both as betrayal and as the act of a woman choosing at last which side she belonged to. She led Menelaus and Odysseus to the chamber where Deiphobus, her latest Trojan husband, lay, and so delivered him to their swords, and she took the weapons from the house so that he could not defend himself, helping the Greeks to the man she had been given to against her will. Whether this was treachery or a kind of homecoming, an act of cruelty or an act of return to her own people, the old singers, as ever with Helen, did not finally say. And then, with Deiphobus dead, Menelaus came at last for Helen herself. And he found her. The old story says he came upon Helen in the falling city, and he raised his sword to kill her. His anger of 10 years gathered behind the blow. And then he looked at her. He looked at her face, the face he had not seen in 10 years, the most beautiful face in the world, the face that had launched 1,000 ships. And the sword fell from his hand. He could not do it. Whether it was love returning, or simple wonder at her beauty, or the working of Aphrodite once again, the old singers tell it the same way. That the husband who had crossed the sea with 1,000 ships to kill his faithless wife, who had every right and every reason and every intention to strike, took one look at her and let the sword drop, and took her back instead, and led her down out of the burning city to his ship, to carry her home to Sparta after all the long years and all the dead. The homecoming was not quick. Menelaus and Helen, like many of the Greeks returning from Troy, were driven far off course by storms and by the anger of the gods at the cruelty of the city's sack, and they wandered for years, blown as far as Egypt, before at last the winds and the gods allowed them home. There is a tale of that long wandering that is worth the telling, for it is one of the gentlest in the whole story, and it shows Menelaus at the mercy of the sea, as Helen had so long been at the mercy of fate. Becalmed and stranded on an island off the coast of Egypt, his provisions failing, his men growing desperate, Menelaus learned that the only one who could tell him how to win his way home was an old god of the sea named Proteus, the herdsman of the seals, who rose each day from the water to sleep among his herd on the shore at noon. But Proteus would not answer questions willingly, and he could change his shape at will to escape any who tried to hold him. So Menelaus, advised by the god's own daughter, hid himself among the seals on the beach, wrapped in a sealskin, and waited through the long bright noon until the old sea god came up and lay down to sleep among his creatures. And then Menelaus seized him and held on. Proteus, waking, changed himself into a lion, and Menelaus held on. He became a serpent, and a leopard, and a great boar, and Menelaus held on. He became running water, and then a tall flowering tree, and still Menelaus held on, through every shape, refusing to let go, until at last the old god, finding he could not slip free, returned to his own form and answered. And Proteus told Menelaus what rites he had failed to perform and must perform, and how he should win his way home, and Menelaus did as he was told, and the way home opened at last. The old singers loved this story for the same reason they loved Medea singing the dragon to sleep. It taught that the way past a slippery and shifting difficulty is not force alone, but holding on, patiently, through every form the difficulty takes, until it tires of changing and tells you what you need to know. But home they came, in the end, the king and the queen, back to the rich palace beneath the Spartan hills where the story had begun, back to the very household Helen had left so long before. And there, the old tellings say, they lived out the rest of their days together, reconciled. The long, terrible interruption of the war folded away behind them. as though the 10 years and the 1,000 ships and the fallen city had been a long dark dream, from which they had both at last awakened in the bed where they had begun. There is a quiet and beautiful glimpse of Helen in this later piece, in the great poem of the wanderings of Odysseus. For when the young Telemachus, the son of Odysseus, came to Sparta seeking news of his lost father, he came to the palace of Menelaus and Helen, and was received as a guest, and there he saw Helen, no longer the prize of a war, but the gracious mistress of a great house, mature and serene, presiding over the hall, recognizing the young stranger at once as the son of Odysseus by his likeness to his father. And as the evening drew on, Helen and Menelaus told stories of the war to their young guest, stories of his father, and one of them Helen told herself, a memory of Troy that showed how strange her years inside the city had been. She told of a time when Odysseus had crept in to besiege Troy alone, in disguise, dressed as a ragged beggar, scarred and filthy, to spy out the city. And she, Helen, had recognized him through the disguise, had known him for who he was, and had not betrayed him. She had taken him in, and bathed him, and questioned him quietly, and sworn not to give him away, and had let him go back to the Greek camp with what he had learned, for already, she said, her heart had been turning back toward her home and her first husband. Already she had begun to repent of the madness that the goddess had laid upon her. It is a remarkable scene. Helen, years later in her own peaceful hall, telling the son of Odysseus how she had once protected his father inside the very city that was at war for her sake. And there is in it a quiet image of a woman who had, even in the worst of her captivity, kept some thread of loyalty to the people she had left, and who had come home at last to tell of it by her own hearth. And when the talk at the table turned to the deeper sorrows of the war and grief began to gather over the guests, Helen, the story says, quietly slipped a drug into the wine, a gentle drug she had been given long ago in Egypt, a drug that soothed grief and anger and lulled the painful memories to rest, so that those who drank it could speak of even the saddest things without weeping, held in a soft calm. It is a lovely thing that the woman who had been the cause of so much grief became, in her old age, the one who knew how to soften grief, who poured the drug of forgetting into the cup, who had learned, perhaps from her own long sorrow, how to give others a few hours of peace from the weight of memory. The most beautiful woman in the world ended her story not as a prize or a curse, but as a quiet healer in a peaceful hall, easing the pain of others as the evening drew in. And now we come to the strangest version of all, the gentlest, the one that turns the whole story over and shows us its hidden underside, and it is the one we will carry with us towards sleep. For there was an old tradition held by certain poets that said Helen never went to Troy at all. The poet Stesichorus, the old story tells us, once wrote a poem blaming Helen for the war, and was struck blind for it, and understood that he had offended the gods by slandering the daughter of Zeus, and so he wrote a second poem, a retraction, in which he sang that the first poem had not been true, that Helen had never sailed to Troy, that she had never crossed the sea in the dark ships. And when he had sung the truth, his sight was restored to him. In this telling, taken up later by the poet Euripides in a whole strange and beautiful play, what Paris carried away to Troy was not Helen at all, but a phantom of her, an image made of cloud and air in her exact likeness, fashioned by the gods, a breathing shadow that looked and moved and spoke exactly like Helen, but was not Helen. And the real Helen, the true woman, was carried away by the gods to Egypt, to the household of a good and pious king beside the river Nile, and there she waited out the whole long war, faithful and unharmed, longing for her husband, while across the sea the Greeks and the Trojans fought and died for 10 years over a phantom, over an image, over a thing of cloud that had never been the woman herself at all. Think of that in the quiet as you lie there. The whole great war, the 1,000 ships, the 10 years, the fallen city, all the deaths of all the heroes, all of it fought over an image, a likeness, a beautiful shadow, while the real woman sat far away in peace by a foreign river, blameless, waiting. And when the war was over, in this telling, Menelaus, sailing home, was wrecked upon the coast of Egypt. And there he found her, the true Helen, the real one, and learned that the woman he had won back from the ruins of Troy had been only the phantom which dissolved into the air the moment its work was done, and that his true wife had been here all along, faithful in Egypt, having never wronged him at all. And the two of them, the king and the real queen, were reunited and sailed home together. The long misunderstanding ended, the innocent woman restored to the husband who had never truly lost her. The Greeks held both of these stories at once, the guilty Helen and the innocent one, the Helen who went to Troy and the Helen who never left, and they did not insist on choosing between them, because both said something true. The guilty Helen is the truth that beauty and desire can set the world on fire, and that great catastrophes can grow from a single act of passion. The innocent Helen is the truth that we are often blamed for things we did not do, that the image of a person can become a thing the whole world fights over, while the real person, the true self underneath, stands apart, unknown, longing only to be seen as she truly is. Both Helens are real, both are Helen. And the old poets, who were wiser than they are sometimes given credit for being, let the two of them stand side by side and ask their listeners to hold both, and to draw from each what comfort and what warning they could. Good evening and welcome back. If your mind has wandered through the long years of the war, the figures have multiplied. The swan on the still river and the eggs in the Spartan palace. The 4 children, half divine, the beautiful sister, the queen sister, the 2 brothers who became stars. The girl whose beauty drew trouble before she was grown. The crowd of powerful suitors and the clever oath that bound them all. The marriage to the Spartan king, the daughter, the years of peace. The wedding of the gods, the golden apple, the 3 goddesses on the hillside, the shepherd prince and his fatal choice, the guest in the house and the leaving in the night. The 1,000 ships gathered at Aulis, the old king on the wall who did not blame her, the naming of the heroes and the weeping for a lost home, the gentle Hector and the lament over his body, the wooden horse and the borrowed voices in the dark, the husband with the falling sword, the long wandering, and the homecoming at last. The quiet drug poured into the cup of grief, and the phantom of cloud, and the true woman waiting in Egypt by the river. Let those images settle, like stones settling to the bed of a clear river, finding their places one by one in the long record of her story. There is a meaning the Greeks drew from the story of Helen, and it is worth holding for a moment before we let the whole tale loosen towards sleep. It is, more than almost any other Greek story, a meditation on beauty and on the strange and heavy fate of being beautiful. Helen did almost nothing in her own story. She was born beautiful, which she did not choose. She was married off, which she did not choose. She was promised to Paris by a goddess, which she did not choose. She was carried away, or went, under a compulsion she could barely distinguish from her own will. The war was fought in her name, but not by her doing. She is, in a strange way, the most passive figure in her own great tale, a woman to whom everything is done, and yet she is held responsible for all of it, blamed by an entire world for a catastrophe she set in motion only by existing, only by being what she was made to be. The Greeks felt the injustice of this, even as they told the story, and that is why they invented the phantom and the innocent Helen in Egypt to set beside the guilty one. They were trying to do justice across many centuries to a woman their own stories had wronged. It simply was, in the old imagination, that great beauty was a kind of fate, neither a blessing nor a curse exactly, but a weight, a destiny laid upon a person from outside, that drew the desire and the envy and the violence of the world toward them, whether they wished it or not. The beautiful person in the old stories is rarely free. They are sought, seized, fought over, blamed. Their beauty belongs, in a sense, to everyone but themselves. And there is in Helen's story a deep and quiet compassion for anyone who has ever been seen only for their surface, valued only for what they appeared to be, fought over as an image while the true self underneath stood unregarded, longing, like the real Helen by the Nile, only to be known as they truly were. There is something, too, in the way the whole world in her story chases an image rather than a person. The men who fought for 10 years over Helen did not, most of them, know her at all. They had never spoken with her. They fought for a name, a rumor, a face glimpsed or only imagined, an idea of beauty they had agreed among themselves was worth dying for. And the deepest version of her tale, the one in which a mere phantom of cloud went to Troy while the true woman waited far away, only makes plain what was already true of all the others. That what the world pursues with such violence is so often not the real thing at all, but a glittering image of it, a shape made of their own longing, projected onto a person who can never quite be the thing they have decided to see. The Greeks, in giving Helen a phantom double, were telling a truth about all desire, that it fixes on an image, and that the living person behind the image is almost always somewhere else, quieter, more ordinary, more real, and largely unseen. To be loved for an image is its own kind of loneliness, and Helen knew it more completely than anyone who has ever lived. And there is the gentler meaning. the one held in that last image of the older Helen in her peaceful hall, pouring the soothing drug into the cup of grief. For the woman who had been the cause of so much sorrow became, at the last, the one who knew how to ease it. She had suffered greatly in her long, strange life, and out of that suffering she had learned something about the soothing of pain, about the granting of a few hours of forgetting, about the kindness of helping others set down, for a little while, the weight of their hardest memories. There is something in that for the listener tonight, who may also be carrying memories that press, and who may now, as the evening drug of sleep begins to work, be allowed to set them down for a few hours and rest. The night is older now, and the story has carried us far. Let us gather the figures and let them settle. The great white swan gliding down onto the still Spartan water, the strange eggs and the 4 half-divine children born from them, the brothers Castor and Pollux, who would become the bright twin stars over the winter sea, the girl whose beauty was famous before she was grown, the crowd of kings come courting, and Odysseus with his clever oath that bound them all to defend the marriage, the Spartan king Menelaus, and the daughter Hermione, and the years of quiet, the wedding of Peleus and Thetis, and the golden apple of discord rolled among the guests, the 3 great goddesses on the slopes of Ida, and the shepherd prince who judged them, the guest received with honor, and the ship that sailed in the night, the 1,000 ships gathered at Aulis under the old broken oath, the high walls of Troy, and the 10 long years beneath them, the old king Priam on the rampart, who held the gods at fault and not the woman, Helen naming the Greek heroes from the wall and weeping for her lost home and her vanished brothers, the gentle Hector, her one friend in the city, and her lament when he fell, the soft and cowardly prince she came to despise, the great wooden horse standing silent in the night, Helen walking around it, calling in the borrowed voices of distant wives, the burning city and the husband whose raised sword fell from his hand at the sight of her face, the long wandering home by way of Egypt, the peaceful hall at last, and the gracious queen pouring the gentle drug into the cup of grief, and the strangest figure of all, the phantom of cloud that went to Troy in her place, while the true and innocent woman waited out the war in peace beside a far river. These are the figures of her story, and you do not have to hold them. They are mentioned only so that they may settle. Let the names drift down like leaves into water, let the images soften, let the long story of the most beautiful woman in the world become a quiet weight in the room, the way a loom standing finished and still in a darkened hall is a quiet weight, its long work woven, its threads at rest, asking nothing of anyone now but to stand quietly in the dark. Now, let the story loosen the way every long telling must when sleep approaches. Let the high walls of Troy stand quiet in the moonlight, the long war over, the fires of the fallen city long since cooled, the stones grown calm under the stars. Let the 1,000 ships rest, drawn up on far shores, or sunk to a deep and peaceful sleep beneath the sea, their long crossing done. Let the golden apple lie forgotten in the grass of a hillside where no one walks any more, its quarrel ended, its mischief spent. Let the great wooden horse stand empty and harmless in the memory, its warriors long gone into the songs. Let Hector sleep in honor within the walls he died defending. Let Paris and the heroes of both sides rest wherever their own stories laid them down. Let Menelaus and Helen sleep at last in the rich, quiet palace beneath the Spartan hills, reconciled, the long, dark dream of the war folded away behind them. Let the brothers Castor and Pollux shine softly and steadily over the winter sea, the bright twin stars watching over sailors in the dark. And let Helen herself rest in whichever of her stories you wish to leave her. The queen, grown gentle in her peaceful hall, easing the grief of others, or the innocent woman by the far river, blameless and waiting. The phantom dissolved, the long misunderstanding ended, known at last for what she truly was. Good evening and welcome back, one last time, to the slow, gentle work of letting the story rest. The night has carried Helen a long way, from a swan on a Spartan river to a peaceful hall and a quiet old age, and to the strange far river of Egypt where the true woman waited out the war. There are many other tellings of her, many other moments, many other voices that sang of her across the long centuries, some in blame, and some in pity, and some in wonder. But that is a story for another day. The grove of her mythology is wide enough that no single knight can walk all its paths. There is a final image the old singers like to leave with their listeners at the end of a tale of Helen. It is the image of a woman at a loom, in a quiet upper room, weaving. For in the great poem of the war, when we first meet Helen inside Troy, she is found at her loom, weaving into a great purple cloth the very battles that were being fought below her on the plain, the struggles of the Trojans and the Greeks, the war that was being waged for her own sake. She wove the war into the cloth, the old poet says, the spear thrusts and the chariots and the deaths, working the great sorrow of her life into a thing of patient beauty, thread by thread, in the quiet of her room above the fighting. It is a strange and haunting picture, the cause of the war, sitting apart from it, weaving its image into cloth, turning the catastrophe she had set in motion into something slow and made and beautiful. The only thing perhaps that she could do with it, the only mastery left to her, to take the chaos of her fate and weave it patiently, by hand, into a pattern she could hold. And so we leave her in the quiet upper room, the loom standing before her, the purple thread passing slowly through the warp, the war below her growing distant, the evening coming on, her hands moving in the old slow rhythm of the weaver until the light fades from the room, and even she, at last, lays down the shuttle and rests. For now, remember this. Tonight, the work of the tale is done. It simply was, like all old stories, the carrying of the most beautiful woman in the world through the long inheritance of knights. Let the names settle. Let the room settle. Let the night gather you up. Imagine the high walls of Troy and the 1,000 ships and the long, bitter war far behind you. The golden apple and the burning city, and the borrowed voices in the dark, no longer pressing on your thoughts. In your mind, reach back and close an invisible door to the doomed and shining city, feeling it move on silent hinges, sealing beauty, blame, longing, and the long war in calm and order. Good evening and welcome back. Tonight we begin in Trozen, a small city by the sea, on the night a child was placed above a stone and a secret was begun. Find a comfortable position, let your body settle into whatever holds you. Breathe in slowly, Breathe out. There is nothing you need to decide tonight. There is no road you need to follow. Only this old story, moving beside you in the quiet. The hours are soft now. The world outside has grown still. You may let the weight of the day dissolve gradually, thought by thought, obligation by obligation, until all that remains is the sound of this old story and the slow rhythm of your own breathing. Tonight we tell the story of Theseus. Not only the hero of the labyrinth, not only the king who forgot his sails, but the full figure. The child who chose the hard road, the young man who cleared the coast of its old violence, the king who carried both victory and loss in the same hands, and the old man who died on a foreign island far from the city he had made. His story is one of the most human in all the Greek mythology, because it is a story not only of great deeds, but of great mistakes. And because the man who made the mistakes was the same man who performed the deeds, and he never forgot either. Get cozy, settle in, and let us begin. Troezen was a quiet city, small enough that the sea could be heard from nearly everywhere in it, and the pines on the hills behind it made a sound in the wind that the people of Troezen had heard so long it had become invisible to them, like the sound of their own breathing. The city sat between the hills and the water in a way that made it feel held. The streets were not wide. The houses were built of pale local stone that caught the afternoon light and gave it back slowly, so that even after the sun had set there was still a faint luminosity to the walls that made the city seem to glow from within rather than from without. The citizens of Troezen were not great warriors. They were not famous builders or philosophers or traders. They were people who had lived in the same place for a very long time, and who had developed through that long habitation a particular quality of stillness and attention. They paid attention to things. They noticed the wind. They noticed the way the light changed. They noticed people. Pythias was the king of Troezen, and Pythias was old and very wise. The kind of wisdom that accumulates in a person who has watched things happen for long enough that the patterns become visible. He had a daughter named Aethra, and Aethra was young and quiet and attentive to things in the way that certain people are. Attentive not because they are looking for something specific, but because attention is simply how they move through the world. She had grown up in her father's house, watching him think. She had learned from watching him that the most important things were often the things that happened quietly, without announcement. Aegeus came to Troezen on his way home from Delphi. He was the king of Athens, a city far more powerful than Troezen, and he had been to the oracle to ask about children, about the continuation of his line, about the heir that had not yet come to him in his many years as king. The oracle at Delphi spoke in the way that oracles speak, not in answers but in images, not in clarity but in truth wrapped in metaphor, so that the person who received the words had to work for the meaning, and the working for it was part of what the oracle gave. The answer Aegeus received was about a wineskin, about loosening something before he reached the heights of Athens, about what would follow from that loosening. He did not understand it. He had spent the long road back from Delphi turning it over in his mind, and had arrived at Troezen no closer to its meaning than when he had left the temple. He came to Pythias because Pythias was the wisest interpreter of oracles in the region. He came with the specific humility of a powerful man who has encountered something that his power cannot help him with, and who has had the sense to seek someone who might know what he does not. This kind of humility is rarer than it should be. Aegeus had enough of it to make the detour to Troezen. Pythias interpreted it. What Pythias understood from the oracle was that Aegeus would father a great son that night. What Pythias did with his understanding was to ensure that the son was fathered in Troezen, in the house of his daughter Aethra, so that the great son would have the blood of Troezen's royal line in him as well as the blood of Athens. Pythias was not above a certain amount of arrangement in the service of what he understood the gods to intend. What Pythias understood from the oracle, and what Pythias did with his understanding, resulted in a child. The child would be Theseus, and he would be the greatest hero Athens would ever produce, and he would also be the cause of his father's death, and the maker of a city, and the man who forgot a sail, and many other things besides. But that night in Troezen there was only the stone and the secret. Before Aegeus left for Athens, he led Aethra to a great rock at the edge of the city. It was a flat rock, grey and wide, and it had been there as long as anyone could remember. The rock was not remarkable. Dozens of rocks of similar size lay in the hills above the city, but this one was near a path that people walked every day, and it had a particular flatness on its upper surface that made it look, if you did not know better, like a stone that had been placed there by intention rather than by the slow work of the earth. Aegeus took his sandals and his sword, the sword that marked him as king of Athens, and he placed them beneath the stone, and he rolled the stone back over them. He told Aethra what he was doing. He said, "When the child is born, when the child is grown, when the child is strong enough to lift this stone, bring him to me. Do not tell him who his father is until that day." Then Aegeus returned to Athens. Aethra kept the secret for many years, and the child grew. Theseus grew up knowing that something was withheld, not in a way that made him bitter. He was not a bitter child, not the kind of child who turns inward and makes a private grievance of what they have not been given. He was the other kind, the kind who grows outward, who encounters the world directly and learns from the encounter, who understands that what is withheld is sometimes withheld for reasons that will become clear. He grew up in Troezen, in the shadow of the hills within earshot of the sea, under the instruction of his grandfather Pythias. The old king taught him many things: the movements of the stars, the names of the plants that grew on the hillsides above the city, the histories of the cities of the Peloponnese and the dynasties that had shaped them, the art of speaking clearly and listening carefully. Pythias was not a man who taught through commands. He taught through questions, through the particular Socratic method of a very old and patient teacher who understood that knowledge absorbed through genuine inquiry was more durable than knowledge delivered through lecture. Theseus absorbed it. He had the kind of mind that grows toward difficulty the way a plant grows toward light. Not because it is forced to, but because that is simply its nature. He was strong. That was apparent early. Not large, not in the way of some heroes who are described as though they could mistake themselves for buildings, but strong in proportion. Strong in the specific way of someone whose strength is a tool they know how to use rather than a quality they merely possess. He could lift objects that other boys of his age could not move. He could run long distances without stopping. He could hold a wrestling position through patience and leverage when strength alone would not have been sufficient. His body knew what it was doing, even when his mind was occupied elsewhere. He was his grandfather Pythias's student in the arts of thought, and he was attentive to that instruction too. The wisdom of Trozen was not wasted on him. When the time came, Aethra took him to the stone. She told him what was beneath it. She told him what it meant. She told him the name of the man who had left it there and what his name meant, and what city that man ruled. She told him calmly, without drama, in the way of someone who has been holding a significant thing for a long time and has had years to decide how to give it over. She had rehearsed this moment in her mind many times. When it came, she did not find it as difficult as she had imagined. The boy who stood before her at the stone was the thing she had been keeping the secret for. He was ready. She could see that he was ready. Theseus looked at the stone for a moment. Then he lifted it. The sandals and the sword were there, exactly where Aegeus had placed them. They had been waiting for the right hands, and now the right hands held them. He put on the sandals, he took up the sword, he looked at the road. The sandals fit as though they had been made for him, which in a sense they had made for the feet of his father, and then held in trust for the feet of a son whose dimensions were not yet known when the sandals were hidden. The sword was heavier than he expected, the weight of a weapon made for a man rather than a boy, the weight of something intended not for practice, but for use. He held it for a moment, feeling the balance of it. The road to Athens divided at the edge of Trozen. One way went to the harbour, and ships left from the harbour for Athens, and the sea route was safe and quick and without complication. The other way went along the coast, overland, and the coastal road was long and difficult, and was known to everyone in Trozen for the men who travelled it and the things that happened to them on the way. Everyone in Trozen knew someone who had taken the coastal road and not been heard from again, or had been heard from only after the kind of delay that suggested difficulty. The road's reputation was not rumour, it was accumulated experience. Aethra asked him to take the ship. He took the road. He chose it the way he had chosen everything in his short life. Not from a desire for drama, not from a wish to prove something, but because the road was the thing that needed doing, and he was the person who could do it. He had heard the stories of what waited on the road between Trozen and Athens. He had grown up with those stories. He had listened to them the way a young man with his particular gifts listens to such stories, not as warnings, but as inventory. He knew what was there. He intended to go there. He understood this with a clarity that the young sometimes have before the world complicates their certainty. His mother watched him go. She stood at the edge of the city and watched him until the road bent, and he was gone. She had kept the secret for 17 years. The secret was done with now. What came next was up to him. The road from Troezen to Athens ran along the isthmus of Corinth, through the pine forests and the cliffs above the sea, through places where the rock narrowed the path and the drop to the water below was not small. The pines were old and grew close to the edge of the cliffs, their roots finding purchase in cracks in the stone that seemed too narrow to support them, their trunks angling toward the light that came from the sea rather than from the hillside. The sea below was a deep blue in the morning and a darker grey blue in the afternoon when the shadows of the headlands fell across it. It was not a safe road. The people who lived along it, or who waited along it, had made a habit of the travellers who came through. They had made a particular kind of livelihood out of travellers, a livelihood that the travellers themselves had not agreed to and were not pleased by. Theseus encountered them one at a time. The first was Periphetes, the club-bearer, who waited on the road near Epidaurus with a great iron club, and who used it on travellers in the straightforward way of someone who has found a method that works and has not seen the need to vary it. Periphetes was the son of Hephaestus, and he had inherited from his divine father a certain relationship to metal. The iron club was his pride and his tool and the thing around which his entire life had organized itself. He stood at the place where the road narrowed between two outcrops of rock, where a traveller had nowhere to go but forward, and he met them there. Theseus took the club from him. He killed Periphetes with the man's own weapon, and he kept the club, because it was a fine club, and because it is appropriate to keep something that has been the instrument of a great deal of harm, and redirect it. The club was iron, heavy, balanced for use as a weapon. It had killed many people. In Theseus's hands, it would defend the road it had previously terrorized. He carried it with him on the road. He would carry it for many years. The next was Cenes. Cenes was called the Pine Bender, and the name was accurate. He had the strength to bend pine trees to the ground, and he made a sport of travellers by bending two pines down to the level of the road and tying one of the travellers' arms to one tree and one of the travellers' arms to the other, and then releasing both trees. This was not a sport that the traveller survived. Theseus bent the pine trees back the other way. He continued down the road, which was becoming, one encounter at a time, safer than it had been. He understood what he was doing. He was not only travelling to Athens, he was making the road to Athens a place where people could travel without being killed. The road had been a gauntlet for as long as anyone along it could remember. Each of the men who preyed on travellers had established their particular method, their particular location, their particular corner of the violence, and no one had been strong enough or determined enough to pass through all of them in sequence. Theseus passed through them in sequence. He was young. He was strong. He was thinking about what the road could be rather than what it had been. Not all the dangers of the road wore the shape of men. Near the village of Crommyon there was a wild sow, an enormous and savage creature that the people of the region called Fear, after the old woman who was said to have raised it. The sow had made the fields around Crommyon impossible to work. It rooted up the crops. It killed the herders who came too near. It had grown old and huge and fearless in its long reign over that stretch of country, and the people had learned simply to keep away from the ground it had claimed, which meant giving up good land to a single animal because no one could stand against it. Theseus did not go around it. He could have. The sow was off the direct line of the road, and a man in a hurry to reach Athens and claim a kingdom would have had every reason to leave it alone. But Theseus had decided what kind of journey this was. He had decided that the things which made the country dangerous were things he would deal with as he came to them, whether they stood directly in his path or a little to the side of it. So he turned aside, and he sought the sow out in its own ground, and he killed it, and he gave the fields of Crommyon back to the people who farmed them. It was a smaller deed than the others, and the traditions give it less attention, but the people of Crommyon would not have called it small. To them it was the day the land was returned. Sciron lived on a cliff above the sea. His method was simpler than Cenes's, and in its simplicity it had a particular contemptible quality. He sat on a rock above a great drop to the sea, and he told travellers that they must wash his feet as the price of passage. When they knelt to do so, he kicked them over the cliff into the water below, where a great turtle waited in the sea to eat whatever came down. The contemptible quality was not only the cruelty of it, it was the performance of hospitality and welcome around the act. He did not simply attack. He asked for service. He positioned himself as someone with a legitimate claim on the traveller's deference. He used the traveller's own courtesy against them. Theseus washed his feet. When Sciron's foot came up to kick, Theseus caught it and threw Sciron over the cliff instead. Whether the turtle ate him is a detail the traditions do not dwell on, but the road was safer after. Then there was Cercyon, the wrestler of Eleusis, who challenged every traveller to a wrestling match and who killed the ones he defeated, which was all of them. Cercyon was powerful and had been wrestling longer than most men had been alive. He had a technique that was effective against everything he had encountered. Theseus was the first person to encounter him who had also been taught by someone who understood wrestling as an art rather than a contest of force. Theseus defeated Cercyon using skill and technique rather than only strength, and the wrestling match at Eleusis was long after remembered as the origin of certain wrestling arts, as though even the encounter with a violent man on a dangerous road had produced something of lasting value. Then there was Procrustes. Procrustes had a bed. The bed was the object around which his practice organized itself. He told travellers that they were welcome in his house, and he offered them food and rest and the hospitality that the road requires. When the traveller lay down to sleep, Procrustes measured them against the bed. If they were too long for the bed, he cut them to fit. If they were too short for the bed, he stretched them until they were the right length. The bed, Theseus discovered, was adjustable. He adjusted Procrustes to fit it. By the time Theseus arrived at the outskirts of Athens, the road along the isthmus was a different road than it had been. The people who made a living from travelers on that road were no longer making a living. The road was not safe in the absolute sense, because no road is, but it was safe in the sense that the specific dangers that had characterized it were gone. He walked into Athens for the first time carrying the club of Periphetes and wearing the sandals and the sword of a king he had never met. He had travelled from Troezen to Athens, and he had cleared the road as he went. And this was not yet the famous deed of the labyrinth, not yet the founding of the games, not yet the unification of Attica. It was the first act of a man who was becoming himself, one encounter at a time, on a road that had needed exactly this. Athens did not know what to make of him. He arrived without announcement, without herald, without the formalities that a prince arriving at a city might be expected to arrange. He arrived as a traveller arrives, on foot from the road, with the particular quality of someone who has been a long time getting somewhere and has not spent the journey softening himself. The city he walked into was a city with a problem it had not yet found a way to solve. Aegeus was king, but Aegeus was aging and had no acknowledged heir, and the absence of an heir was a source of tension that everyone in Athens was aware of and no one spoke of directly. The 50 sons of Pallas, a relative of Aegeus, were waiting for the kingship as though it were already theirs. The city had the specific restlessness of a place that is waiting for something to happen without knowing what the something will be. Aegeus was king of Athens, and Aegeus had a companion now, a woman named Medea, who had come to Athens from Corinth, and who had been given refuge there, and who sat beside the king with the specific alertness of someone who has survived difficult things by being more observant than the people around her. Medea had come to Athens after the disaster in Corinth, where her life with Jason had ended in a way that the world had not recovered from and that she was not able to speak about calmly. She had arrived in Athens alone, and she had found in Aegeus, who was not a young man, a form of refuge that suited them both. He offered her safety, she offered him counsel and companionship. The arrangement was not uncomplicated, but it was honest in its way. Medea saw Theseus the moment he walked into the hall. She did not see a stranger. She saw the sword of Aegeus and the sandals of Aegeus and the bearing of someone who is not a stranger to himself, which is a very particular bearing and is different from all the other bearings a person can carry. She understood what Theseus was before anyone else in the hall had formed an opinion. And Medea had been in Athens under the protection of Aegeus, and the arrival of the legitimate heir of Aegeus was not good news for her continued protection. She was a practical woman. She had lived through enough catastrophe to have learned the particular skill of acting quickly when the situation demanded it. She went to Aegeus before the young man could speak his name. She told the king that this traveller was a threat, a spy, an agent of enemies. She told the king that the right response to this arrival was poison, administered quietly at dinner before questions were asked. Aegeus, who trusted Medea and who had not yet recognized what he was looking at, agreed. The cup was prepared. Theseus sat at the table. The cup was placed before him. He reached for it, and at the moment of reaching, following some instinct of ceremony or habit, he drew the sword from his belt to cut the meat on his plate. Aegeus saw the sword. He knew the sword. He had placed that sword under a rock in Trozen and told a woman to keep the secret until the right moment. He recognized the sword before his hand reached the cup, and he knocked the cup away and stood and looked at the young man before him. Recognition passed between them without words. The cup rolled across the table. The wine spread across the stone in a dark stain. Neither of them watched it. They were looking at each other, and the look contained everything that had been withheld and everything that was now understood. Medea was gone before the cup finished falling. She had prepared for the possibility of being wrong, which is the kind of preparation that has kept her alive through many dangerous moments. She left Athens that same night and was not heard from again in this story. Aegeus told his son the truth of it. He told him the rock and the sandals and the oracle and the night in Trozen and the years of waiting for word that never came and the specific grief of a king who had no heir and who had hidden the seed of one in another city and was not certain the seed had taken. He told it all in the way that men tell things to their sons when the telling has been delayed too long. Not smoothly, not in order, but in pieces that rearranged themselves as they were spoken until the shape of the whole became clear. Theseus listened. He had the patience of someone who had waited for this all his life, which meant he had the patience of someone who had spent a long time not knowing that he was waiting. There was celebration in Athens. The prince had been found, or had found himself, which amounts to the same thing. The city observed the arrival of its future king with the specific pleasure of a city that had been worried about its future and had been given reason to stop worrying. The 50 sons of Pallas, Aegeus's nephews who had been positioning themselves for the succession, were unhappy about the development. Several of them organized resistance. Theseus defeated them in a series of engagements that demonstrated his military capability and his political intelligence simultaneously. He was not cruel about it. He was decisive. He made clear that the succession was settled without making unnecessary enemies of men he might later need. But the celebration was brief. The tribute to Crete was due. Every 9 years, Athens sent 14 young people to Crete, 7 young men and 7 young women, to be given to the Minotaur in the labyrinth of Knossos. This was the price of a war that Athens had lost, or a debt that Athens owed, or a peace that Athens maintained through payment. The traditions give different reasons for the origin of the tribute. The Cretan account and the Athenian account differ. In one telling, the tribute began after the death of Androgeos, the son of Minos, who had died in Athens under circumstances that implied Athenian responsibility. In another, it was the simple result of military defeat. The details of the origin were less important to the Athenians who paid the tribute than the tribute itself, which was real and recurrent and involved their children being sent across the Aegean to be consumed by a creature in a darkness no one returned from. Theseus said he would go. Aegeus said no. Theseus said that he would go and that he would come back, and that when he came back the sails of the ship would be white. He said this with the certainty of someone who has just cleared the coastal road of its dangers and who has not yet learned the particular lesson about the difference between danger and fate. Danger can be overcome by strength and skill and intelligence. Fate operates in a different register entirely. Theseus had not yet learned to distinguish between them. Aegeus told him to change the sails to white when the ship returned, if the ship returned. The ship left with black sails. The voyage across the Aegean was long, and the sea was not always cooperative, and the 14 young people on the ship were not all confident that what Theseus had said would come to pass. He told them what he intended. He told them that the Minotaur could be defeated, that the labyrinth could be navigated, that they would come home. He said these things with the same certainty he had said them to his father, and some of the 14 believed him, and some did not. And all of them arrived at Crete. The days on the ship were long days, the kind of days that happen when a voyage is significant enough that the people making it cannot entirely pretend it is ordinary. The sea moved under them. The sun crossed the sky. The islands of the Aegean appeared and disappeared on the horizon, some near enough that the sheep on their hillsides could be made out, others only dark shapes in the haze that might have been islands or might have been the memory of islands. The 14 young people talked among themselves and were sometimes quiet and sometimes not quiet, and slept when the night came with the particular sleep of people who are not sure what they are sailing toward. Theseus moved among them. He did not pretend that what they were doing was without risk. He told them honestly what he knew and what he did not know, which was not as much as he wished he knew, and he told them that they would face it together, and that he would do whatever a man could do to bring them home. Some of them found this reassuring. It was better than being told that everything would certainly be fine. Knossos was a palace of color and height and organized complexity, walls painted with the shapes of dolphins and acrobats and bulls, and the deep blue of the sea from which everything in Crete had come. It was wealthy and old and not afraid of the people who came to it, because the people who came to it had not in living memory come for any purpose that was not ultimately to the benefit of Knossos. Ariadne saw Theseus. She was the daughter of Minos, the king of Crete, and she had grown up near the labyrinth and near the knowledge of what was in it and what was done in it, and she had grown up with feelings about this that she had not been able to name until the moment she saw the young Athenian standing in the courtyard of Knossos, with the quality of someone who intends to do something that has not been done before. She had seen the Athenian tributes arrive before. This one was different. He was not afraid. He was not resigned. He was looking at the labyrinth the way a man looks at a problem he is already beginning to solve. She came to him quietly at a time when the watching was less than it usually was. She brought with her a thread, a long thread wound onto a spool, and she told him what it was for. She had learned the nature of the labyrinth from Daedalus, who had made it, and who understood it, and who had shared the understanding with her in a moment of confidence that Minos would not have approved. Daedalus had told her that the labyrinth had no secret, that it was not a puzzle with a hidden solution, that it was simply a space designed to produce disorientation in any mind that tried to map it. The walls looked the same. The turnings produced no landmarks. The deeper passages were darker than the shallower ones, and a person who followed the gradual darkening would tend naturally toward the outer walls rather than the center. The thread was the way back. A thread does not map. A thread does not require a mind to track and record and retain. A thread simply extends from where you began to where you are, without judgment, without error, without the possibility of forgetting. It is the most primitive possible solution to the most architecturally sophisticated possible problem. Theseus took the thread and wound one end around the post at the entrance of the labyrinth and descended. The labyrinth went down. It went down through corridors of dressed stone that turned without pattern, that doubled back on themselves, and opened into unexpected spaces and narrowed again without warning. It was built to confuse, to disorient, to make the person inside it uncertain of every direction, including the direction they had come from. It was the architectural form of doubt. Theseus walked it with the thread in his hand. The thread was the simplest possible answer to the most complex possible problem. However many turns, however many false passages, however deep the structure went, the thread remembered. The thread kept the record of every step and every turn, and it was unambiguous, and it could not be confused by the architecture, no matter how the architecture tried. The stone walls pressed close in the narrow passages and opened into the relative freedom of the larger chambers and pressed close again. The darkness deepened gradually the further in he went. The sounds of the palace above became more distant, then inaudible, then replaced by a silence that had its own quality. The quality of a place that has held many sounds and absorbed them. The labyrinth had been built by Daedalus, who was perhaps the greatest craftsman in all the heroic age. A man whose relationship to making was as fundamental as other men's relationship to strength or speech. He had built many things before the labyrinth. He had built the wooden cow for Pasiphae, which had produced the creature in the labyrinth in the first place. He had built the wings for himself and for his son Icarus, and the wings had carried him to freedom and had carried Icarus to the sea. He had built things that worked better than their makers intended, and things that worked worse than their makers hoped. And in between he had built the labyrinth, which worked exactly as intended, which was perhaps his most troubling achievement. The labyrinth could not be navigated by intelligence alone. Daedalus had designed it specifically so that it could not. The only solutions to the labyrinth were the thread which Daedalus had shared with Ariadne in his one moment of conscience regarding the whole affair, or waiting in the dark until something found you. He found what was at the center. This is not the place for a long accounting of what happened in the labyrinth. That story lives in its own telling, in the full weight of its own strangeness, and tonight is not its night. What can be said here is that what Theseus met at the center was not a simple monster, not a creature of pure destruction. What he met was something that had been given a terrible life by the choices of others, that had been placed in the dark and kept there, and that was not entirely without feeling. The creature that Minos had hidden was part human by the nature of its origins, and the part of it that was human had lived a long time in the dark without company and without hope. The tributes sent from Athens had been its sustenance. This was a fact about which the mythology does not linger, because the lingering would make certain things harder to think about clearly. Theseus acted. He did what he had come to do. He followed the thread back. The 14 Athenians had waited in a room near the entrance of the labyrinth. When Theseus returned, carrying the thread, they saw his face first and knew from it that the thing was done before he spoke a word. They left Crete in the night, all 14 of them moving quickly to the ship while Knossos still slept. They had been given a particular kind of freedom that night, the freedom of people who have done something that should not have been possible and who are moving in the brief window before the world catches up with what has happened. The island of Naxos rose out of the sea on the return voyage, and the ship stopped there to take on water and to rest, because the journey had been long, and the people on the ship were tired in ways that went beyond the physical. Ariadne was on the ship. She had chosen to leave Crete with Theseus, which was a significant choice, to leave the palace where she was a princess, to leave the island where she was known, to go into a future with a person she had known for a very short time in extraordinary circumstances. It was not an unreasonable choice, given what she understood about her future in Knossos now that she had helped the Athenians escape and helped to end the life of the creature in the labyrinth. Her father would not have forgiven this. The palace she had known would not have been the palace she returned to if she had stayed. She had closed that door behind her when she handed Theseus the thread. She had known this when she handed it. She had chosen it anyway. It was an uncertain future. She was traveling toward a city she had never seen, with a man she had known for a few days, into a life whose shape she could not yet see. There are worse things. There are better things. She was not entirely unafraid. What happened on Naxos is told differently by different traditions. Some say Theseus left her there deliberately, for reasons that the traditions find difficult to explain or excuse. Some say he left in the night without intending to and could not return, caught by a wind that took the ship before he could go back to the shore. Some say a god intervened, that Dionysus, the god of wine and liberation and the specifically joyful kind of divine madness, came to Naxos and found Ariadne there and took her for his own, and that this was not a lesser fate than the one she had imagined for herself, but a different and in some ways larger one. The later tradition gives her a crown that becomes a constellation, the Corona Borealis, 7 stars in a curved line in the summer sky, placed there by Dionysus as a wedding gift. This is how the Greeks sometimes completed stories whose human resolution was unsatisfying. They gave the remaining figure a cosmic destination. Ariadne had been left on an island. The island had been Naxos. The god who found her there was the god of transformation. And the transformation in the end was permanent and beautiful and visible to anyone who looked up at the summer sky. Whether or not Theseus knew what he was doing, the ship left Naxos without her. He was thinking, perhaps, of Athens, of what he would say to his father, of what it meant to have done what he had done and to be returning. The harbour of Athens was somewhere ahead. His father was watching for him. He was bringing back 14 people who had gone to Crete expecting to die. He was bringing back the news that the tribute was over, that the Minotaur was gone, that Athens was free of its 9-year obligation. He forgot the sails. The ship had left Athens with black sails and had been supposed to return with white ones if the mission succeeded. Aegeus was watching. Aegeus had been watching the horizon since the ship left. Every day, every morning, the horizon and the sea, and the question of what the sails of the returning ship would be. He had stood on the height of the Acropolis, or on a cliff-top near Saunion, and looked south across the Aegean and waited. The sails were black. Aegeus fell. The sea received his name, as the sea receives the names of all the great griefs that happen above it. The Aegean Sea carries his name still. The man who had waited for an heir and found one and lost him to the same black sails he had been watching for 17 years. The man who had placed a sword under a stone in Trozen and told a woman to raise his son until the son was ready and then send him. The man who had said, "Change the sails to white if you come back." The man who was watching when the ship came back and saw the black sails and did not wait to find out why. Theseus arrived in Athens to find a city in mourning. He had come to bring good news. He had come to announce the end of the tribute, the death of the Minotaur, the freedom of Athens from its 9-year debt to Crete. He had come to announce himself as the prince who had done what no prince before him had done. He arrived instead to find that his father was dead. He had killed his father, not with his hands, not with intent, but with forgetfulness at a moment when forgetfulness had the force of a blade. This is the kind of thing that lives with a person for the rest of their life. The understanding that a great victory and a great grief arrived on the same ship. That the sails that should have been changed were not changed. And that what was lost because of that cannot be recovered. He became king. He became king of Athens with grief inside the kingship, and grief inside kingship is not the worst way to begin. It produces a particular kind of ruler, one who knows that things go wrong, one who has already learned that even success has its cost, one who does not expect the path ahead to be without difficulty. A king who begins with triumph and certainty is a king who has not yet learned the lesson that governs all the others, that the world does not arrange itself to reward the deserving or punish the undeserving in the clean and timely way that would make governance simpler. Theseus began with this knowledge already inside him, pressed into him by the weight of the black sails and the news that met him at the harbour, and it made him, in his years of effective rule, a king who took fewer actions on the assumption that things would simply work out. He stood in front of the city that had just lost its king and announced himself as the heir, and announced the end of the Cretan tribute in the same moment. The grief and the victory together, because they had arrived together and there was no way to present them separately. The city received both. Athens understood something about the combination of victory and loss. It was a city that had experienced enough of both to know that they were not always cleanly separable. He worked. He unified the villages of Attica under a single government, which was a practical achievement that had eluded his predecessors for generations. The villages of Attica were numerous, and each had its own local traditions and local governing councils and local sense of independence. To persuade them to fold their individual governance into a single Athenian state required a combination of persuasion, political arrangement, and the occasional demonstration that the alternative was more costly. Theseus approached this systematically. He traveled to each village. He spoke with its elders. He explained what a unified Attica would be capable of that a dispersed Attica could not accomplish. He listened to their objections and addressed them seriously rather than dismissing them. The unification was not fast. It was not without conflict. But it was done. He established the Panathenaic Games, the Festival of Athens, the shared celebration that made the city something more than a collection of people living in proximity. He established the Isthmian Games, connecting Athens to the broader network of Greek civic and religious life. He built the physical and political structure of Athens, and he gave it, as much as any single person can give a city, the shape of itself. He ruled well for many years. The Athens that Theseus shaped was not the Athens of Pericles, not yet, not the city of the Parthenon and the philosophy schools and the naval empire. That Athens was generations away. But the shape Theseus gave to it, the insistence on unification, on shared governance, on the civic festivals that made the city a community rather than simply an aggregation of households, those things persisted and accumulated. Later generations of Athenians looked back to Theseus the way that people look back to founders, with gratitude mixed with mythology, with the tendency to credit him with more than any single man could have accomplished, and to forgive him the things that were harder to look at directly. He was not a gentle king in the way of a man who avoids conflict. He was a king who faced difficulty directly and resolved it. When the sons of Pallas moved against him, he met them in the field. When neighboring peoples pressed on Attica, he pressed back. He was involved in many of the major events of the heroic age, sometimes at the center and sometimes at the edge, always in the thick of things, in the way of someone for whom standing aside was not a natural position. He honored the dead. He was one of the figures who insisted in the heroic world's politics on the right of the fallen to burial. When the 7 champions who had fought at Thebes were left unburied by the victorious Creon, Theseus went to Thebes with an army and demanded the right to bury them. He did not do this for political advantage. He did it because burial was a sacred obligation, and the refusal of it was an offense against the order of things. The Greeks remembered this. In the surviving plays, Theseus appears as the man who represents this principle, the king of Athens who upholds what is due to the dead when other kings are too afraid or too proud or too vindictive to do so. And then, because the story of Theseus is the story of a person who could not stop being a hero, he went to war. The Amazons were a people who lived in the lands beyond the eastern edge of the Greek world, in the territories where the Black Sea coast gave way to the vast spaces beyond it. They were warriors, and they were women, and they were governed by traditions that differed significantly from the traditions of the Greek cities. They had made a civilization of their own, organized around values that Athens did not share and could not entirely understand. The Greeks found the Amazons fascinating and threatening in roughly equal measure. They were fascinating because the order of things that the Greeks took to be natural, the arrangement of men and women in society, was reversed in the Amazon world. The Amazons were the warriors. The Amazons made the decisions. The Amazons governed themselves. They were threatening for exactly the same reasons. A society in which the assumed natural order did not apply was a society whose existence was, in a way, a standing argument against the assumed natural order. The Greeks addressed this discomfort in the way that discomfort is often addressed, by sending heroes to interact with the Amazons in ways that ended with the heroes leaving and the Amazon social structure being disrupted or destroyed. Theseus was not the first and would not be the last. Theseus went there. The reasons the traditions give differ and the distinctions matter less than the fact. He went, and he encountered a queen whose name is given variously as Hippolyta or Antiope, and he brought her back to Athens, either because he took her or because she chose to come, and the Amazons followed. The Amazon War was not a small thing. The army of the Amazons reached Athens, and the battle was fought in the city itself, in the streets and on the hill of the Areopagus, and the fighting was serious and real, and lasted long enough that the Athenians who survived it told their children about it, and their children told their children. And the memory of it persisted in the city as the memory of a thing that had actually happened rather than only been told. Theseus's son Hippolytus was born of this union, a boy who grew up devoted to Artemis and to the hunt and to the forest, a boy who had no interest in the world of the palace and the court and the complicated politics of the Athenian royal household. His mother was gone. She died, in different versions, in different ways, in the battle, or later, or at Theseus's own hand by accident in the confusion of fighting. The traditions are not kind to her in their endings, which may mean that the traditions do not fully know what to do with a person who does not fit the categories they have prepared. Hippolytus grew up. He was serious and beautiful and uninterested in the things that interested his father, which is a way of saying he was genuinely himself, which is not always the easiest thing to be when you are the son of a king. He spent his days in the forest above Athens with a small group of companions who shared his dedication to Artemis. He was not ambitious. He was not political. He was a young man who had found the thing that gave his life its shape, and who was living inside that shape without apology and without the need for anyone's approval. This purity of purpose attracted the specific anger of Aphrodite, who regarded devotion to Artemis at the expense of devotion to herself as an insult. The gods of the Greek world were not above personal reactions to the decisions of mortals. Aphrodite arranged for what came next. Theseus married again. Her name was Phaedra, and she was the sister of Ariadne, which is a connection the traditions notice but do not pursue as fully as they might. It is worth pausing on it for a moment. Theseus had left Ariadne on Naxos, whatever the reason for that departure. Now he was bringing Ariadne's sister to Athens as his wife. Whether Phaedra knew the full account of her sister's story is not recorded. What is recorded is that she came from Crete to Athens as Theseus's wife, and she brought with her the specific quality of a person who has been given to someone they did not choose and who has decided to make something of the arrangement. Phaedra looked at Hippolytus. What happened in Phaedra's heart is one of the cruelest constructions in all the mythology. A love that was a curse, directed at the wrong person, with no good outcome available from any direction. Some traditions blame Aphrodite, who was acting against Hippolytus for his devotion to Artemis rather than to her. Some traditions simply describe what happened without assigning divine authorship to it, as though the feeling were sufficient cause for what followed and needed no divine explanation. Phaedra struggled with what she felt. She was not a woman who surrendered easily to what she did not want to feel. She recognized that the feeling was forbidden, was wrong, was a kind of madness. She tried to master it through will alone. She tried the remedy of distance, of keeping to her rooms when Hippolytus was likely to be in the palace, and finding reasons to be elsewhere when their paths might cross. She tried the remedy of occupation, filling her hours with the tasks of a queen, with the management of the household and the small decisions that accumulate in any large establishment. None of it was sufficient. The feeling was not of the kind that yields to management. It remained exactly what it was, a passion without an acceptable object, directed at a young man who had no interest in it and whose very virtue made it worse. She stopped eating. She stopped sleeping properly. She became ill in the way of someone who is fighting a private war that is consuming more than she can afford to spend on it. Her nurse, seeing her decline, pressed her for the truth. Phaedra told the truth. Hippolytus rejected her. He rejected her with the specific coldness of someone who finds the entire category of the feeling being directed at him morally objectionable. He was not kind about it. He was young and principled, and perhaps not fully aware of what the unkindness would cost. Kindness in that moment might have prevented what followed, or might not have. The forces at work were larger than the kindness of a single young man could have contained. Phaedra sent a message to Theseus before she died, and the message accused Hippolytus of what Phaedra herself had done. Theseus believed the message. He had 3 wishes granted to him by his divine father, Poseidon. This is one of the extraordinary provisions of his specific divine inheritance. A father who was a god of the sea and who had promised him 3 wishes in the way that gods sometimes make promises of this kind. He used one of them here, in his grief and fury, without verifying what the message told him. He called on Poseidon to punish his son. Poseidon sent a bull from the sea. Hippolytus was thrown from his chariot on the road near Troezen, on the same coast road that had been the beginning of his father's journey so many years before. He died from the injuries. The truth emerged afterward, as the truth tends to emerge when the useful timing of it had passed. Theseus carried this too. He carried it the way he carried the forgotten sails, the way he carried Ariadne on Naxos, the way every person who makes consequential decisions in a long life carries the ones that went wrong. Not lightly, not with easy forgiveness of himself, but carrying them was what remained possible, and so he carried them. He had made a mistake. His son was dead. The truth had come too late. These were the facts, and facts of this kind do not yield to grief or regret or the retrospective understanding that things might have been different if he had asked one more question before he acted. In the later years of Theseus's life, there was a friend. His name was Pirithous, king of the Lapithae, and he arrived in Theseus's story as a thief. He came to steal cattle from Attica, and Theseus went out to stop him, and they met each other on the road and looked at each other, and the theft was forgotten entirely, because both of them immediately understood that what they were looking at was the one person in the world who was a genuine equal. The Lapithae were a people from Thessaly, from the high country in the north, and Pirithous had grown up with a different landscape behind him than the one that had shaped Theseus. He was confident and bold, and had the particular quality of someone who has never yet encountered the limit of what they could accomplish. He and Theseus recognized each other immediately as men who had lived at the edge of what was possible, and who had not been broken by what they found there. They were friends from that moment. Genuine friends, the kind that do not come often in any life, and that do not come at all to many people. There was a wedding feast at the court of Pirithous that became famous for the wrong reasons. He had invited centaurs to the wedding, which was an error of the specific kind that comes from trusting that the occasion will produce appropriate behavior from beings who are not always governed by occasion. The centaurs drank. The centaurs caused a disaster. Theseus and Pirithous fought side by side against the centaurs in a battle that was spoken of for generations afterward. They had stood together in a crisis and proved to each other what they already suspected, that they were each, in their different ways, exactly what the other needed in a companion. Pirithous had a plan. The plan was this: that the two of them would each marry a daughter of Zeus. Theseus had a specific candidate in mind, Helen, who was still a child in Sparta, whose divine beauty was already spoken of, and who would one day be at the center of the greatest war the Greek world had known. He took her to Athens and left her in the keeping of his mother. Pirithous had a less reasonable candidate in mind. He wanted Persephone. To want Persephone is to want what belongs to Hades, in the place that belongs to Hades. And no amount of heroic reputation changes what it means to descend into the realm of the dead in order to steal its queen. They descended. Hades received them. Hades offered them chairs, and they sat, and the chairs held them in the specific way that the throne had held Hera, with the comprehensive gentleness of something made precisely for that purpose. The chair of forgetting. They sat in it, and the years passed. Time in the underworld does not move the way time moves above it. The years passed without the sensation of years passing. They sat. Heracles came eventually. Heracles was descending on his own errand, the capture of Cerberus, and he found the two men in the chairs, and he pulled Theseus free. The earth shook when he tried to free Pirithous, which the traditions interpret as a sign that Pirithous was not going to be freed, that the depths had decided something about Pirithous that the surface could not override. Whether this was a judgment for the hubris of attempting to take Persephone, or simply the logic of the underworld asserting itself against the plan, the result was the same. Theseus came back. Pirithous did not. Theseus came back to Athens without his friend. Having spent an unknown amount of time in the chair of forgetting, having been pulled free by a man who was on his own errand and who had made the time to help him on his way out. Athens did not welcome him. The city had changed while he was gone. His children had been taken, Helen had been retrieved by her brothers, the Dioscuri, who had also stripped Theseus of his Attic territories in the process. The political structure he had built had been disrupted. The city that had been his life's work had moved on without him, which cities do, which is the nature of cities. A city is not a monument, it is a living thing, and living things continue to live when the people who shaped them are absent. He tried to reassert himself and found that the ground he was standing on was not the ground he remembered. A city is not a labyrinth. You cannot follow a thread back to where you started, because the starting place has changed in the interval. The thread that had worked in the labyrinth was the thread that led back through unchanging stone. The city was not stone. The city was people, and people change in ways that stone does not. He left. He went to Skyros, an island in the northern Aegean, where a king named Lycomedes had properties that Theseus's family had once held. He went there with the intention, perhaps, of using Skyros as a base from which to rebuild something. He had been to the underworld and returned. He had built a city and seen it continue without him. He was not finished. He was simply trying to find where the next part of his life would begin. The island of Skyros was not a grand destination. It was a small island, rocky and windswept, with a harbour on its western shore and pine forests in the hills above the harbour and the cliffs on the eastern side that dropped directly into the sea. It was the kind of place where a person could think. The sea around it was never entirely still. The wind came in from the north in winter and from the south in summer, and the island had learned over many centuries to receive what the wind brought and to hold its shape against it. Lycomedes received him warmly. He took him to the highest point of the island, the cliff above the sea, to show him the view. The sea from that height was wide and still, the kind of view that makes a long life feel small and significant simultaneously. The horizon was very far away, further than it seems from lower ground, far enough that on a clear day the shapes of distant islands were visible as dark smudges against the brightness of the water. Theseus stood at the edge of the cliff and looked out at the sea that had his father's name in it. And from that cliff, Theseus fell. Whether he was pushed or whether he slipped, the traditions do not say with certainty. The traditions say what they can say, that the man who had descended into the labyrinth and descended into the underworld and descended from the summit of everything he had built, this man fell from a cliff on Skyros, and the sea below received him. The sea received him without ceremony. The sea receives everything without ceremony. The sea had received Aegeus before him and would receive many others after. Athens, later, honored him. When the Athenians fought the Persians at Marathon, some of them said they saw Theseus in the battle, a great figure running ahead of the line with the specific energy of someone who has unfinished business. The image is a good one. Theseus was always ahead of the line. He always ran toward the thing that needed doing rather than waiting for it to come to him. After the Persian Wars, when Athens had survived and had some time to think about what it meant to be Athens, the Athenians retrieved his bones from Skyros and brought them home. They built him a sanctuary, the Theseum, in the heart of the city he had founded. They gave him the burial that a founding hero deserves. The sandals and the sword had completed a very long journey. Good evening and welcome back. For the last time tonight, we are near the end of the story of Theseus, and the road from Trozen is long behind us, and the stone is back in its place, and the sea outside Skyros is quiet. Let us name them once more before sleep comes. Theseus, son of Aegeus and son of Poseidon both, the traditions give him two fathers, mortal and divine, which suits a man whose life was divided between the human and the extraordinary. He lifted the stone and found the sword. He chose the hard road. He cleared the coast of Cenes and Sciron and Procrustes and Cercyon and Periphetes. He recognized himself in a king's hall by the sword at his hip. He descended into the labyrinth and found the thread. He sailed back with the wrong sails. He built a city. He went to war. He descended to the underworld. He fell from a cliff on Skyros. He carried what he had done, and he kept going. The thread is the symbol that lasts, Ariadne's thread, the simple line that ran through the most complicated architecture in the world and made it navigable. The city he built was a thread of that kind, a line running through history that connected people who would not otherwise have been connected, that made a space where something could grow. The thread does not require the maze to make sense. It only requires that someone had the wisdom to bring it and the steadiness to hold it. He was not perfect. The sails were not changed. Hippolytus died for Theseus's failure of verification. Ariadne was left on an island. These are the costs of a long life lived at full force, and they are real costs, and Theseus knew they were real. He carried them, and he kept going. The Greeks had a word for this kind of carrying. They called the weight of past action a burden that shaped the person who bore it, not always in the direction the person would have chosen, but in the direction the weight required. Theseus was shaped by what he carried. The forgotten sails had produced a king who paid close attention to the small things, who knew from experience how a small lapse of attention at the wrong moment could erase everything else. The death of Hippolytus had produced a man who understood the cost of acting on incomplete information, who knew that fury and grief together were the least reliable advisors a person could consult. The loss of Pirithous had produced a man who understood what it meant to come back without someone you had descended with, who knew the specific shape of that particular loss. None of this made him wise in the way that prevents mistakes. He was not that kind of wise. He was wise in the way that keeps a person going after the mistakes have happened. That allows the mistakes to become part of what a person understands rather than the weight that stops them. This is perhaps the most useful kind of wisdom for the actual conduct of a life, which involves many mistakes and requires the capacity to continue living it afterward. There is something in the figure of Theseus that is different from the pure strength of Heracles or the pure cunning of Odysseus. Theseus was both strong and clever, but what distinguished him was something else: the capacity to continue after his own mistakes. The sails, the message about Hippolytus, Ariadne on Naxos. These were not the mistakes of a foolish man. They were the mistakes of a man who was moving very fast through a very complicated world and who did not always have the time or the steadiness of mind to be as careful as the moment required. He knew this about himself. The carrying was the knowledge. Athens gave him, in the end, what it gives all its founders. It made him larger than himself. It took the particular man with his particular capacities and his particular failures, and it turned him into a principle. Theseus became the principle of Athenian heroism. The idea that strength and intelligence together could accomplish what neither could alone. The idea that the city was built on the willingness of one man to choose the harder road. The principle survived him. The city survived him. The thread survived him, became a symbol, became the thing that people reached for when they spoke about how to navigate what cannot be mapped. The thread is worth holding for a moment longer before sleep comes. It is such a simple thing, a line from here to there, maintained through motion and through attention, unambiguous in the way that only the simplest things can be unambiguous. In the labyrinth, the thread was literal. Outside the labyrinth, the thread was the thing Theseus held onto through every complication of his life, the intention to do what he had come to do, the intention to come back from it, the intention to carry what he had done and keep going. The labyrinth had stone walls. The labyrinth of a life has no walls, only choices. And the choices are not mapped either. And the thread that runs through them is the thread of whatever a person holds as most essential, carried forward through every turn. He had carried it a long way. From the stone at the edge of Trozen to the cliff at the top of Skyros. From the sandals placed by a king under a rock to the sea that received his bones. The thread ran through all of it. It did not prevent the mistakes. It did not undo the losses. But it gave the life its direction, and the direction, sustained over a long journey, is what makes the difference between wandering and going somewhere. Let your body become heavy now. Let the breath slow and the limbs settle into the surface beneath you. There is nothing more to carry tonight. The story has been told, and the hero has completed his road, and what remains is the quiet after a long journey. Think for a moment of a stone on a cliff above the sea. Think of the wide sky above it, and the water below, and the pine shadows on the path that leads back toward the city. Think of the road that stretches behind you, the long road, and all the things that happened on it, and how many of those things you carried farther than you thought you would be able to. In your mind, reach back and close an invisible door to the road, feeling it move on silent hinges, sealing the journey in calm and order. Then see a single candle, its flame